Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon. Welcome to High on Politics. You know me, I am your host, Pep. If you do not know me, I am your host, Pep. Very good to see everybody. How's everybody doing? What up, Sean? Peppering the internet with high-end content. Indeed. Trying my best. So, well, as I was saying, welcome to the show. Today is Friday. Gonna do a little casual Friday. Gotta be real, man. The air quality is really getting to me. I mentioned this yesterday that we have the worst air quality in the world right now. It's tons of fun. The way that I guess the wildfires are happening in Manitoba and the jet stream is just taking all the smoke and it's pouring it all into one area of Chicago. It sucks. It really sucks. I am not having a good time. I woke up just completely, like, I have felt like crap all day. As you can tell, I can't really speak that well right now, because my throat it just hurts so bad. It feels like I smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. So I got my little tea here. I'm trying to do a little rebounding. Also, I got a decent night's sleep. I can say that. So that really is not what is going on. So, what up, Anna? How you doing? I hope you had a good night last night and also a solid day today. You know how it goes. Oh boy, we got some stuff to get to today as far as the economy and just the news around the economy. The fact that Trump had the temper tantrum that he did, I have to say, it's just wow. Every once in a while, he will do something that is just so beyond him, where I'm just like, oh, well, I didn't see that coming. It has been acceptable so far. Acceptable is good. I will take acceptable any day. Like I said, man, I would be having a much better day if I could breathe. Anytime you go outside, it is brutal out there. There's a visible haze outside. And like I said, I just feel like I smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. I'm here for an hour or so. They let me take a long lunch. Oh, hey, awesome. Unimoogle in the house for the first hour of show. That's cool. I've argued a lot today with internet people. Oh, every once in a while. Was this one of the ones? Okay, so how did you feel afterwards? Did you feel like it was one of the ones that you like felt better after you did it, or was it just like now you kind of feel just mentally tired and you want to take a nap? Because that happens occasionally. So breathing is bourgeois. Oh, is it? Oh, I feel like I'm literally going to have the situation where canned air would be very nice right now. We got the canned water situation. God. Excuse me. This sucks. Can't fucking breathe. Oh, come on. I'm out of waters. Damn. This day's great. Minor inconveniences. See, I really am the embodiment of the ADHD minor inconvenience meme, where I can handle the world going to shit around me, but if I have one minor inconvenience like that, where it's just like, my water is not where I thought it was, It's fucking my face melts. Even had one of my comrades come to me and share some terminally online criticism. A bit of both, really. That's a weird one. That's a really weird one where you're just like, I simultaneously feel better and shittier. I really don't know how that works. So is that considered a balance? I don't know. My thing is, it was supposed to not be this hot today. I'm hot. What is it? Well, it could be 78 by you, right? Yeah. Oh, shouldn't be that hot. Stop sitting in the sun. I like how that's my criticism for my wife, where it's just, what are you doing? You're sitting in the sun. Of course it's hot. Sun equal hot. I'm sorry. No. I think we mentioned that she does not have AC currently in the Lincoln, which, man, that thing is trucking 300 and some odd thousand miles. It's trucking along. But I also think, unfortunately, I do think that it's going to, yeah, it's hanging on. It's hanging on by a thread. I'm going to knock on wood and not say anything else because I don't want to bring that into my life. It's just, Wait. Oh, 344K. Right. I keep forgetting. Yeah. No, it's more. I thought it was 320 for some reason. Lincoln Town Car. Pimping. No, not a town car. Not a town car. It was the replacement for a town car. It's called the MKT. Yeah. They're cool. They're cool cars. You know, reliable. That was the big thing. It was reliable and cheap. It's very cheap. MKT, that's the one. Yeah. It's really hard to explain, but the internet Wait, why did I not get... I have multi-stream on. God damn it, it's happening again. Hold on. I gotta figure out my chat. Did my chat reset from yesterday? Because I had to do that? It did. Hold on, guys. I gotta reset my chat settings. All because that one dude was being a complete prick and being racist in chat. Damn it. Alright, there we go. Alright, but I lost your comment because... Oh, wait. I'll just go to Twitch for that. It's really hard to explain, but the internet isolates people from consequences that IRL organizers have to deal with. I know. You had this criticism about me, and honestly, it's a fair criticism. It is. You guys see stuff out there, like... It's the same thing as when I go protest. Being out there and seeing the people that are coming out. That's also why I kind of had the reaction that I did, because... You know, you'd expect it to be like the large DSA contingent, but or like the youth, but it's and mostly the older people coming out, which is weird, at least for me, especially like in our area. We have a pretty young area, so that's why I'm like, oh shit. Let me read the rest of this. Sorry about that. It was one of those. Don't make it harder for the people that are actually doing the stuff IRL. I get it. Meta. I like the Trash Panda meme. That's a good one. Pan. God. Hold on. You know what? Fuck. I feel like I need to get an extension cord because I have an air purifier out there. I've got to do something about this. What's up, Tracer? Someone was gleeful over... What the Yeah, no, I'm not sure if you were here for me when I addressed that. It was near the end of show. I addressed that, and I'm not cool. I'm not cool with that. I'm a big fan of banning racists. That was fun. It was fun to ban the racists. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure that Alirda had the joy of banning that guy. But no, what ended up happening is I had to reset all my chat box stuff, and when I did that, I never reset it back to my original settings. So yeah. That's why I was like, oh shit, my multi-chat's not picking up my Twitch. Damn it. Yeah, you got him good. You did. You were like, what the fuck? Beard hammer. Oh, shatter you. Whew. Yeah, but being gleeful over the violent acts. Also, just the fact that now you got like there's a legitimate conspiracy going on where they're just like, no, he was targeting this other person, but like wow, I don't know, man. This one didn't do it. This was not it. Because like people, there was so much collateral damage in this, and just no, he just opened fire on random people. Fuck that guy. And even like the CTE thing too. Okay, so anybody that's had a concussion's going on a registry? What the fuck? Seriously? Because people are now, that's the discourse going on the right wing, where they're talking about CTE now, where they're like, oh, so do we really, what we should be doing is we should be paying attention to anybody that's had a severe head injury, and really, we should almost put them on a list. There's was the moral problem, the strategical, tactical problem, and the personal risk for saying what they said. Had to give a layer cake of criticism. Whoa. Whoa. It's always weird when you have to tackle multiple points where you're just like, okay, dude, you're being shitty on multiple ends. But here we go. Bring down one of the Dyson fans. I can't. The last time I did that, it overloaded the breaker that this is on, so those things draw a lot of power. Like a lot of fucking power. So no, I have the air purifier down here that's trying to do its thing. The air quality is just that bad. I don't know what else to do. It's just that, like, I haven't felt like this shitty just from existing in a long time. You know, this isn't like the psychosomatic one too, where it's like this is caused by me being depressed from our election turnouts or whatever the fuck. Which, to be fair, I was not depressed after Trump won this time. I was the first time. It's almost like I did take that 2016 one and just go, all right, at least I'm prepared for this one. So, pats on the back. Extension cord to a different breaker. It's not worth it. One reason I like your stream is because you don't just ban people for disagreeing with you. God damn it. I actually gotta breathe in between takes. Oh my god, this is gonna suck. It's a lot like real life where people around you are going to have various thoughts and opinions and we have to live with each other. I tried to bring that experience to the internet, which is, I know, sometimes futile in certain regards, but I try my best. Like I said, I want this to be like the stoner, like, I'm not kidding when I say I want this to be like the stoner circle that people can walk into, and it's just like, yeah, you know, we all shit. I have found in real life when I'm smoking with people, even if they have a different political ideology than me, they are so much more open to just being cool with me if they happen upon that. And then, you know, we kind of start with, you know, maybe a nerd topic, you know, something. And then if we go into politics, I don't immediately just get like, oh my God, conservative, ban. Also, like what happened last night when that guy was just like, I came here to troll you, but you're too cool to troll. I'm going to stick around. It was so funny because that's almost verbatim what what Kirk said to me when he came here, where he was just like, I came here to troll you, dude. And you ended up just being really cool to me, and I wanted to just hang out. I'm like, oh, hey. But yeah, you gotta live with each other, and we do have to have these conversations. Anyway, here's another thing. If you guys see me itching, like right here, I have a spider bite that's like this big. Yeah, hurts. It's not a brown recluse, and it wasn't. It might have been a wolf spider. I don't know what kind of spider it was. I just know it was a spider. I come here for the hair and stay back for the content. Oh, well. Oh, man. There's no pressure there. Just one day. Did you get it looked at? No, I probably should. I probably should. it's not getting worse. It's kind of like receding, but it did this thing where like it's almost like a pimple where like you can feel something. And yeah, I should go get it looked at. That's another bill, another medical bill. I don't want another medical bill. No, I know. I'll go get it looked at tomorrow. I'll have time in the morning. Go get it looked at. I will. I would have you guys look at it, but I don't need it. I don't need the internet giving me like a whole bunch of "you're gonna die." I got bit by a spider. Like I woke up, because like I did not see the thing, so like I woke up with a spider bite. Is it? No, it's not it. Yeah, it's about the size of a quarter. It's got like the red around it, and then it's got like the little bump with the spider bite like right in the middle. I know what a spider bite looks like. I've had plenty. That's why I didn't freak out. Or it could be, actually, you know what? It could be a wasp. Like I could have gotten stung. Because that's also part of the problem. When I get stung, for some reason, I don't really feel it. I've had this problem before, where I was in the yard and I came back and I'm just like, what the hell? And like, when I hit the stinger, it's like, then it stung. Like, it hit me. But the initial sting is just like, go get it checked. I'll go get it checked. It happened 2 days ago. I wanted to wait yesterday. It didn't get worse. It got a little bit better. But the fact that, yes, it is day 3 and it's sore. Yeah. Gotta be nicer to Spider-Man. Exactly. I mean, also, I got a little pain to get to the Spider-Man part of my life. Guys, do not interrupt my transition into Spider-Man. I've been working for this my entire life. In other news, a streamer recently deceased trying to become Spider-Man was bitten by a non-radioactive spider. It turns out it was venomous. Venom took out Spider-Man. Oh, God. Give me a second. I always knew you'd transition one day. It's just, literally, it's not even the cool Spider-Man. I turn into the 6-armed version of Spider Pep doesn't do what Spider-Man does. He got bit, didn't get it checked out, and now he's dead. Whoa, dark. Knock on wood. Start stream dangling from the ceiling. Guys? Wait, does that work if I... Wait. Will this fuck with my... Oh, shit. I can just do that. Oh, shit. Nope. There. Oh, no. I broke my camera. There we go. Oh, shit. It can do that. I didn't know that. Look at that. Learn something. There we go. Just him and Tim Pepper puppet upside down. Just like, what has happened to me? What has happened to me? I always knew he'd do it. I always knew it. Do what? Become Spider-Man? I am now your mortal villain. Like I was anyway. Wait. He beat me up, guys. Look. I have a sore eye. Call somebody, help me. Ceiling flip. There you go. Oh, God. This is one of the most ridiculous shows on YouTube. I'm just gonna say it. Hey, Bloodstone, what's up? What's up? Glad to meet the real you, Spider Pep. Whip, 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 whip. The ceiling flip, dude. Okay. Now I'm going into like my whole childhood, fantasy mode where I'm just like, it would be so cool though. Although, the one thing that freaked me out was in the original Spider-Man movie when they show his like the close-up of his finger and he gets like the little, the sharp edges. I'm just like, oh, ah. Poor Mary Jane. You have to hope. You have to hope that. Is it always on? Grippers. Zombie Banana, what up? I am back. You have not been here for quite some time, so how are you? Wait. Oh my God. Yeah, you haven't been here for a long time. How have you been? Oh God. Yeah, we stretch. After well. The undead banana has risen. I think we still have a meme for you. Or yeah, we still got an emote. Wow, I can talk. As I said, dude, welcome back. I also just did get a little bit ripped. We got a new I can say straight. Yeah, got a new straight. Robin, what up? How you doing? Welcome. Blood and zombie greetings. For some reason, that kind of, like, that mixture right there kind of works. Oh, I had a really funny, conversation that you could only have at a comic shop. So we were talking about Walking Dead and like zombie stuff. And I just kind of threw it out there where I'm like, so I think that the zombie apocalypse would be easily solved if we just, ignored them for, 2 to 3 days. Because eventually everything that, they're just going to give up. Like, unless it's some kind of mystical thing that's keeping them around and like their cartilage and they're all in rigor mortis technically, and I'll be damned if there's ever one that's gonna pop up out of a freaking grave, because yeah, that would be a thing. I don't know, man. I've watched a few zombie movies. Specifically, Walking Dead is the one where I'm just like, this would have ended just in days. But no. Suspension of disbelief my ass. I like how I can watch, professional wrestling, but Walking Dead is a bridge too far where I'm like, zombies? Zombies make no sense. They'd be in rigor mortis. It would all just be them walking around like, And on top of that, Blood is not talking to me, Mr. Pat. Oh. Okay. That's okay. People are reserved or have the, I don't think that it means anything. That explains the Thriller music video. Funny enough, probably the most realistic portrayal of zombies. See, now, if they did a thing where it was a zombie virus that, 28 days later was more realistic, where it attacks the brain and that's it, everything else remains the same, and that makes a lot more sense. Because, like, a parasite that just takes over your brain like that, that's realistic. That happens in the animal kingdom. Dude, I just saw something, really creepy. There was this post going around about this rabbit that, had these tumors, and everybody's like, it's a jackalope. I'm like, Oh no, but I could see where like the jackalope mythology came from, because apparently they grow tumors that turn, like, they literally turn into horns. It is. Ugh. My car is dead. I need a new one. My phone is dead. No win in the lottery. Ah, zombie. Man, that sucks. I hate when shit cascades like that, but you know, it'll be better. It will be. You know, it will get better for you. It will. I always have to say that for me. It's sometimes I'm like, I hope that it's cool. It'll be cool. Yeah, the car being dead, man, that sucks. Need a new one. Phone being dead also sucks. Never just light drizzle. It's always a storm. Yeah. But also, some of it is perception, and like, realistically, man, I've wrestled with this, because I've wrestled with depression before. I've wrestled, you know, still wrestling with grief and things like that. I have had the two different mindsets where I know how easy it is to be locked into the storm mentality and always expecting the storm, but I've also seen the benefit of not. And sometimes just letting go, because like one of the most freeing things I ever did was like I don't like the whole whatever happens thing, because again, way to ruin a perfectly good thing from Cowboy Bebop, at least for me, and everybody's just like, that's nihilism. Like, is it? I don't know, it seems just kind of like giving into the randomness of our shared reality. But Danny Elfman did the music for Edward Scissorhands. He also was the lead singer of Oingo Boingo. It's a dead man's party. Actually, it's a good fucking song. He also did the singing voice of Jack Skellington, if you did not know that, too. I like me some Danny Elfman. Did the soundtrack for all the Spider-Man movies. That movie was a cut above the rest. Yeah. There's a reason that these are, like, you know, goth classics is kind of how I have always viewed them, but it's also just in general, like, well, Spider-Man, that one aside. All about my man today. What's going on? I get bit by a spider, and it's all I can think about. Maybe it is what's happening. Oh my god, I get my own little space in the Spider-Verse, Spider-Pep. I do like that. I'm lucky, from Europe, at least I have a roof over my head. That is true. That is true. I also do that. My mom was big on, like, the count your blessings type of thing, and I always took it for granted until I did get older. And I had a really good conversation with her before her passing, because I remember she was downsizing, and it was one of those things where she used to care a lot about that. She used to care about, like, square footage in a house and just, like, where she can put things. And then all of a sudden it was just like, no, you know, I want less. And, like, she had a really nice place near the end. But it was like, you know, nice little small house that, but man, what she did with it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. And she just kind of gave me, like, more clarity on that, because, yeah, the chase, like, she's just like, and she told me, she's like, you know, I spent so much time chasing this idea of a house that would make me happy. And she's like, I never was just happy in the house I was living in. And I'm like, holy fuck. Like, that, yeah, so rest in peace, Mom. Yeah, thank you. She had a pretty good outlook on stuff like that, especially near the end, you know, so there, I am glad for that. But also, like Meta, I can speak to my thing where I always expect the other shoe. I always do. Like it's not healthy. It's just not healthy. You can plan for the other shoe, but you know. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, just always expecting it. Yeah, not good. No bueno. I could actually apply that to our politics, though, because I have brought this up in a recent discussion about how people will perceive the left as being miserable, you know, which is funny to me because just objectively, these people, like, there's the ignorance is bliss argument too for them, and on top of it, it's also the fact that they lie, where it's just like, okay, so why are you so angry? So. Your mom taught you a good lesson about appreciating? Yeah, no, she was when I was a kid, she was always there's starving kids in Africa. Like she was totally the quintessential 90s mother. I'll send that food to the starving kids in Africa and then you'll understand what it's like. It's just like, whoa, that was a threat. Yeah, she also did not do like the gentle parenting thing. I learned the harsh lesson. You know, you don't pick up your toys. You don't see that toy again. So yeah, you were raised. No, I was raised well. I really was. I had the village type of thing though. I was very, very lucky that I had a grandmother that went above and beyond for me. I was a grandma's boy. She loved me, and I loved her. She was the coolest. She really was the coolest lady. She was crazy. Like, you want to talk about an independent woman? She was like the embodiment of it. She was the, she would begrudgingly, like, when any other dude would hold a door for her type of thing, she would kind of just be like, mm. But if I did it, then she was just like, my little gentleman. So, or she'd get mad at me if I didn't hold the door for anybody. That was another thing. Like she's big on manners, like please and thank yous, yes sir, no ma'ams kind of shit. Recognizing, I guess, authority in certain regards, as far as like parental stuff and just elders. That one I was a little bit more, I wasn't great with. I've always been a little bit of a, rebel against authority, whether it be my grandparents, or my grandma, my parents. That was a big one too. Like I really was. I was kind of a little shit. I'll admit it. I want to be honest. In the USA, I would be a homeless guy. Oh, that's wild. See, again, it does speak to the you don't want to live in the US, and that sucks because you could argue that. A lot of people don't know what's coming and they could be homeless, and the fact that he just criminalized homelessness, these people that like are all about cleaning up the homeless from the streets, I'm wondering if they're about to have a shift in their opinions. We'll see. God, I know somebody like that. It sucks. He's more convinced that he's going to make his billions and we need to protect the billionaires than the idea that he could literally be homeless tomorrow. And he's one of those guys where he does not make enough to have fuck you money. Like, say he has fuck you money in the slightest. He's one of the guys that lives paycheck to paycheck. And if he were to miss one paycheck, he would be fucked. So... And it's not just meme shit. That's where it's really weird. Where you're anecdotally just watching all of this shit happen in front of you, and then you're just like, well, I want to use this as an example, but then you get that where you're just like, oh, it's just an anecdote. I hate that. Especially in the online space where it's just like, okay, so you saw one guy. It's like, yes, but that just blanket just being like, no. I'm not going to. Hey, what my sister... on my account in your stream, I'm gonna say sorry if my sister said something stupid. Says something stupid. Is this one of those situations where you got drunk and now you feel bad? Your sister. No, well, if that happened, I don't know. I do remember I kind of remember there was some out-of-pocket stuff said in your last outing here. I have a sister? I'm not saying you don't have a sister. I'm kidding. I was joking. Like, that was a, little elbow in the, elbow in the side humor. Like, I'm never going to get my little sister phone again. Well, yeah, maybe, maybe not the best idea, especially with a stream open, where they can just go after people that they don't understand the context of the show. Also, yes, that you got to be more careful for that with yourself because, yeah, if you get banned from a community for something your sister said, you're not going to get picked up just because you're like, hey, oh, my kid got my phone and said some out-of-pocket shit. It's like, or sister or whatever. I'm also not shaming you, so I hope you're not taking this as me scolding. Just saying that, yeah, like, it's kind of on the dog ate my homework kind of like tier. It's kind of like it happens, but man, because it's a meme, you gotta prove yourself. But no, we cool. You didn't say anything. You're still here. You didn't say anything bannable. I trust my mods, so. Alrighty. Speaking of, we're going to you made me my own Spooderman meme. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh god. Getting closer, guys. I'm getting closer to the day where I'll have my own subreddit. Then it's all over. Right. Fuck. There we go. Hold on. We're back. I need to check. Oh, god damn it. Did this reset too? It did. Damn it. I thought it was my hillbilly. No. It was 10,000% my connection over here. Like I said, some stuff got reset over on Streamlabs here, and I'm crap. And it did it really reset my God damn it. It went through all my settings. Here, give me 1 second, guys. I have to reset this. Go here. Calibration. All right. What am I running at? 4691. Okay. Let's go back down to this. We're going to save stream. We're saving stream. Stream crash for you. Yeah, reset it. I didn't reset, or I didn't have a new stream start, so that means that I'm still good. Hold on, though, because why did I not? I didn't even get a warning about this on my Streamlabs side here. That's crazy. Your internet works on shock. I hopefully will. I mean, my internet's not bad, but we do have a fiber option coming up here, so I'm more than likely going to be switching to that. Which, honestly, that's going to feel good because my internet provider has more than held my feet to the fire with the whole, oh, where you're gonna go? We're like the only one in town, and the other one, do you feel like running at 800 kilobytes per second? It's like, no. Like, good, behave then, assholes. Um, it really is like that, by the way. It's been like that in Chicago for a while. We had a we had a situation where we had like a mini like protest at our village hall where everybody was just like, we need more options. We won, so how am I feeling? I'm good. I am feeling a little bit better. My hopefully my voice is coming back, but I spent too much outside or too much time outside, which is gonna that sounds funny coming from a streamer, but for real, we have the worst air quality right now in Chicago because of the wildfires. They're saying that if you spend more than 10 minutes outside, it could be the equivalent of smoking, a certain amount of cigarettes. I know if you spend an hour outside, it's the equivalent of smoking a pack of cigarettes. So have not been feeling the greatest. And it kind of explains why, like, the past 2 days I've been having, like, issues where just I haven't been feeling, like, the greatest, like, physically. So, all right. Your download is at 45. Well, everything came back here. There was a small dip. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Charcoal lungs. It sucks. Which, if anybody's from Manitoba in here, I just have to say, take care of your wildfires, damn it! Like, God, how come you guys aren't the ones getting hit with this? Somehow we got hit with your bullshit. Chicago is known for its clean air. LOL. I mean, yeah, actually, we have very limited pollution rates. I know that our particulate rate, like on here, what's the scale that this is actually on? The AQI scale. Yeah, the AQI scale, it's at 133. Usually, we're sitting, at maybe a 2. Here. Okay. Sorry, I got touchy there again. I was just like, oh no, internet. Oh no. All right, let's get to the news portion of the day here. We're going to be 15 minutes early in that regard, but I kind of feel like I should be pushing to inform you people. But I also was enjoying just kind of bullshitting. You know how it goes. First hour, I like to just hang, but gotta restructure. I'm wondering if our friend from last night is going to pop in here, the independent MAGA voter. Wouldn't mind having a conversation with him again. It was interesting getting some of those takes. Right. What would Mr. Trump do now? Okay, guys, hold on. Interlate. would that even... I have never gotten this warning before, guys. Hold on. This is really weird. Okay. You can't hear me? Son of a bitch. I might have to restart stream. Hold on, guys. Shit. No, you can hear me. Okay, guys. Thank God for that. Yes, you can hear me. No, YouTube's having a problem, like a major problem. And it's sending my stream into purgatory, essentially. But that was weird. I've never gotten that one where it's just like, it doesn't support interlaced video where, you know, saying that my Streamlabs is somehow, like, responsible. I'm like, wait, what? I am not putting this past the Streamlabs update fucking up all this stuff, though. Give me a break again. All right, so I can't fix audio on that. YouTube is in full Biden mode. I mean, if I have to quit, like, honestly, it's not the worst thing if I need to restart and just go to Twitch. Here, I'm also going to check I'm going to make sure that, like, if this stays up for the next 10 minutes, then we're good. But, yeah, this is ridiculous. I keep getting these weird errors that I've never gotten before. And then it's saying that my stream health is it's completely healthy, which that never happens. This never happens where it's just like error, completely healthy stream. Very worst case, I guess I go through OBS. That could be fine too. Oh, here we go. It's giving me a freaking frame rate error again. And yeah, Twitch is also... What up? What up, leftists? What up, Donald? Your name just happens to be orange on my side. That's a little crazy. Holy crap, it's almost like it knew. It's almost like it knew you were here. It's almost like it knew I was here, actually. Hold on. These crazy leftists, they don't know what's going on. I'm coming after their internet. You can't figure it out. I'm a boomer in a millennial body. I don't understand Twitch. I'll be honest, Twitch is... it's one of the harder ones to, like, kind of pick up and lean into. I will say that. They should work on that a little bit. Not exactly the most user-friendly. Darn leftists in my yard. These damn leftists making everything very hard for me, doing things like reporting on facts, even though that didn't come from the leftists. I do find it funny that this is like a thing. On August 1st, President Donald Trump directed his team to fire Erica McIntyre. The Biden-appointed Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner following a disappointing jobs report. Again, I don't care if you support the guy, the fact that this is like a thing where more and more people are just like, yeah, he needs to get rid of everybody who is Biden appointed. He needs loyalty. No, Donald is not new. What up, Cake? What? Cake? I called you Craig, and now I have called you Cake. Apparently, my brain does not want to say your name today. What up, Kirk? Brain be damned. Just so you know, I'm having some stream issues today, so if streams continues to cut out, then I'm more than likely just going to restart over on Twitch so we can watch some of the Jubilee videos and kind of finish out the week that way. Kate Craig. Kate Craig Kirk. Coming at you as a product of the Pep Stroke. Apparently, Texas is fixing elections for Republicans. That's, yes, this isn't an apparently. They're doing gerrymandering on a whole new level, and they're also just admitting where they're like, yeah, we're going to challenge a bunch of these blue districts. So this is where I was saying, and somebody tried to be like, oh, so you like Gavin Newsom? No. But I can admit where he is doing the right thing with this response by saying, you gerrymander Texas, we're gerrymandering California, and you're not like, you guys will never win another election again. Let's find another alternative to Pep Stroke, if you don't mind. Good idea. I didn't think about. You know what? I have a little bit of a headache. I also have. God, I can barely breathe. Oh shit! Did I not turn that on either? God damn it! Give me 1 second. Constantly do this. There we go. Then it's always Ethan videos. That's your OF stuff. I'm getting it all mixed up. This is what happens when an ADHD dude starts having too many projects. I give him credit when Gavin does. Republicans know how many empty threats Dems give. Well, and that's where I'm saying there's empty threats, but then there's the ones that kind of force them into pushing, like having to push back. Because if Texas were to do that and Gavin Newsom doesn't do anything about it, then yeah, we're fucked. And if he doesn't do anything about it before he's out of office, then we're fucked. Like, yeah. Because honestly, if California goes red, we're fucked. Like, then, yeah, that real, like, you want to talk about that Civil War movie, and people were always confused about how California and Texas started working together to create, like, Jesus Christ. The difference is then it's the whole country against just, yeah, then there is no resistance. It's not 420 somewhere, but I want to smoke. It's 420 somewhere all the time on Pep Talks. So if you need my permission, go ahead. Yeah, my condolences that you're in Texas. That sucks, man. But also, you gotta, like, that does mean you have to get out there, raise a stink, and actually, like, push back against it. Because, yeah, I know that if, like, they were trying to do that in Illinois, I'd be on the streets. Speaking of being on the streets, check out this. This gave me some hope. This is video from Tel Aviv. 360p is the actual quality of this video, so sorry if it's fuzzy. So this is a protest in Tel Aviv to protest what is going on as far as their government going and starving the people of Gaza, and they want them to end this war. So this was, again, very, very hopeful for... That's a Disney song. And here's the one. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up here. Hold on, I gotta pull this from YouTube. It's not working on Twitch. What the hell is going on with this? Here we go. And this one was from just a few hours ago. Fuck, dude. Why are they violently just shoving this girl with the bike and stealing her bike? Whoa. Dude, you see how they just pushed her back and, like, into that tree? Her head was, like, that close to just slack. Holy shit, dude. And they're protesting the starving of children in Gaza. Like, dude, holy fucking shit. This is what scares me about, like, what's coming to America. Like, if you don't think that that ICE is going to be doing this to us, as far as, like, anybody that has anything bad to say about this fucking administration, and everybody's calling us fucking alarmists, pay attention. They already do this? Oh, yeah, I know they already do this, but... Craig. Craig.
Craig, $100. We are all Panic Studio.
Thanks for the hundo. Kate Craig. I can't even say that now. Kate Craig. Thank you, Kirk. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind donation. Oh my God, we are almost there. Oh my God, we're gonna make it. All right. Well, I guess I might as well just. We're gonna have to plan the hair stream. Just, I already was. Just, oh man, now it became such a reality where I'm like, fuck. Now I really do have to choose. Like, I gotta choose one. Damn it, the pressure's on. All right. Well. Near the end of stream, I'm gonna be pulling up our choices for the braids, cause oh man, that's gonna be funny. My grandfather was a monster, but now IDS soldier and blacked out on frickin' Twitch again. Hold on. That's only on Twitch this time. What is going on today? Hairstream. It's gonna be I mean, it's gonna be rough. Okay, so I'm gonna have to obviously probably use that chair. Come on, guys, $61 to save a starving child, or watch Pep get his hair braided. I can't remember which one. Jesus, Kirk, come on, man. Yeah. Okay, now I can finally bring this back because, okay, they blacked out my... All right, now that was a censorship. Hold on. Okay, that's a big deal. If you guys had your screen go black over on Twitch, let me know. Because, yeah, I'm not seeing any interruption in my service in the middle of the Gaza story. Yes. Yeah. It literally went black, but it kept my stream going. That's crazy. Oh, man, Twitch. Okay. I see you, Twitch. I see you. The panic in Pep's face right now is so worth it. You didn't see any blackout? Oh, okay. Well, then that must have just been on my end. All right. All right, so then that means Twitch Studio blacked out. Shit. Man, I hate the fact that like every time that I do a freaking update with my OBS, it just decides to act like this for, a few days. Which honestly, I think I'm gonna do the thing where I just don't freaking update for like until I get the all clear. It didn't either. Okay, so that means here. I'm gonna keep an eye on this, but here we'll go to we'll go to this story here. If this decides to work for me. There we go. Anytime I get a little glitch, I'm being hunted, you guys. I mean, that's the whole thing with the left.
I want to get to some breaking news just into us right now. The same day as those
420. Man, they're coming after me, man. I hear the helicopters, man.
dismal jobs numbers came out. Donald Trump is firing the Commissioner of Labor Statistics, accusing the commissioner of
the MEEP state
faking
again?
the jobs numbers in a Truth Social post.
Jesus, why is it always the long, like the TLDR ones that it's just like, ugh.
Today's report.
This is where he always kind of peppers in something that's going to really hurt us.
Not only included lower than expected numbers for the month of July, but huge downward revisions for June and May, as we've been discussing. Back with us now.
God, psychologically, it's such a tell. It's just like, okay, dude, we get it. Like the ones where you can tell he's got confidence, he just says like a quick blurb. And that's it.
Now NBC.
The vomit posts are the ones where he's just like, God damn it, the jobs report's fake, everything's fine. I stop telling them anything bad about me. God damn it.
His White House correspondent, Monica Alba, on a busy day. Monica, what else is the president saying in that post?
Yeah, so this is significant, Ariel, because literally we were just talking about this a matter of moments ago. The fact that obviously when the White House and when the president specifically doesn't like the economic reports that are coming out, he bashes them. And when he does, he touts them. That's nothing new. He's been doing that since his first term and first 4 years in office and in the last 6 months or so. But what's significant about this new post on his social media platform is that he is specifically calling out Dr. Erica McIntaffer, who is the Commissioner of Labor Statistics, and he is accusing her of faking the jobs numbers before the election to try and boost former Vice President and former Democratic National nominee Kamala Harris's chances of victory. He goes on and on to talk about specifically some past jobs reports and is saying that he has directed his team to fire this Biden political appointee immediately. Now, I'm told by an administration official that has happened. I'm told again that she has been relieved of her post. And according to the president's own words here, he is saying she will be replaced with someone much more competent and qualified. He also goes on to say important numbers like this must be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated for political purposes. So this is a very lengthy post. This is, again, I think, a reflection more than anything else of the president's displeasure when he wants to be touting what he sees as the bright spots in the economic picture and wants to really downplay those that show a more weakening labor market and some of these other concerns about possible inflation. And again, all of this is being raised by.
I mean, so he's going to fire her, put somebody in charge that's going to give better numbers. But at what point, when the American people just go, I don't have a fucking job, are they going to go, but jobless numbers are the greatest they've ever, like, when things get truly Russian for us, at what point do they go, no, maybe we shouldn't have let him put all these sycophantic people in and just like, wow, Because he said he didn't want to make it political, but he made it political by making it so they're only telling good news that he wants to.
By his
got
own
it.
trade war and by these own tariff moves that he is putting into place that are raising a lot of questions about what it will mean for consumers ultimately that contribute to some of this data and some of these indications. So that's the latest from here, and we're working on more information to see who might replace her. This is a position that is Senate confirmed, and so the question now is whether there's somebody in the interim who will serve in that role in an acting capacity. Unclear who that replacement and who the next person will be in this.
It's going to be big balls
Job with the Department of Labor and who will oversee these labor statistics. Ariel.
And Trump also going after Fed Chair Jerome Powell as well, saying the economy is booming under Trump despite a Fed that also plays games. So we're just getting a taste of how irritated the president is by those job numbers and by the lack of movement by the Fed.
Well, yeah, it's also because you got caught fudging them. You literally got caught fudging the fucking numbers. And then you fired the person who caught you. Like, this realistically, like, I wish the media, even MSNBC, is being kind of irresponsible by not calling this just like a whistleblower situation.
Monica, thank you, as always, for staying on top of it.
Even though it's just her doing her fucking job. Now people doing their jobs and reporting the facts in the government are whistleblowers? That's fucked up. This really should alarm everybody. Holy crap. Oy, oy, oy. That's my go-to today. Oy, oy, oy. Oh boy. Hey, look, it's Steve. Steve's live. Oh boy. What's he saying? Ghislaine Maxwell transferred to different site. Reasons unclear. Reasons unclear. Man, you really don't want to. You don't want to say it. You just don't want to say it. Come on, man. Come on. Here we go.
Stocks are sinking sharply right now.
Sharply.
The Dow is down. Take a look at this. The Dow is down right now. A lot of points. 1.64, 1.65%.
So many points.
The Dow Jones is down 729 points right now. That's a big number.
Yes, it is, Wolf. Yes, it is.
This morning's lackluster jobs report and
That's
President Trump's new tariff policy clearly having a
Wolf Blitzer,
major impact. The Labor Department says just 73,000 jobs were added to the U.S. economy in July, far
unemployment rate is, up.
Fewer than expected, and revised figures show June with the weakest job growth in more than 4 years. President Trump is also cementing.
Yeah, line go down. Stop going down. We got to stop it going down. Don't report on it.
His break
line doesn't go down. Line only goes up under Trump.
Standing free trade policy as he announces sweeping new tariffs for the entire world. More than 60 countries now face higher rates. The new tariffs for any country with a trade deficit is now at least 15%. And more than 24 nations are being hit with an even higher percentage. These new rates will go into effect on Thursday. CNN is
and just like that, they made my friends' jobs that much harder.
Covering all the angles with Kevin Liptak over at the White House. Matt Egan in New York. Matt, let me start with you on the jobs report. Update our viewers.
Yeah, Wolf, this was an ugly report about the most important part of the U.S. economy, the job market. We learned this morning that the U.S. economy added just 73,000 jobs in July. That was weaker than expected. The unemployment rate went from 4.1 to 4.2% as expected, still low, but moving in the wrong direction. But the big thing here that has economists and investors on Wall Street alarmed is the fact that the U.S. economy added almost no jobs at all in May and June. There were these massive revisions downward to those 2 months, showing that the economy added about 250,000 fewer jobs than previously known. June at just 14,000. Some context, that's the lowest since December of 2020. Yep. When you dig into some of these sectors, almost all of the job gains in the month of July came from one sector, and that is healthcare. Other sectors, including manufacturing and business services professionals, they lost jobs. Leisure and hospitality, job growth in that key sector, that's bars, restaurants, hotels, it slowed to almost a
nothing. Vegas is a fucking ghost town.
Complete standstill. And so why is this happening? Well, two big things. One is the immigration crackdown. That is making it hard for businesses that want to hire to find the workers that they need. The other big factor, of course, is this historic trade war. All of this chaos with tariffs that are seemingly changing by the hour, it's paralyzed a lot of businesses. CEOs, they may want to hire, but they feel like they can't because they don't understand the rules of the road. The bottom line here, Wolf, the job market has been so resilient for years, but right now it is coming under significant pressure.
A lot of pressure indeed. I want to get to the new trade policy that's unfolding, Matt, right now. Some countries are celebrating.
It's a chirp, 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 chirp. Don't shoot the messenger.
Their new tariff rates, while others are slamming the U.S. Give us some perspective.
Wow. That bird needs to mind its own business.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at historically high tariffs from the Trump administration. The big key here is that countries that have a surplus with the United States, right? Countries that the United States has a trade surplus with, their minimum tariff is going to be
got some friends to go talk to.
10%. Countries that the United States has in
you just see Bloodstone literally like pointing and just berating a freaking cardinal, just like
deficit with, it's going to be 15%.
How dare you give away my personal
That's
information?
the new minimum. But we also know that starting on August 7th,
birds aren't real.
Number of countries are going to have even higher tariffs than that, including Taiwan at 20%, India at 25%, South Africa 30%. Canada on the
Switzerland.
USMCA compliant.
Hey, where's our Swiss guy?
Goods 35%.
Wheedling.
The highest in the world is Syria. The other big development is the White House has announced a 40% tariff on transshipments. These are goods that go from high tariff countries to low tariff countries before they come to the United States. This is a 40% tax on top of existing penalties. Bottom line here, Wolf, is we are talking about historically high tariffs that we have not seen in the United States in almost a century.
Interesting. Kevin Liptak is joining us from the White House. Kevin, the president has been negotiating with two of America's biggest and most important trading partners. We're talking about Canada and Mexico, our neighbors.
Have you guys seen the video of a guy that sent a he saved data to a bird and then retrieved that data, like digital
Where
data.
do things stand on that front?
Yeah, and I think the relative...
It's our favorite secret teller. He's always got such a secret to tell you. Look at him. He's hiding it. Oh, it's the very secret chocolate recipe.
Canada and...
Oh boy, I'm going to... One of these days, guys, I will show you my secret chocolate recipe.
Mexico gives you a good illustration.
Wolf has asked me about the chocolate recipe, and I almost gave it to him.
Of how the president has approached all of this, because they have fared dramatically differently in this trade war. When it comes to Mexico, President Trump spoke to that country's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, yesterday and announced this 90-day reprieve from the heaviest tariffs. So they'll remain at 25%. They were expected to hit 30%, but the president held off as he tries to work on this new trade deal with that country's president. He said that their relationship is improving. He says that the southern border makes a uniquely complicated trade deal to try and strike.
You're never going to look at this guy the same.
Canada has...
That's my favorite part about this.
...fared very differently. The president jacking up tariffs on Canada.
Look at him. He's super secret.
From 25% to 35%.
It's unsettling.
For what he says was lack of cooperation in trying to combat the fentanyl crisis. The president has had, obviously, a very testy relationship
seriously, all seriousness, the guy looks like he's hiding something.
That country, and with its new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who said in a statement that Canadians will be our own best customer. He says that they'll work to diversify their trading relations.
It's his neck and his mouth. His neck and his mouth is permanently in. Oh,
relationships throughout the world. And so in these two examples, I think you have a good illustration of how the president is approaching all of this.
Is it bad that every time that they talk about Canada, I do forget that that's what their president or their prime minister looks like?
One, these interpersonal relationships continue to be very important for the president. But when it comes to Canada and a number of other countries, you see the president using tariffs and using trade to try and exert his other geopolitical priorities. I think the other big question is whether all of this is set in stone. The president has obviously in the past shown a degree of flexibility on these rates. I think it is clear, though, that we're now entering a very different trade era.
Economist and the president of the Budget Lab at Yale University, Natasha Sarin, is joining us right now. She was also a counselor to President Biden's Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen. Natasha, thanks so much for joining us. I'm anxious to get your thoughts on the July jobs numbers that were just released this morning. Economists expected a much higher number. What's your reaction?
Well, my reaction is that what we are seeing in the economy is that the tariffs are really starting to bite. Because what happened this month is the labor market has proven to be weaker than we anticipated, both for this month here in July, but also these really substantial downward revisions for May and June, which indicate to us exactly what the models that my colleagues and I at the Budget Lab have been producing, which is when you have tariffs at these incredibly high levels, the effective tariff rate in the economy now, post all these new deals that we saw over the course of the last few days, is at about 18%. That's about 7 times what it was when President Trump took office. And that is going to lead to a smaller economy. It is going to lead to 500,000 fewer jobs in the economy. And frankly, that's what we're starting to see.
And as you mentioned, Natasha...
Get her off the screen. I thought that I just took care of this. Get the new numbers to her. Have them say it. We need to get the bullshit. We need to get our bullshit out there.
Numbers for May and June, jobs numbers, were revised down dramatically by more than 250,000 jobs. May saw just 19,000 new jobs added. June had only 14,000.
Okay.
These are huge decreases from where they were previously reported. What does this tell you about the numbers?
Well, what's really interesting, Wolf, is that I think it kind of comports with what you might expect in a world in which there's just so much uncertainty around where these trade deals and where policy is ultimately going to land. Because if you're a business in this country and you're trying to think about making decisions about new workers to bring on or where it makes sense to invest or where it makes sense to build, you're frankly in wait and see mode because you don't at all know the environment in which you're going to be operating in. You don't know how much it's going to cost to import parts to build those cars. You don't know the environment in which you're going to be able to bring in different types of products that you need to be able to sell if you're a retailer. And so I think what the economy is reflecting is that
it's funny. The guy that I know whose business is closing, he was saying yesterday that the nice part about closing his business is that he does not have to follow this daily anymore because he's like, I don't give a shit.
Of uncertainty really has.
He's like, it's freeing that I don't have to now gauge like, oh, what does this idiot do now and how's it going to affect my fucking business?
Quite seismic consequences, and we're starting to see it show up in the labor market. Also this week, though, you're starting to see it show up in inflation. You're seeing durable goods inflation.
We've been saying this, though. Like, that's what really kills me is the fact that we've been talking to economists for the past, 2-3 months? Since May. Like, this was pretty much known since May that this was going to hit right around August 1st. That's when they were saying it. Why does this always happen where they'll say, this is going to happen by such and such date? Such and such date comes, and then there's like, oh my God, who could have seen this coming?
Particularly
it's the same fucking people.
Where the tariffs are having the most bite. It's things like furniture, consumer electronics. Inflation in the last 6 months has been grown at the highest rate.
I was lined up for some grants for, but every single one of them got pulled because of Diaper Don's economy. I closed my business instead.
And then it's grown at any time in the last 4 decades absent the pandemic. So this is an economy that sort of on both dimensions with respect to inflation and with respect to the labor market.
My car friends were trying to explain to me that the Japan deal makes it cheaper to make a car and import than it is to import cars from Japan.
Is showing signs of real challenge.
The president has been claiming almost every single day that the U.S. is the, quote, hottest country in the world when it comes to the economy. Listen to what he's been saying. I want to just play this clip.
We have the hottest country in the world now. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We have the highest stock market we've ever had. We have the best numbers we've ever had.
No, no, and no.
So, Natasha, what are you?
It's like he's sitting. You sit on a throne of lies.
What's your reaction to that? What do the numbers actually show?
Well, the thing is, when President Trump took office, we actually had a very, very strong economy. The labor market was very strong, and you had inflation. It hadn't gotten all the way back to the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation target, but it was well on its way. The sort of challenge that the economy is facing right now isn't that we've had a financial crisis or that there's been some sort of seismic event like COVID. What's happening right now is we have this man-made crisis that's come as a result of these trade wars, where it's impossible for businesses to make any real decisions about how to think about investment, and also where consumers, because essentially tariffs are a tax on literally everything the American consumer is buying.
Oh my God.
When you tax those goods, you make them more expensive.
This isn't on my end, by the way. This is the video.
And that impacts the pocketbooks of the American people to buy those goods, but also changes their choices about other goods that they're going to be able to buy if the prices of things they need for things like back to school shopping or buying a new car have increased so dramatically.
Is this an actual clip from this? The NPR? Oh, no. It's the same thing. Fuck. HASAN was on NPR, and from my understanding, it was a great interview, but that's one that I was going to clip instead, but unfortunately, they have the same problem with Jubilee right now. Go figure. You think NPR, public radio. Bloodstone, I know they were saying Ford and GM or Stellantis should move manufacturing to Japan and import cars. That's why I think that this led to a whole bunch more going to other countries because they got sweetheart deals with other manufacturing hubs. I heard that Taiwan and Vietnam, I heard they got some too. That's what these services. That's why these services from NPR to your internet provider need to be nationalized. Yeah. Yeah. Well, NPR is now defunded. Well, ish. Renationalized. Yeah, the fact that it's under a private model and it's literally saying like you can. I don't want to read this because yes, this is actually like a connection thing, but they're just saying you have to reach out to them. Forget it. Well, I'll do that later. We got some updates. So apparently Russia's ex-president made Trump really mad, and Trump did this thing where he's just like, "All right, you mother effer, you wanna play games? Well, let's see, battleship."
And some breaking news coming into our newsroom at this hour. President Trump has announced that the U.S. will be moving 2 nuclear submarines in light of remarks made by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. Trump and Medvedev have traded jabs in recent days after the president
I have to say, this is kind of funny. Like the fact that he's getting that under Trump's skin is a little funny to me, but the implications, not so funny.
The deadline for Russia to make a ceasefire with Ukraine. For more on this, I want to bring in senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez. And Louis, what are these submarines actually going to be doing here?
That is a really good question, Alex, and actually triggers a whole lot of other questions. Number one, were these already submarines that were deployed to the area as part of the regular deployment of the U.S. submarine force around the world? What kinds of submarines are we talking about? If it's an attack submarine, that means this is a submarine that engages only other submarines. Is it a ballistic missile submarine? It's what's nicknamed as a boomer.
They are different.
Something that carries a nuclear-tipped ballistic missile. That could carry an intercontinental ballistic missile, what's known as.
I mean, if he does that, then that's almost a that's a borderline declaration of war.
An ICBM. Is it
Could you imagine if Russia did that? They put a known nuclear submarine on our fucking water shores?
Is it a hunter submarine? These are all different questions that are being raised by this very vague social media post by President Trump. And so one of the things that we have to remember is that this is what submarine forces do. They are constantly around the world on classified missions, and it is very...
The fact that he's also doing the divide and conquer strategy still in his second term should also alert people to the fact that it's like, oh, okay, so what's the end game? Like, honestly, like, I've been thinking about this. Like, what's the fucking end game? Send us, like, draft everybody and send us into this war that he's cooking up?
Very rare to actually disclose that a submarine mission is underway or a kind of deployment in this way, as President Trump is saying in this social media post. So it's very, it's just a lot of questions that officials here at the Pentagon really don't have answers to because they're referring all of our questions to the White House.
All right, Louis, thanks for that breakdown.
This is the golf ball that my caddy just threw down, and I put it in the hole in 3 shots. I'm the best. I won the golf trophy. I'm the best. Nobody's better than me. Well, then you're just a lame accelerationist, and you should not participate in solution-focused chats. Wait. What are you guys on over here? Let's see. Kirk. Where'd you start this? I love how people are complaining about buying a new car or back to school shopping, like grow the F up, live in the woods, no school or cars, problem solved. Underhill, I think you took that a little too, he didn't, he's kidding. Yes, they should. Yes, it did. And yes, they will. Wait. Subsidizing soda is not a better alternative. That's exactly my plan. I'm moving back to the property and I won't contribute or work or pay taxes for 25 years. So you really want that? Just remove highly skilled tech workers from the economy forever? Yes. I want Mad Max up in this bitch. I'm a person who's blocking you. Underhill, bye, Felicia. We're going on about birds and acceleration for a half hour. What am I supposed to think? I don't know. He's literally talking about birds and, again, what's the accelerationist thing that he's talking about? I'm not getting that from this. He's talking about boobus and a... Okay. I don't know. Underhill smells like pickles, and it is jealous. Seriously, you're a pain in the ass sometimes. I gotta say, dude. I love you, but holy crap, you were just like, hey, you know what? Hold on, there's this fire. I got something for it. Just, it's like a Gatorade bottle full of just gasoline. Just, yeah! Let's keep this bitch burning. Oh, man. You make me laugh.
In some bombshell news, the U.S. economy not only added an anemic 73,000 jobs in the month of July, which would unto itself be one of the worst performing job growth months in the last decade, but the previous 2 months were also revised down by a total of 258,000 jobs, bringing May down to just 19,000 total jobs added, and June down to just 14,000 total jobs added. It is the worst 3-month job growth period since the pandemic, when Donald Trump himself presided over the loss of over 20,000 jobs, and prior to that, you'd have to go back to 2010 for a similarly bad performance. And frankly, there was no getting around how bad this number was, to the point where even the right had to contend with the reality of the situation. And look, sure, sex might be nice, but have you ever watched
we get
Bartiromo
Fox Business, okay? I want to see some Fox Business clips. I want to see them contend.
Over some of the weakest job numbers in the last 20 years.
73,000 jobs.
It's very quiet.
73,000 jobs created in the month of July. Number just coming out.
And that's total.
4.2% is the unemployment rate, right in line with expectations. Here are the numbers. For the month of July, jobs came in at 73,000. That was lower than the expectation, which called for 110,000 jobs. The unemployment rate right in step with expectations at 4.2%.
Okay, yes, that was brutal, but it's a fluke, a one-off. Surely Fox's Brian Kilmeade can squeeze out a better spin here, right?
Marcus, first off, your take on those numbers.
Well, I think I'm a little concerned. If you look at the revisions that happened in the last jobs report, that number came crashing down. So is 73,000 really 7,000?
No, that doesn't seem better. Well, surely Trump's former economic advisor, Stephen Moore, will have some way to spin this.
I think the main reason we saw weakness in those numbers in March, April, and May was because of the trade turmoil. I talked to small businesses all over the country. A lot of their factories came to a standstill. They didn't know if they could get their parts in. They didn't know what was going on. You know, it was threats of 50% tariffs and so on. There was a lot of turmoil.
Not only are they acknowledging how bad the jobs report is, but you've got a clear admission that the disappointing numbers are the direct result of Trump's tariffs and trade war, which is bad news for Trump because the rule is that Trump gets all the credit but never the blame. So this is especially bizarre territory that we're in right now. I'm sorry, but is there no loyal
Bloodstone's out there collecting debts right now.
foot soldier to dear leader Donald Trump?
Every time that you like, so for every bird emote that I'm seeing, it's another debt paid.
Who's willing to give the base less of what it needs to hear and more of what it wants to hear?
The month of July, unemployment rate ticks up 1/10 of 1 percentage point.
Man, it really you can see how uncomfortable they get with bad news now.
Point to 4.2.
At what point do they kind of start breaking here, though? At what point do they go like, okay, enough of this?
73,000 jobs created. Unemployment rate is expected. Jobs a little bit below what Wall Street expected at 110,000, but I would say mostly in line with expectations.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, good.
So there we go.
Yeah.
News all around.
That's good.
All right, well, we'll have more on that.
Well, not really all around, but kind of, I mean.
And remember, you can always go to newsmax.com for more breaking news. Now, let's get back to the newly declassified documents and more proof of what President Trump has always said, what many conservatives always knew: Russia, 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 an election scheme of the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Wow, good news all around. And now, back to our regularly scheduled programming in the year of our Lord 2025, Hillary's emails. But here's what I think is the worst part of today's developments, aside, of course, from the devastating and incriminating news about Hillary Clinton's emails. It's that 26,000 total manufacturing jobs were lost in May and June. Remember, the whole point of this trade war that Trump is engaged in was that Donald was going to reshore those lost jobs. Remember this proclamation from Trump from way back in March? President Trump is remaking America into a manufacturing superpower? Or this one? President Trump is putting American workers first and bringing back American manufacturing. Or how about Trump's trade representative, Jamison Greer?
The president's goal here is to reduce the trade deficit and to reshore manufacturing.
This guy definitely does wild, like Civil War reenactments.
And to really use tariffs as a tool of trade policy and economic policy like it's meant to be used.
Or how about Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent?
President Trump is remaking the U.S. into a manufacturing economy.
And even Donald J. Trump himself.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. More production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America.
Well, here's what that golden age looks like. See where the bars shrink all the way down off to the right? The most anemic job growth as far as the eye can see? Yeah, that's where we're at right now. Are you soaking in all the golden age-ness? Granted, it's not all downside. Let's not forget that while Americans are losing jobs, the economy is slowing, that inflation is rising, that at least Donald Trump is focused on what truly matters.
Get to questions. I do have one other announcement from the White House and from the President. We are proud to announce that the construction of the new White House ballroom will begin. For 150 years, presidents, administrations, and White House staff have longed for a large event space on the White House complex that can hold substantially more guests than currently allowed. President Trump has expressed his commitment to solving this problem on behalf of future administrations and the American people.
The American people. Yes, the American people are ever going to get to enjoy this fucking ballroom because you can, yes, book a wedding at the White House ballroom. What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? We're really doing, like, he's literally making the White House into fucking Mar-a-Lago. That's insane. Like, dude, the people who even, I don't know, remotely give a shit about the history of this country, the fact that he got rid of the Rose Garden from literally Jackie fucking Kennedy, one of the most beloved presidents and first ladies to ever be in the office, and we're just it's like, yeah, he literally put up a fucking stone porch.
So while the economy might be in pretty bad shape, at least Trump is getting his ballroom. So when things start to feel
like, it really is kind of like, I don't know. I hope it's but again, these are the things where no matter what, the right is seeing that. Like, the people that love Trump are getting that news. They're getting the ballroom news. And it makes me wonder, like, are they just taking everybody that they hear on Fox News with, like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, this propaganda sure is working. Or do they actually have that little teensy bit of, independence where they're just like, well, that's not cool. Seems like a waste of taxpayers' money to have a room to entertain billionaires.
Pretty grim. Just remember that for Donald Trump, things are going to get a little more opulent. Of course, with all of that said,
literally, while it's getting worse for us simultaneously, literally the same day that his jobs report.
At least Trump predicted all of this would happen when he tweeted during the campaign, "If Kamala wins, you are 3 days away from the start of a 1929-style economic depression."
It's hilarious how we're cratering towards it too. Like, anybody that understands history and is looking at the trade situation and is looking at the fact that the economy is going in the wrong direction.
I win, you are 3 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, and the brightest
3 days. 3 days. Yes,
economic future the world has ever seen. Okay, so maybe not an exact prediction, more like a prediction where the opposite of what is predicted is what actually happens. And yet, this is what Trump does. He promises the world to his supporters with zero intention of ever following through. It is his entire MO.
How many piggy overalls and trucker hat wearing MAGA are going to learn that ballroom dancing just in case? Yeah,
he doesn't actually care about any of the things he tells his supporters are going to happen.
I learned how to two-step.
That is how he lures people
just in case I get my invite from the truckers caravan.
In his first term, he promised an infrastructure law that never materialized, a healthcare plan that was cheaper and more comprehensive that never materialized, a middle-class tax cut that never materialized, a jobs boom that never materialized, a manufacturing renaissance that never materialized. But he did make time for a tax cut for himself. And now he's doing the exact same thing, promising reduced costs and cheaper groceries and lower rent and justice when it comes to Epstein's victims and accountability for his criminal associates, but he's not delivering on any of those things. The only thing he's actually done is give himself a tax cut yet again. He will sacrifice the entire economy, all of our jobs, to get that cash for himself. The guy does not care about you, and he never has. He only cares about himself, his donors, his family, and his wallet. And he doesn't care what he has to destroy to make sure that he and his bottom line are taken care of. Before you go...
Sorry. All right, so we got 2 debates with MEHDI HASAN today. MEHDI debated on Pod Save America, and he also debated Mick Mulvaney. I forgot what he did. He is the what does Mick Mulvaney do? He's one of the fucking Trump guys. I don't fucking know. Oh my god. And then I've also got oh my god. Wait, what is he doing?
And I guess this is the new part. as you heard, the
all right.
The press secretary said it's going to cost $200 million, and Trump and others are going to donate for it.
Right.
I'm right, though. Right, that's the current front or back of the White House. And then this would be the addition here, if I'm looking right. And they're going to start on this in what, September? She said.
This doesn't seem like a giant fucking waste of money to you guys. Okay. All right, Steve. He really is just fucking useless. All right, so I did not catch the interview with Crystal on Majority Report, so I kind of wanted to catch that with all of you guys. So let's take a look. Oh. I had this queued up a little bit more solidly. Give me 1 second. Wait, gotta do the Bat Tootsie. We've all done it. Anybody that has watched the Majority Report has done it.
We are back, and I'm so happy to be joined today by Crystal Ball, once again, the co-host of Crystal, Kyle, and Friends and Breaking Points. Crystal, thanks so much for coming on the show.
It is always a pleasure, my friend.
Always a pleasure. And I'm so glad I was able to book you because you...
I mean, honestly, can we just address the fact that her parents are... It's like if my parents named my sister Chili.
You probably have a lot of requests to go on shows and talk about that interview with Senator Alyssa Slotkin. I mean, oh gosh, we're saving it to the end, but
why does the room look so much more?
It was pretty satisfying. Have you gotten some good
differently
feedback?
Than Kyle?
I don't think. Okay, the two things I've gotten the most feedback for in my life were the last Bill Maher appearance I did and this interview. The range of people who reached out to me as well. It had like a mainstream breakthrough that we don't always achieve in independent media. So that was interesting.
Yeah, and it was really amazing. So we'll talk about that in a bit. But I opened the show speaking about these job numbers and the manufacturing job losses that, I mean, Trump can't hand wave away here, but these tariffs are beginning to make their impact felt, especially the uncertainty that he's creating. And like you saw that Wall Street did not react well this morning in terms of the markets. And then you have, or maybe it was preceding that, Trump was like, oh, maybe we'll push it back to August 7th or something like that. What's just so frustrating is that the tariff delays also have a contracting impact on our economy, maybe even more so than if he were to have implemented tariffs that were slighter.
And the fact that he pushes the deadline back every time it hits. So it's like the uncertainty is the point. But this is also, like I said, it's already having its cascading effect where you have small businesses that are going out of business because they don't know what to do. They don't know what to expect. So they're not re-signing leases. A lot of people are just done because this added stress to what's already just the fucking daily grind it's insane. And honestly, like as an American, I don't care Republican or Democrat, this is unfucking fair. What the fuck? Like, why aren't more people mad at him about doing this shit? And honestly, I have heard this from like Republican business owners that are just like, it'll work out in the long run. Honestly, at the end of the day, we're going to end up making the money back. But now it's kind of funny. We're not even into September and people are starting to freak out on the right where they're just like, God, I don't think I'm going to be able to weather this storm the way that I thought I would.
And it still would have contributed to inflation.
And then this guy, he comes out here, he's like, maybe we'll talk about a stimulus check.
But he is
$600. We'll give $600 to every qualifying American.
Creating uncertainty so there's no investment in the economy.
What's that do? I don't know. Like per his fucking explanation from when Biden was doing it, it's just going to throw up the inflation.
And people are taking their business elsewhere.
They're trying to buy your vote, like all that bullshit, without then acknowledging that it's like, wait, you mean like the stimulus check that you had to hold up to put your fucking signature on because you're you?
And that's the big problem here that is still ongoing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of problems here that are still ongoing, but you know, it's not just the jobs report. And I know you probably covered this, but the really big news is the revision of the past 2 months.
Yeah.
So 258,000 fewer jobs created, and the White House was really crowing over those numbers. They were,
and somebody had said it when those numbers came out that was all federal government jobs that were already that were lost by Doge and then reclaimed, kind of thing, where it's just like they
early
they
this
fudged
week.
the
I also
numbers
was
that
on
way
Piers
too,
Morgan
where it's just like, oh, technically those jobs are just refills.
this week, and he was doing his like, Crystal, don't you need to give Trump credit for the economy's not falling apart? And Bill Maher was out there doing his like, oh, I was totally wrong about Trump and the tariffs. Actually, the economy is fine. And those jobs reports were a very important part of their sort of hallucination that this was all going well and great. Not to mention, it ignored the fact that, you know, the most maximalist tariffs he had pulled back. So it's not like this was.
Yeah, it's weird. Right wingers are always complaining about the economy and inflation. Now it's a huge 180. Politics hurts my feeble brain. I mean, for real, sometimes it does get to that point where you want to check out because you're like, you guys don't actually care about this. You're so embarrassed at being wrong about this. And your life is comfortable enough for, like, it's not hitting you enough for you to actually care. The second that their energy bills spike to the point where they're just like, wait a minute, I can't afford this, then they're going to start noticing. But somehow they'll blame Biden's policies. Like, this is what really is so fucked up, is how effective the whole Biden hatred and just not, again, the whole sunken cost fallacy, where it's just they will never admit that they're fucking wrong.
Tariff regime either.
So I actually take that back. Even with those high energy bills, they're still, you know what?
But now we are
Case
seeing
in point, they're going to
that
blame Biden.
This
they're going to blame the Democrats.
picture
It's
that
always
is
the same
developing
shit.
fits with the fact that there's a big consumer spending pullback. Layoffs are increasing. We are at the highest level of consumer debt recorded in history. You're starting to see prices tick up. You've had very slow GDP growth. So these jobs reports really make a lot of sense in terms of the horrific across the board economic policy, not just on tariffs, but really across the board of what Trump is doing. And, you know, kind of give us a picture of, oh, no, it is going just as badly as people are feeling. And ordinary Americans already knew that because they were already giving Trump really terrible ratings with regard to the economy. So I think they will spin it. I've already seen the spin. I don't know if you've seen this yet, but they're claiming like, oh, well, that's all job losses among foreign-born workers.
Yes.
But for native-born workers, things are going great. So that's going to be, they're going to do this sort of like fascist cope around it is the plan.
I had meant to mention that in the opening segment. I'm glad you brought that up because I sort of talked around it. But when we're looking at these payroll employment figures, payroll employment does not include farm workers. It also does not include gig workers. If you're self-employed or you're a freelancer, these figures that we're seeing, which are already horrible, are the ones that are jobs that are largely.
Which I don't think you understand how much of the economy gig work is.
On like voters or people who
saw
are
how many
citizens,
bikers
as opposed to
like Uber Eats,
gig work or farm work or stuff that you might be doing.
By the way, we have like, you know, people on bikes that deliver Uber Eats here.
Temporarily, stuff that requires less documentation about your citizenship status, so it's outside of like getting a
That also do not exactly follow traffic laws. I will say that much.
W-2, and we don't know those figures are a little bit more shadowy. The numbers we're seeing are like private sector and some public sector work that is involved in that are exactly the voters that, you know, Trump is that are furious with Trump right now.
Yeah, well, and to your point, how do you spin manufacturing job loss? Like this whole thing was supposed to be about like bringing back the manufacturing jobs. You're losing manufacturing jobs. You are failing. It's really that simple. And there's some write-ups about the way that the tariffs that have been put in place are affecting Ford specifically. And the auto industry is often held up as one of those industries that's really going to benefit. You know, the American auto industry is really going to benefit from tariffs. Ford is getting screwed because they actually have more of their production outside of Tesla, interestingly. They have more of their production in the US than really any other automaker. But because the tariff that was put on Japan was relatively low compared to now the tariff put on Canada, where, you know, you have a lot of auto parts and back and forth, and you have manufacturing being conducted by American automakers in Canada, and you have these 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum, Ford is really getting screwed over in a way that's causing them to have to contract. So, the tariffs are, neither one of us are like free trade ideologues here.
Right.
I'm for a good, intelligent protectionist policy. And that's actually part of what pisses me off is this is the polar opposite of that. There's zero industrial policy to go along with it. There's zero strategy. We're also having situations where, apparently the reason why Canada is getting such a high tariff, according to Trump, is because he doesn't like what they're doing with regard to Israel-Palestine. The reason Brazil's getting such a high tariff at 50% is because he doesn't want his buddy Bolsonaro to be held accountable for his attempted coup in that nation. So how do you even spin this as being in the national interest?
Yeah.
This is all just about his own little,
his little personal grievances with the way that other people are running their nations, which again, if anybody did that to him, he'd immediately just be like, fuck you.
And hangups and whatever he feels.
Like, honestly, and like his supporters not seeing this as also being deeply problematic. Like, dude, like you have a ton of just, I would say 28% of this country realistically want America, the world, where we just take over the world and it's all run by the American fucking emperor, like the God Emperor of the world, Trump. Like they would be more than happy with that.
Feels on any given,
which I want you guys to sit with that
day.
I mean, the Canada thing is definitionally Israel first, not America first. It's Israel
Absolutely.
first. And that's the kind of thing that,
and then they would literally just be like, well, you're going to cry about it?
The base does not have, in my view, a liberatory policy about Palestine or one that emphasizes multiculturalism or one democratic state from the river to the sea. It is one that is isolationist, but there is value here in emphasizing that Trump is literally prioritizing Israel's,
By the way, guys, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button. Appreciate it.
Basically appeasing their temper tantrum here.
Candid lithograph. I'm disgusted by how many grown-ass adults have the nerve to change their minds now after voting for him less than a year ago.
Putting that ahead of...
Hi, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
Keeping prices.
Welcome to stream. I appreciate having you here. Hit that follow button, and yeah, let's
slower
let's
coming
have some
over
fun.
from Canada. I mean, it's absolutely insane. And if any other person was doing this, it would be a national scandal.
And also, I totally agree with your take there because yeah, it is disgusting. I have a bunch of normie friends that just voted for him because he wasn't Biden. But they are trying to use that to not be accountable for their vote, where they're just like, yeah, dude, I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I'm not supporting him now. I'm like, yeah, but like, I did try to tell you that it would be this bad, and you're kind of blatantly ignoring that it is. Like, that's the problem.
Yeah, and it does, it at the same time that he's...
I mean, honestly, all I'm looking for is I was wrong. I am sorry. And I would honestly move on from that.
Destroying the economy. He's also cutting...
A lot of us just have to admit that's what we're looking for, too.
Social safety net.
Yeah.
He's also engaged in this, mass deportation, immigration cruelty, which is both theater and horror and reality, which is also, terrible for the economy.
I'm not refusing a shift in support politics and all that process stuff, but talk about having no moral values. Yeah, they have absolutely. Yeah, no, they don't. They don't have any guiding moral values outside of their selfish fucking ambitions to just get theirs and close the fucking door.
Terrible for prices and
you know how many of these people, honest to God, would burn their neighbor's house to save theirs?
Inflation. I mean, it's just, that's why I say it's not just the tariffs. The complete picture of the Trump economic policy is just one of complete captured oligarchic consolidation, whilst cutting the legs out from any ordinary American and their aspirations for the future.
And it's just enclosing around existing sectors to enrich the friends and buddies of Donald Trump, and the future of the economy be damned. Like, when we're talking
time for another 2-hour service. All righty, I'll catch you later, Sean.
A lot of the good parts of the...
I'm mad about it because it's temporary. I promise you. It happens every time. America's memories are so short.
The Inflation Reduction Act. We could be having a...
As I said, I feel like you're a good fit here. Thanks for stopping by, and yeah, hit that follow. We're almost to 420.
Industrial policy.
He did it.
That does include tariffs and some protectionism, but you have to
pair
that.
We're almost at 420. We're 2 away from 420.
Mention with a long
Sorry, I know I'm a
form,
dork. Whatever, I don't care. I'm excited for this.
domestic onshoring project that would include basically building up the capacity to make these goods before imposing tariffs on them.
Also,
because all this does is raise prices because we just genuinely
you don't mind hopping
don't
over to
have
my
the
YouTube
capacity
channel
to
and subscribing to
manufacture
the channel.
goods
Really
that he's
helps me
saying
out.
he wants to manufacture in the United
really
States.
does.
But he betrays his true motivation with the Canada thing, which is like, I am using this as a way to bully countries I don't like into accepting positions that are more akin to my own or that are favorable to my buddies like Bolsonaro. I mean, it's truly authoritarian in ways that I still don't think the public has fully caught up to yet.
Yeah, if you guys are over on YouTube and enjoying the content and you are a subscriber and not following over on Twitch, hop on over there. As I said, we're 2 away from 420.
Yeah.
We can hit 420 today. That'd be awesome.
I think that's right. And a lot of it is fake too. Like the after he announced the Japanese trade deal, the Japanese came out and were like, that's not actually what we agreed to.
No,
After this
and that
big
was wild. That was wild how he had a whole day of going out there. Yeah, the Japanese are going to, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. They signed a deal where they're going to pay 15%. We're going to pay 0. Goose egg, completely goose egg. And then when they were pressed on it, all of a sudden they're just like, no.
EU trade deal was announced. Lo and behold, they come out and say, well, we can't actually, this like $600 billion or whatever that they were supposed to invest in the youth. They're like, well, we can't actually compel companies to do that. So it's just sort of like aspirational. But they know that if you give him something to placate his ego, then he'll take that and run with it. So it is authoritarian. It's about him having power. And it's partly why, big business is okay with Trump, because they know they've got the money to, spend however many $1 million and get.
Thank you, Josh, for the subscription. Appreciate
at the table and get their carve-outs and get their deals. And so they're happy to benefit from this, consolidation of oligarchy, which is just Trump's just been on a speed run of since he came back into power.
The other big story still remains the Epstein saga and Donald Trump's incredibly clumsy cover-up of his involvement in the Epstein files. It's now been reported that he was told he was in the files.
Yeah.
Bloomberg this morning came out with a report saying he was one of the names that was redacted in the files. And this is entirely like his own fault. And it's so sloppy and incredible to me that he got himself into this situation where he thought he could appease people or he thought he could escape the very real reality that he was like friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and he must know that in his brain.
He definitely knows.
He realistically did not think that they were going to make that big of a deal about it. Honestly, and he thought that when Jeffrey Epstein died and Ghislaine was in prison, he thought he had all the control. I think that this was a product of Joe Biden getting into office and him not having the final stages of burying everything that was there. And yes, the Democrats didn't use it. Like, that's their big thing where it's like, well, how come Biden didn't say anything? That's proof that he didn't have it. It's like, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't think it was the priority.
He's that deteriorating.
Also, there were talks about like declassifying things, and then that's how we knew about the redactions. Like, we had all this redacted information that was in that white binder before it was ever released by Trump. Like, that was under Biden. So there was transparency there that's just blatantly being ignored.
And then we have another problem on our hands, but like the absolute egomania of thinking he could get away with this while running on releasing the Epstein files is astounding to me. And I don't know, it's hard for me to gauge how
oh my God. Here, I gotta figure out how
long
much
the
is longer
story
in
is
this
going to
interview. I
last,
really
and I'd
gotta
love your
pee.
take on it. Because one, I think that Mike Johnson unfortunately made the right move with this congressional recess. Like, it is
I'll be
harder
right
to
back.
keep the
I gotta run
story
to the
in the
bathroom.
news without there being pressure on the legislature that it was Ro Khanna and I think Massey was putting on them amongst other Democrats and as well. But there is this drip, drip, drip. So I'm not sure, what's your take on the political salience of this, basically? And you do a show with Sagar, who's on the right and is probably a little bit more in touch with like how his base is responding to this than maybe I am.
I mean, I think the base has bought his, like, either there's nothing to see here, or if there is, it's Hillary and Brennan and Comey. I think the base has already, like, accepted the, like, insanely stupid and transparent rationale and is happy to, like, move on and pretend there's nothing to see here. I think where he does take a hit from this is in that sort of, like, more independent bro podcast sphere. And it just, this was key lore in terms of him positioning himself as a phony outsider, and so when you take that away, it makes it harder to maintain, like, you're this punk rock figure going after the system when you're the one now actively, like, both in the files and engaged in the cover up. So I think it has some salience there. I also have to say that our friends in the Democratic Party, many of them are like, oh, this is Watkins. Oh, it's just a distraction. And we really need to get back to talking about the one big, beautiful bill. And, like, yes, that's very politically salient. We need to be talking about that, but you could do both. This is the sort of thing where if the roles were reversed, Republicans would never let this frickin' thing go. And yet Democratic leadership finds it kind of icky, or they're implicated, or they don't like the intel connections, or whatever it is. They don't go for the jugular in the same way, and maybe just aren't really capable of going for the jugular in any sort of circumstance, even when they want to. So unfortunately, I do think that sort of lessens some of the impact. The question is whether there are more revelations that keep the story alive. We're not going to get anything interesting from the government. They're working out whatever deal they're working out with Ghislaine Maxwell. I saw she was just transferred to a different federal prison in Texas. I don't know what that's all about, but it sure looks like there's some fuckery afoot there. So it all comes down to, if there are leakers, if there's more information that comes out that sort of keeps the story alive. Otherwise, I think he takes a modest hit. I think he continues to slide with independents. I think he continues to fall off a cliff with young men, has been a demographic group that has, like, led him. But it ceases being the existential crisis that for a moment it felt like it might be.
Yeah, and it's just another example of Donald Trump just having
on I-83 here in PA. We got got shut down today. A truck tipped over carrying frozen glizzies and spilled glizzies all over the highway.
Different rules that apply to him than to other politicians. It's just that is his, like, greatest power. Also, just the idea that he's such an idiot in so many other ways, but kind of a marketing savant as well. But, like, in terms of the drip, 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 what gives me a little bit of hope on this front is
big deal, guys. Casual Friday today, just because, kind of just felt like sweatpants.
That, like, the voices of the victims,
only on Fridays.
The traditional media is not. They're more comfortable in that space and putting the victims' families forward to talk about their experience, which victims should not get lost in this. There's a lot of other, I think, important lessons that we could learn if we have more information about, say, intelligence ties, say, government secrets, that kind of thing, that it's going to be a lot harder to get to. But last
you're
night,
at 419
Virginia
now.
Giuffre's
We're so
family
close.
went on CNN with Caitlin Collins, and this is what her brother had to say about Donald Trump and their continued kind of...
Although it might say 420 on your end, because I know that sometimes it... for some reason, I think it takes one out.
Cover up about the Epstein files.
Was convicted of the crime.
Sky, when you hear the word stolen used to describe what happened to your sister when she was recruited away and sex trafficked, I wonder what goes through your mind.
She wasn't stolen. She was preyed upon at his property, at President Trump's property. And I think it's very important that we don't treat it like stolen. Seems very impersonal. It feels very much like an object, and these survivors are not objects. Women are not objects. What goes through my mind is that it's time to protect survivors, and it's time to protect the young women and our future generation of young women. So no, she wasn't stolen. She was preyed upon. And it certainly makes you kind of ask the question, how much he knew during that time, right? Even a couple of years later, even after he, I believe he had stated something along the lines of cutting off communication or kicking him out. You know, he described Jeffrey Epstein as somebody who really enjoyed being around young women. And so she was preyed upon. She wasn't stolen. That's a predator that came and took her.
Should have done this a long time ago. Yeah, exactly. But Caitlin Collins, she was too busy, you know, riding in limousines with Donald Trump.
America is back.
Fucking America is back.
And did absolutely horrible things to her and so many other women out
Sorry,
there.
that's the video that I have lined up for.
Yeah, and
Danny, does it?
I think
Yes,
you know
this is Twitch.
Virginia was such a anyone who's followed this story a little bit knows her as such a brave voice in this. I mean, she identified Prince Andrew as somebody who abused her. She was integral in kind of cobbling together some of the survivors to try to stand up to Jeffrey Epstein. And her life was not easy, and she died recently. And you hear how Trump callously speaks about her like property. I mean, this makes sense when you have a rapist as the president, but I wonder, like, we saw this campaign of misogyny from the outset in 2024 with Donald Trump, with fantasies about Kamala getting beaten up, to she's a slut, to whatever it is. And I know that the right doesn't care about that, and they kind of get off on the idea of a Democrat or a black woman being humiliated like that in their view. But when it comes to these survivors, a story that they've followed, maybe this isn't the MAGA base, but it's like young independents that listen to Andrew Schultz or Theo Vaughn or whatever. They've got to go, this is disgusting. And this is also a cover-up. This guy's one of the elites that I hate, even though he positioned himself in every way to show that he's outside of that. And then, you know, frankly, the Democrats don't do him any favors by any favors by separating Republicans from Trump's brand altogether.
Yeah, no, that's right. And
Well, no, because they have to. These are our colleagues. I have to work with these people in the Senate and in the House because, you know, we're technically colleagues and there's a decorum. But then literally the next interview, these Democrats are ruining our country. We can't let them have any more power. I don't actually mean it. Do you think they say that? Do you think they like get off interviews and it's just like, okay, how was that one? Like a wrestling promo?
Virginia's brother.
Let me tell you something, brother. These Democrats, they know exactly what they're doing. They're ruining the country. They're doing it on purpose. We need to stop these damn Democrats from ruining the country. The leftists, the far leftists, the Antifas, we've got to go after them. What do you have to say in response? Well, I gotta say there, Mean Gene, that all these accusations, I think that what they are just a bunch of truths about themselves there, Mean Gene.
There makes some really important points. I mean,
we'll see them in the squared circle that is called the ballot box.
First of all, just the language of she was stolen from Mar-a-Lago is so disgusting and does reveal a
It's kind of sad how well that worked.
Mentality about women that I think he and Epstein shared, which is that they're not humans. They're like, they are objects to be traded around or used for your own enjoyment, used as like, you know, to give you status, you know, let me surround myself. That's why he buys the pageants and, you know, has the modeling age. Let me surround myself with them because it makes me look better. I mean,
You know what's crazy? The fact that it was lead-lined rooms, so it's like, who are they hiding their shit from? Superman?
Is, I think, less about sex drive for Trump and more
The one thing that Superman cannot get, the Epstein files.
this sort of like
He can't see where they are.
transactional proprietary approach to women where they're just another object for him to manipulate in his own image crafting. And so
try plugging it in. What up, dude?
First of all, the language of stolen really speaks to that. But yeah, of course, it doesn't raise
How are you? How's your day been?
questions about whether Trump knew what was going on. Trump knew what was going on.
Yeah.
He knew this young girl 16, I think, at the time.
I mean, the fact that he this was also damning. The fact that he could remember her, where it's just like, hold on, you know what? Yeah, no, I do. I remember her.
Was traffic from his organization.
That one.
It's after that, as her brother points out, that he gives a quote saying Jeffrey likes him young. They were best friends for years and years, close enough for him to pen this like very romantic seeming birthday note, and with the sketch of the naked woman and his signature is the pubic hair, to Jeffrey Epstein. There's no way that you were frequenting those circles. We know he organized a party.
Yeah, that's what that is.
With all of these girls, where the only male guest was Jeffrey Epstein. So I don't know what else he was into. I don't know what, Mossad or whoever may have on him. He certainly acts like they got a lot. But I think it would be preposterous to think that he didn't know something of what was going on here.
What do you think of the Democrats? This is a good way for us to sort of transition to the Slotkin interview, but their uncomfortability with this topic. It's depressing to me that in 2008 we had Obama get elected in no small part due to opposition to the Iraq War, and there was an opportunity for the Democrats to extricate themselves from a defense.
Doing good. Saw a really bad car accident in the parking lot with the car wrapped around a tree. Couldn't figure out how the heck it happened. Then saw a crash dummy on the ground.
The military-industrial complex, basically, Zionism, hawkish policy in the Middle East.
There were 3 giant herons walking in my yard yesterday.
And that's not what happened at all. In fact, Obama was saying, let's turn the
just a random thing
page. We don't need to prosecute these war criminals. And
dude, herons are like, when you see them up close and they're like not in a fucking pond, it's kind of jarring how large they are.
At a point right now where you have Marjorie Taylor Greene saying,
I felt like I was watching like pterodons from Jurassic Park.
Things like genocide, and Bernie Sanders won't say that. And this is not for me to say. This is connected to Epstein in the sense that there is clearly a conspiracy here.
For the longest time, I believe that Trump may have only facilitated things as properties, but didn't assume he was neck deep. But it's obvious that he's deeper in this. Oh,
this is not a conspiracy.
Yeah, the fact that he handled it like this, it is kind of funny because I was in the same boat, where I didn't necessarily think that he did anything. Funny enough, where I was kind of like, I think he was just like around it because it was a bunch of rich fucks. But yeah, this one really does implicate him. The big one is the modeling agency that nobody, for some reason, again, nobody is looking deeper into the modeling agencies.
Conspiracy theory. It may make people in powerful uncomfortable. It may make.
How did we just sit on this for so long?
Make our intelligence.
Like one entire Trump presidency, this somehow was not like a thing.
Gathering uncomfortable, and it may reveal some dark truths about either U.S. intelligence, Israeli intelligence, or people in power using information like this as blackmail for their own ends. How can the Democrats not be comfortable in that space when it's being handed to them on a silver platter just because of Trump's own incompetence? And this is an opportunity to at least play act as anti-establishment, right? In this way, just ask questions. But they're incapable of doing it because I think that they're so thoroughly captured by a professional class that is way more invested in the maintenance of a system than they are in any other kind of politics.
Other people are in the files, and they're more.
And that
they are very powerful. The other people in the files are really powerful, in my opinion.
Includes our military-industrial complex, our
I saw part of
intelligence
your
gathering,
comment, then it flashed like
wealth
really
concentration, what have you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a few things that are probably going on for different Democrats and the sort of like liberal commentariat. Number one is they want to see themselves as like, the party of science and reason. And this all feels sort of like icky and conspiratorial and QAnon adjacent. So because it became kind of like this right-wing coded thing, weirdly, even though it shouldn't have been, it's, a lot of the facts and evidence are just out in the public. Trump himself is deeply implicated, et cetera. But it became kind of like a right-wing coded fixation.
Like they do have a point where it's like this wasn't on the radar until all of a sudden it was needed.
And so they just think it's sort of icky. And that's why they don't really want to get into the mud on that. That's for some of them. And then for some of them, I think they either know or suspect that he was tied in with intel, that, there are it was a bipartisan sex trafficking ring, that Democrats won't be spared. And so they're not interested in digging too deeply into what this all looks like and turning over that rock and seeing what's underneath either.
Right. I think you're dead on about that. There are some Democrats who are staying on this, but once again, it feels like, as opposed to how the Republicans lead the media in a certain direction, Benghazi, whatever. The
West Coast
Democrats have to
420
be
is
led kicking and
in a few
screaming
seconds.
They also
by-
just don't, even if they wanted to, they don't know how. Like, they just don't even know how to, and many of them don't want to. But even if they did, like, they have no idea how to be current, relevant, controversial, stand for something. They're just such dinosaurs, completely like wandering around the modern world, wondering what's going on around them.
Yeah, and the line of demarcation is appearing to be Israel right now. I mean, there's an article in the New York Times that is just incredible, entitled, "Fed up with Netanyahu and his handling of Gaza war, Democrats rebuke Israel." And you have quotes from Richie Torres in here saying that the Democrats are now done with Netanyahu. I mean, we had to get support for Israel's military action to single digits within the Democratic Party for them to do any kind of change on this front, apparently. But I love this paragraph here. Already, some pro-Israel Democrats are quietly wondering whether they will have any representation on the 2028 presidential primary debate stage, or if support for the country, however nuanced, will be regarded as a liability. Inshallah, from ink to God's ears or eyes or whatever. That would be incredible if that were the case.
Yeah,
but
indeed.
I don't. So now they aren't in power anymore. So maybe it's more convenient for them. But it's not just them not being in power. They could have flipped on opposition to sending arms to Israel earlier on when they weren't in power in the year. It's the starvation, or in my view, it's cynically the fact that they know that we are past the point of no return at a certain level, and they have information that we do not fully have access to in the Senate, and especially in the Senate in terms of intelligence. And they might be aware that, like, we are talking about irreversible starvation to death of thousands and thousands of people.
Right.
And Israel's
And
just
that's why
like
they're-
bulldozing the
I
entire.
think she already said this, but that's why they are jumping in at the 11th hours, just so they can literally do the we didn't ignore it. See, there's footage of us. We were there.
Entire north, so there's going to be
It's
no ability
kinda
to
gross
collect
when you think about it.
the bodies and count folks. But we're in hundreds of thousands of deaths here, and our media in the United
Excuse
States
me. I'm trying to figure out how to keep moderates and normies from flipping back to authoritarianism next year.
is still saying like 80,000.
Well, by not making meals out of molehills with every fucking story. Like, we take the bait for every story because they're like, think about how many times they've already kind of like, we've already shifted away from other like Trump outrages. Like, realistically, there are the ones that we can just hyper fixate on. That's why the Jeffrey Epstein one was a gift, because he cannot escape this. It's the first time that he's really had something that stuck.
Or something like that. But it seems like there's a covering your ass element here that is.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what that turning point really was internally.
Yeah, I think it's cynical all the way around. Cynical from a historical perspective of they want to be able years from now to say, oh, look at this statement that I put out. Look at this thing I said on the, House floor about how terrible it was that these babies were being starved to death. And just don't take a look at my voting record where I voted to, send the bombs and give all the support for this ongoing genocide. So, and it's also incredibly cynical from a political perspective. Now, I would like them to be more cynical from a political perspective and wake up to the fact that there's no issue I can think of in my lifetime where the vast bulk of Democratic elected officials are so at odds with where the base is. I mean, it is so stark. I've never seen anything like it. And it is a testament to the power of the Israel lobby and the way they form these relationships over time and keep people in check. That it has gone this long and this far without people even stepping back one iota. So now they're trying to search for like a centrist approach to genocide, and there isn't one. And I don't think that they understand that. You know, you see, are you familiar with Mallory McMorrow? She's running in the Michigan Senate from.
Yep.
She tried to put out, she's like a Liz Smith candidate, and she tried to put out this like cut off the offensive weapons, and I'm upset, but release the hostages. You know, they're trying, and this is what Slotkin tried to do in the interview with me as well. They're trying to find a middle ground approach to genocide, and that is not a tenable position. Liberal Zionism is no longer a tenable position, and I think that almost none of them really realize that that is the case, and that if you are not out there, if you had anything to do with this, like if you voted for the arms and you aren't out there saying, I will spend the rest of my life trying to make up for that, if you aren't doggedly doing everything you can with all your power at this point to make this stop, like that is the only correct and reasonable position at this point. And if you aren't there, then you like, I don't care what you have to say about anything else. And this was one of the things when I was thinking about the interview with Slotkin, there were two things that I really wanted to
This is a safe space. Stop speaking facts.
And wanted to get across to her.
Yeah.
And one of
We don't do
them is
facts
I
here.
really wanted her to understand.
It's propaganda.
And because I think she's a cynical political actor.
We don't do
If
facts.
you
We do
don't understand this is a
propaganda.
genocide and aren't willing to use your power to try to stop it, no one cares what you have to say about anything else. It is a moral red line litmus test issue, and it should be, and it has to be, and it will be. And I like, she clearly doesn't understand that, and I think very few Democrats do understand that, frankly.
You should be.
And then the other thing that I wanted to know is just like, how do you live with yourself? I genuinely, that's what I've asked myself so many days about, like her and the other Hasbaras, and I don't even mean to just pick on her because this is just so common among the political class, among the media class. Like, I am torn up by what I see every day in my timeline. How are you not feeling that? Like, are you not fully human?
I can speak optimist, but I don't want to be toxic in that direction either.
How do you live with having sent these
Oh, we're just kidding.
weapons? Like, how does that not eat
Speak
you
facts
up
all day.
inside?
No,
I
you're
genuinely
fine.
don't understand because I feel guilty about not doing more myself. I think about it all the time. And yet here you are complicit and you're just like going about your life and just doing the same things. I can't understand it.
I mean, I will never be the same. I know that you and we're experiencing this in incredible comfort relative to the people in Gaza, and I will, never obviously look at the United States or power the same way, and that's how the world is reacting. And let's get to that interview there too, because what you're saying, the level of how out of touch she is, I think begins with her even agreeing to do the interview. You ask her at one point, why did you come here?
And she asked us to come on, by the
Which
way.
was hilarious. Crystal, when they started the interview, she was just like, why did you want to talk to us? Like,
we
that
didn't
was
reach
kind
out
of
to
funny.
her office. She came to us.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
and
she came to you guys.
She made it abundantly clear where
What's
it's like,
your
we did
theory
not
on
come
this?
to you.
Because for me, my theory, I think Schumer knows he's toast. Because
Agreed.
he's still with it, even though, and he's not a dummy, even though
I
he's
wouldn't
a
be
bad
surprised if he does the
politician.
thing where he's like,
I think
and
he
for
knows.
this, I've been in the Senate for this long, and I'm not going to seek re-election.
Because he voted to send arms to Israel, and a majority.
I've been in the Senate for this long. For this reason, am deciding not to do it again. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm one of the most unpopular people in all of politics, on the left and the right.
The caucus voted against their leader. Our friend Ettinger Menton pointed out that doesn't usually portend well for the future of that person, like leading the party going down the road. So I think Schumer is trying to set up
I like how a Chuck Schumer impression literally is just putting your glasses on the tip of your nose.
options for leadership that have a young kind of brand that are young relative to him, but have very similar politics.
Schumer looks like he's held together by sticky tape.
Or maybe not Schumer, but Democratic leaders or the liberal Zionist lobby or or other interests, abundance people, Reid Hoffman. There's a lot of people that are trying.
Russian oil. If that's true, it's a big win. Very bad news for Russia.
Trying to get
Good
it to
evening.
just be about age. And Slotkin, I think, is doing a bit of a media tour to try to appeal to shows that have younger audiences like yourself. And she was so unaware, it seems like, of what either of you and Sagar feel about the genocide in Gaza, how you feel about it, what the tenor of the interview was going to be, that, like, you must be so completely outside of where the base is that you don't know anything about this show. She probably doesn't know anything about our show or any of the other bigger left-wing shows. And that's a pretty significant problem, right? Like, the right is so tuned in with the podcast space because they care about what their base thinks.
Yeah. I still have been thinking about that. Like, what did they think? And so first of all, they did have some awareness. Like, certainly her staff had awareness of our show and like our basic dynamic. I knew she knew something about Sagar's views on Epstein, for example. And I kept waiting for them to cancel leading up to the interview. I was like, there's no way they go through with this. But originally I was going to just do the interview solo, because it's sometimes better. A one-on-one dynamic can be better than you're not worried about stepping on each other. And also it's kind of an intra-Democratic Party thing. Whoa. So that just sort of made sense. Her staff was really adamantly opposed to that. They wanted Sagar there because they didn't want the appearance. This is what they told our producers. They didn't want the appearance of a softball interview. I'm like, girl, you don't need to worry about that.
Be careful what you wish for
there. So I mean, ultimately, I was glad that it did end up with Sagar.
That's kind of funny.
I think he did a great job.
It's kind of like, wait,
we played well together in that context.
Sure?
But that was kind of interesting and revealing to me of like what she wanted and what she was going for. When I asked her, "What are you doing here? Why did you want to do this?" She brought up like, "Oh, I like that you guys disagree with each other." So I think even though there was some awareness of the show, I think number one, she thought she sort of did have that like centristy Morning Joe, like left right dynamic in mind. People who are in the establishment have a hard time wrapping their head around our politics, like you and I's politics, Sagar's politics. I have a hard time wrapping my head around Sagar's politics sometimes, to be fair. But but in any case, I think she couldn't really conceptualize what we were doing, even though she had some familiarity. And then I also think that she is very confident in her ability to spin. So she's
not dumb. I mean,
she's not. She was
that came across. Yeah.
She's talented. No, she's talented. There's no doubt about it. She's intelligent. She's talented. I see why Schuber or whoever are like pushing her forward, because she believed that her coming on and saying the starvation needs to stop and I'm organizing this letter, that I think she thought I would accept that and think that, okay, she's moving and that's enough. And I don't think she realized that, number one, you can't have a centrist position on a genocide. Number two, I knew her voting record and that there was a lot to be held account for. Number three, I was going to ask her, okay, well, if it's crimes against humanity, that obligates you to do a lot, actually, as a person with a lot of power. And so I think she thought she would be able to spin it because she normally can, in every other setting, she's been able to. And the point where I thought she was the most clearly Weasley and actually went from being Weasley to just outright lying was when I asked her about AIPAC support. I said, will you stop taking AIPAC money? And she got very high dudgeon. You need to get your facts straight. I am the only Jewish woman who hasn't been endorsed. And I'm like, well, I don't even know about your endorsement. I didn't say she was endorsed. I said money. And so I said to her, but you have received their funds. And that's when she just outright lied and was like, well, I got some back in 2018, but since then, not so much. And of course, people immediately pull up the records to like, okay, but you did actually. And this is just like now a flat out lie. But to me, the way she was able to take my words and say, oh, well, I wasn't endorsed, which may be technically true. She may not have been technically like on the endorsement page, just demonstrated to me what a skilled spin master she was, that she had her talking point ready to go of how to be like, I'm not the AIPAC shill that you people want to portray me as. But then when she got called out on that as well, then she just like resorted to outright lying about it.
Yeah. And I mean, I think this was honestly, I'm not trying to butter you up because you're my friend, but like this was a watershed moment, I think, for online media, and you deserve a lot of credit for it, because let's look at this comment section on Colbert. So she went on Stephen Colbert's show, like 48 hours or something like that after your interview, 24 hours. She missed a vote to block arms sales to Israel to do this. and then put out some statement saying, I would have voted to block it, tee-hee, if I was there, as if that's going to work. Like, maybe show up. And you also bring up the other Michigan race, which is very fascinating because Haley Stevens in that race is just begging for AIPAC money. And then you have Abdul Al-Sayed on the other side. And I think McMorrow's got to drop out so there can be some consolidation. But we'll put that aside for now because it'll be if Abdul Al-Sayed does well or wins the primary, I mean, Slotkin's got to worry about like things. And this clip of your interview coming back about Israel and all of that. But so Slotkin goes on Colbert. I listened to it. She gives a very similar answer that she gave to you about starvation.
Yeah, I think she was.
And Colbert lets her get away with it, and the audience applauds. Very different than how you engage with
She's promoting her book.
The interview. But this is what the comment section looks like. Slotkin staff told her to go to Breaking Points for publicity. Then her PR told her to go to Colbert for damage and control. Laughing my ass off. She signed a letter criticizing, here we go. Thanks to Breaking Points. We now know that the senator was recording this interview at the same time she was supposed to vote on preventing further funding to Israel for offensive weapons. Breaking Points really dropped the ball by not asking Senator Slotkin about her opinions on hot dogs versus sandwiches.
That was my next cue before the staff was like, she's got to go. That was
you could. That would have been, she would have been too into the fryer on that. All right, man, it's a little corny. This is stupid. The fact that this is one day later than her train wreck interview on Breaking Points is such a jarringly clear example of why legacy media. I love what Matt likes to like these comments live.
That's hilarious. I've never noticed that. He's liking the comments.
Blah, blah, blah. Clear example of why legacy media has record low trust. I'm just here to put any comment that mentions Breaking Points, etc. So this is why I say this was like a really, I think, important moment. And she was not prepared because she's used to that kind of talking point working on every other major outlet. And it's an example of how, like, on the right, we see the Nelk boys glazing Netanyahu and now getting crap for it. But we do, or that independent podcast sphere that's so apolitical that it becomes right wing. But with political independent news, you guys are just showing that we now have an opportunity, if politicians want to or will engage, to be to show what independent journalism can look like, which is adversarial and not this like tap dance.
Don't expect it to just be, the easy freaking like almost late night style fucking questions.
Do on the mainstream news.
That's right. And in many independent, quote unquote, independent spaces as well, by the way.
Right.
And so, we're talking about cynical politics here. I hope the cynical takeaway from other creators who have previously, done the just like softball interviews is this got a lot of attention. If you're just in it for the clout and the clicks, people were talking about it. If you just want attention, hey, guess what? One way you can get attention, if that's your whole game, is to actually hold a politician to account. I mean, Tucker did the same thing with Ted Cruz, and that interview got a lot of attention.
That's true.
But I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right that, I mean, listen, I don't want to like overplay it because it's very self-serving, but I do think there's something to be said for the fact, as you point out, that you've got on the one hand, the Nelk boys, which is like the just most egregious, insane caricature of this, just like, let's have a dangerous person on and just have a conversation and not really know what the hell we're talking about kind of a mode. That happening, the mass backlash, I mean, just across the board backlash to that, them being like doing their mea culpas and like, oh my God, we really screwed this up.
Well, and also doing the thing where it's just like, oh yeah, we're just stupid kids, man.
And, an example.
I like
where,
the one that where they called him out on being fucking 30.
Really is the way that you should be questioning people who have power, because they should be held accountable. I don't care where you are on the political. I mean, I've done interviews with people who I like and consider ideological allies, and they deserve tough questions, all of them. It brought home to me. It really was brought home to me too. Yesterday we interviewed the GHF whistleblowers, a former Green Beret, did 9 combat tours. Purple Heart decorated, all of that, and this man is shaking and crying while he tells me about what he witnessed being done to human beings by the IDF and by the way, American mercenaries, Americans on the ground. And, it just was a reminder of why it was uncomfortable. No one likes, like some people do, but I don't like being confrontational. I don't like being an asshole. I didn't enjoy doing that interview. It wasn't fun for me. It wasn't fun preparing for it. It wasn't like all of that. But it matters. I mean, these are real human beings and their lives are destroyed. I mean, everything they've ever known has been decimated. Children who are starving to death. I mean, an entire population and culture and history that is being obliterated on our timelines every single day. And so if you aren't like willing to bear a little bit of discomfort, like how pathetic is that? It's the absolute bare minimum least that anyone could do.
Truth.
So, that's,
I mean, I hate to say it, but then at that point, you have no business interviewing people.
was my reflections on what was a pretty wild week over at Breaking Points, to be honest with you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I hear you on that. I want to play a little bit because I feel like, some in our audience maybe haven't heard it, but you should check out the full thing on Breaking Points. What do you think is better here? Your like longer exchange with her on when you start questioning her about it, or towards the end when you ask her explicitly about genocide? We could go either way.
Let's see. I don't know. What your pick? Let's do the genocide one, because then we can talk a little bit about that.
Sure. So that's part 7B, Matt. So here is when you ask her specifically, after this has been fairly heated for quite a while, around like 3/4 of the way through the interview, you ask her specifically about whether or not she considers this a genocide.
So B'Tselem and another Israeli human rights organization joined the Global Consensus Amnesty International.
The fact that this is like how their audio sounds for all their YouTube videos, this is why like the Tim Pool audio scandal was silly, because it's like all of their videos sound like this.
National, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times in saying this is a genocide. Do you accept, even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide. Do you accept that? And if you do, I mean, what responsibility does a United States senator have for, this is a nation that, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have, voted for and supported. Like, what responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility.
The one thing that I will say to that comment is that is very true. Some people do, like, they will look at somebody that makes $100,000 a year and be like, that person's rich, and then they will start shaming that person.
Up till today, to ensure that food is getting...
And then also acknowledge that it's like, no, that's not really rich anymore. That's like super, like, you can not do much with that anymore. That's part of the problem.
Getting in?
Is it
so
a
that
genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term.
Why?
But it is violating the law of war.
Emma, Crystal, and Francesca would be a nice show.
Why don't you use the term, though?
Because I think,
I'm genuinely not sure.
It's, to me... do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
You have an above ground pool.
They're
but didn't you say it earlier that it was ethnic cleansing? You said that they wanted to force it. I mean, this is open from the Israeli government. Like, they're saying it. Their Minister of National Security, they come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food. And we need to encourage migration. They're saying
you're not going to get me to support what the Israeli government is saying right now. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just about, like, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are. We have really tough moments. We have easier moments. But that doesn't, so I'm not willing to say
tough moment,
that, like, I hate everything ever.
Sure, but so even if you accept that they're committing a genocide, you still wouldn't cut off their aid?
I think that defensive aid and offensive aid are different things, and I think at this point,
so
what
if
they're
Nazi
doing
Germany,
every single day,
if Nazi Germany said we want defensive aid, I mean, it's just you have to see where they're all weapons that are being shipped. In another context,
the weapons that they're using right now, I mean, to be honest, if you look at what's happening on the ground, the military part of this conflict
given the okay for her to call it genocide yet.
What they are doing, every single day is around aid, and they are hurting people.
They have
around
slaughtered over 1,000 people who were starving people trying to get aid.
That is that's not high intensity bombs. That's not the weapons that that we were talking about 2 years ago. It's just not. I'm sorry. Every single day, the military reports that I read, they are traditional, like, this is a military that has a bad strategy. It is not the bombs that we were seeing 2 years ago.
It's not a military that has a bad strategy. The strategy is forced starvation and ethnic cleansing. That's their strategy, and they're accomplishing it very effectively with the full backing of the United States government, including sadly Democrats.
Well,
and so,
I mean, well, she goes like, there's so much there, but Crystal, you take it from there for just a second. Your reflection on that moment.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, because sometimes it can kind of feel, okay, why are you guys so obsessed with people calling it a genocide? And I think in a way, in that exchange, you see why it matters. Because if you are an elected official, especially a Democrat who claims to care about like humanitarianism and liberal values, and you accept that this is an ongoing genocide that we've been complicit in, that
I'll admit
comes
that
with historical weight. It comes
That was a good point that I did not really think about.
with a moral responsibility.
Giving them, stronger defense empowers them to do more offense without retaliation.
And they don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want to have to look back and say, you know what, turns out Biden and Harris, like they were complicit in genocide. You know what, turns out when I voted to ship those weapons that ended up being dropped on babies in refugee camps and hospitals and all the rest, like that was a horror. They don't want the weight of what that would require of them right now in this moment. And so that's why I think it's more than just a semantic word game. And Sagar and I actually have a different, you can watch, I debated Sagar on this yesterday, but that's why I think it's really important and why I'm so disappointed that, for example, Bernie Sanders won't commit to using this word, which again, it's the global consensus at this point. Like there's just really no denying it at this point. And then, the other thing is her framing of we're having a tough moment with an ally. We're actually not. We're not having a tough moment. This is all backed by us. We're fully in alignment. I mean, Trump is out there actively saying, hey, he's the one who said, let's do the ethnic cleansing, like Gaza Lago, let's do it. And so, no, it's actually not a tough moment with an ally where we're in disagreement. We're in full agreement. We're fully backing it. We're fully complicit. That's some of the like spin and delusions that make me so angry. And then her comment that, oh, it's a military with a bad strategy. No, they're like, this is not an accident. They're not just, oh, oops, we engineered a famine over years. This was deliberate, intentional, and effective at accomplishing their goal of complete and total destruction of these people, mass starvation to force a complete ethnic cleansing. Like it's all out in the open. And just to deny it at this point, it's not tenable. It is not tenable.
And when we talk about the Epstein story and this, I mean, I see them in similar veins, and it's not necessarily like the easiest line to draw, but I do think they're both credibility tests in different ways for people in power. If you're willing to talk about the government conspiracy in terms of protecting powerful people associated with Epstein, and if you're willing to call the Gaza genocide a genocide, then you have a certain immediate credibility with voters. You were saying this kind of earlier, and you said it to Slotkin, that wouldn't be the case.
Ballsy,
and she also, in the interview,
give her that too.
On that point,
she just kept,
she vacillated between.
You could see her get more and more comfortable on calling her out after the initial Gaza one, so that was really kind of fun to watch.
Saying it was an issue that people online care about way too much, but also that it's an issue that is deeply personal to her constituents in Michigan, so much so that she has to have these like panels and works with Arab and Muslim leaders as well as Jewish leaders and blah, 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 blah. So which one is it? Is it an online left-wing issue, or is it an issue that's deeply personal to folks in your state? Because we know that only 8% of Democrats now approve of, via Gallup, of Israel's military action in Gaza. So the point is that it's actually quite widely held. And that I don't know where they get this idea from, that this is not something that motivates people, because there's no information that would suggest that, given Kamala's loss and the role that this played, and Zoran's win and the role that it played there.
Well, since they're soulless psychopaths, they can't imagine anyone actually having a conscience and voting based on this. And I think it's the sort of thing where, people don't necessarily list it as their first issue, but it's a gatekeeping issue, because it is a signal of, do you mean anything? Like, do you have a single are you a human being? Do you have a single principle that you're willing to stand and
most
fight
people
for?
are starting to react to the push. Like if there's pushback to any of this, like I like how Scott Jennings got called out with Kat Abou-Ghazaleh's appearance there by I forgot his name, but it was a really good call out.
And so, the Zoran's race is so important and so instructive for this reason, because we now know very clearly Zoran did not win in spite of his anti-Zionist position. He won in part because of it. And his opponents did him a massive favor by making it a central part of.
She's been showing those gross ads here in Virginia about her service. She took part in counterterrorism. She's part of Abu Ghraib, allegedly.
The race when he wasn't going to, like he's focused.
Specifically, she worked as a lawyer on the state's defense of Abu Ghraib.
It's on his message of affordability, et cetera.
Thank you.
And
thank you for the clarifier.
By making that a central part of the race,
Appreciate
it did
that
nothing but
as a
help
media
him.
figure.
I mean, there was a poll that came out, I think like 67% or something of New York City Dem voters were like, yes, do arrest Bibi Netanyahu if he comes to New York City. We agree with you, Zoran. I think it was roughly 80% who said, yes, it is a genocide. Like the Democratic base agrees with us. And I don't expect Alyssa Slotkin to become, a real human being who actually cares about these things. But I would like to see people realize there is a cynical, wide open political lane here who I am completely convinced whoever comes in and is just unequivocal, like it's a genocide. We're going to do everything we can to stop it, upholds Palestinian humanity, and is just like unafraid to completely go there without any fear or reservations, etc. Like they are going to be a giant star because of because of the issue itself, but also because of what it says about that person and how they are willing to stand for humanity, stand on principle, even when you know that all of these forces are going to come out of the woodwork to try to destroy you and label you a racist anti-Semite.
Yeah, right. And I mean, the tough moment, the laws of war thing that also stuck out to me, the fact that she talks about the military reports that she's receiving and like this is the kind of information that they're absorbing as opposed to just go on social media. Like, I mean, this is just the disconnect is just incredibly jarring. But lastly on this front, I wonder what you think this means for the future of the party, because we're seeing that the numbers in terms of polling for Democrats are lagging behind what they were in 2017, approaching the 2018 midterms. Like there is less of a desire to vote for Democrats just to oppose Donald Trump. That's straight up what's happening right now. And in no small part due to the support for genocide. So what's your sense of like, I know you and Kyle have been on this and you're right. Like the base is increasingly radicalized and wanting more, but that may not translate in terms of the midterms. Although seemingly that's all Democrats seem to focus on is elections and like how this poll tests or whatever. But with this looming, I'm growing increasingly concerned that they can't motivate people with this leadership persisting.
She's dead on.
I think they probably do fine in the midterms just because I think Republicans are kind of demoralized. Like, I think there is enough of a backlash effect that they do.
We'll see. I mean, we're already seeing how they're playing these games with the gerrymander. I'm trying not to be too afraid of this shit, but the fact that they're so brazen with everything else that they've been doing, there's nothing really stopping this. And because like the outrage will not be there.
Pretty well in the
That's
midterms,
part of the
not
problem.
nearly as
Well, at least the perceived online outrage.
as well as they could if they actually, were a real opposition party.
Because for everybody talking about how this is all online, these are the same people that like look at the protests that are going on like across the country. Like there's going to be mass protests tomorrow. And they're just blatantly ignoring that.
Party, certainly. But the future of the party is going to be determined in 2028. And I think it's going to be feast or famine. I think they have a real whose side are you on moment facing them. You can either continue down the path of like being cozy with the donors and doing everything to protect their feelings and make sure that their checkbooks are still open for you, or you can actually, offer a true alternative to the fascist Trump takeover that we've seen. And part of that is certainly like standing up against genocide. I have a feeling that the Democratic base is very ready for a more radical, bold vision. And it's just a question of if someone is actually going to step up and really offer that And then how much, I honestly don't even think that the Democratic Party apparatus is strong enough to screw that candidate in the way they did to Bernie in 2016 and 2020, because they have lost so much trust. The media apparatus has lost so much trust, et cetera. Like they're just a hollowed out husk, a house of cards waiting to be tipped over. But that requires some leader to step into the void and actually offer that bold vision.
You know who it could be?
Who?
We need you to be Mamala of the country.
I'm 100% joking. I hope she gets the message and doesn't try that humiliating run.
I think she might. No, Emma. I feel like she's so delusional. I feel like she's got
really
people
is.
around her who will make money off of her running again and are looking at the polls and are like, oh, you're up. They love you. See, they miss you.
Well,
Come
yeah.
back.
Plus, you have Blue MAGA that's like really behind her.
Girlfriend, just go into private practice and cash in. That's all you
Well, at least they were.
need to do. I mean, we
I
need
don't
some.
know. I think that she's going to be a dud because they'll go back like through she won't survive the primaries the same way that she didn't the first time.
We need, and I'm letting you go after this, but like this came up on the show yesterday, like the idea, it was someone saying some politician.
Because there's no perceived incumbency. There's nothing that they can run on past, like, honestly. Yeah, there's nothing.
Was extremely nice. Oh, it was Cory Booker. We had an IMer, and I've heard that. And I've heard that about Hillary Clinton, and you've heard that about like interpersonally. And I don't doubt that Kamala interpersonally, for example, or like Joe Biden, he's so well liked by his colleagues. Like the quality of, you can make somebody feel like they're the only person in the room. And you know what that quality is really good for?
Gotta go. TikTok told me that beards have poo particles on them. Gotta go boil
Raising
my face.
money from really rich people that want to be flattered and feel like they're the only person in the room with Hillary Clinton. But I don't know if Bernie makes people feel like they're the only person in the room. I don't know if Zoran makes people feel like they're the only person in the room, because it's not about the only person in the room who can cut you a check. It's about mass mobilization politics and bottom-up politics, not top-down politics. And I think there's that line of demarcation where she just is incapable. And I'm not sure who the Democrat will be, but most Democrats are incapable of, actualizing that kind of politics. So
yeah. Well, I'm gonna get roasted for telling a woman to get back in the kitchen, but Kamala never seems happier than when she's cooking. I'm being so serious. She is like
she loves a good cocktail.
She's like, enjoy. She's in there. She's very skilled with it. Like, go start a cooking YouTube channel. Go do that. Like, you'll be so much happier.
Yes, exactly right. And her food looks good. Like I would try it.
Like, absolutely. She looks like, I feel like
she's hot. She's rich.
A charisma that comes out when she's doing that too. Yes, like exactly. You don't have to do this. You don't
live
have to
like
a
Kardashian.
It's not going to go well.
Yes.
Like, let's just consider other alternatives.
Call it 107 minutes, and all the dishes have to be done in 107 minutes.
There you go.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, the idea that her campaign was 107 days, the numerology people with October 7th have got to be freaked out right now. It's too many coincidences. Anyway, well, appreciate your time today, Crystal. I really love our conversations always. And everybody should check out that full interview over at Breaking Points. And of course, Crystal, Kyle, and friends as well. Thanks for coming on today.
Awesome.
It's my pleasure. Great to see you,
Yeah,
Emma.
that was that.
Yep,
all right, that was a
you.
really good interview. I'm kind of glad that I missed that. Got to watch it with you guys. That's the thing that sucks about like preparing for stream now is I usually have to miss the majority report. All right. Segment in the bag. All right, so we're going to do the MEHDI HASAN. Let's see. It's going to be pretty much the back end of stream is going to be MEHDI HASAN stuff. I'm really excited because he debated Mick Mulvaney on Al Jazeera, and then he debated I forgot this guy's name. He was a Zionist guy. Where in the fuck is the breakdown? Here we go. Jeremy Benami. president of J Street, which, if you haven't heard that name in the news, then you're not paying attention to this conflict as much as I am, apparently. Because J Street seems to be like in like a daily thing where it's just like, oh Jesus. In J Street, they said, blah blah blah, more IDF propaganda, blah blah blah. Do I need? Oh, you know what? It's almost 7. It's the top of the hour. Crap. I should probably do a bathroom break here soon. Try and be good about that. All right. Let's get to this. Unami Banami. Here we go.
The latest images out of Gaza have shocked the world. You got starving children, desperate crowds of people seeking food, and the unbelievable gaslighting by Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, who demands that we believe him and not our lying eyes. Here's an example.
Israel is presented as though we are applying a campaign of starvation in Gaza. What a bold-faced lie. There is no policy of starvation in Gaza, and there is no starvation in Gaza.
So this conflict, this issue, it comes with a lot of history. It's very emotional. It's politically fraught here in the United States in particular. And there are, as are so many
you can't see that.
intractable political problems here in the United States. So what we are trying to do here at Pod Save America is create a new space on this channel for debate and conversation that brings together everybody from the left, the Never Trump right, all the pod bros, all the neo-lib shills, all the abundance pill dorks, everybody in between, to have a conversation that tries to help us figure out some answers to these problems. Today's conversation.
Oh, shit. Real quick, before that we go any further in this segment, I just wanted to say welcome to everybody that is new to the channel. I'm Pep. It's nice to meet you. Hope you're enjoying the content. This is a pretty good summary of what we do here. We watch some stuff, discuss, and then we kind of hang out. I also appreciate if you hit that like button and hit the sub button.
Conversation.
So I really appreciate that.
Is about Gaza and what the Democratic Party's position should be going forward about the U.S.-Israel.
Bro trying to heat check on his lies. Well, I mean, if he's trying that with MEHDI HASAN, good luck.
To help us work through it, I'm joined by two of the smartest thinkers on this topic that I know. MEHDI HASAN is the founder of an independent media company called Zeteo. He's the reigning champion on the Jubilee debate circuit. Congrats on that. And a journalist who's covered this region for many, many years.
That is funny.
Good to see you.
Thank you for having me, Tommy.
Jeremy Ben-Ami is the founder and president of J Street. It's a nonprofit group which describes itself as the political home for pro-Israel, pro-peace, pro-democracy Americans. Jeremy, great to see you. And thank you both for doing this.
Thanks, Tommy. Which category do we fall into? The categories you listed at the beginning.
I cannot say. I'm
a neo-lib shell.
I'm a neo-lib shell. I love how he said it so dry.
Dork, I don't know.
Well, MEHDI did a bunch of events with Liz Cheney for Biden. So yeah, just
all
kidding.
my life.
Just kidding.
I love spending time with Liz Cheney.
Love Cheney. So very quick background for listeners. So the war in Gaza has been raging for 21 months since the Hamas terror attack on October 7th, where nearly 1,200 Israelis were killed and more than 200 were taken hostage. 20 of those hostages are believed to be alive and in Hamas captivity still. Since October 7th, the Gaza Health Ministry says 60,000 people have been killed, though many independent organizations believe the casualty count is much higher. And on Tuesday, a UN body called the IPC said, quote, "The worst case scenario of famine is currently playing out in the Gaza Strip. Mounting evidence shows that widespread starvation, malnutrition, and diseases are driving a rise in hunger-related deaths. So the situation is dire, and the world's attention is now focused on how to respond." And so today we're going to step back, debate some of these bigger picture questions, and figure out how to go forward. My role here will be to hopefully kind of push you both on uncomfortable questions and then just facilitate a conversation and get out of the way. So let's start with Jeremy. Jeremy, how do you think the Democratic Party should adjust?
I actually got to say that's responsible moderating right there. And then if he needs to hop in, then he can.
Adjust its policies in the wake of this war. Specifically, should Democrats announce that they're going to stop supporting military aid to Israel? And should Democrats support recognizing Palestine as a state, like French President Emmanuel Macron recently announced he's going to do in September?
Yeah, there's got to be major adjustments. It should have been adjusted 15 years ago, 30 years ago. The idea that we're going to provide a blank check to Israel, act as its lawyer in international fora, and then put ourselves forward as a mediator in a conflict with another people, it never made sense from the beginning. And so either we need to get out of the way and let somebody else try to mediate this. And I think the French have shown some real leadership working with Saudi, working now obviously with the UK and others. But we need to stop writing a blank check. Our aid is not an as of right, birthright. And we need to stop providing protection for Israel in international institutions for accountability for the violations.
Where's the debate here?
International law,
like
that
for
it
real.
perpetrates. And so those are core elements of Democratic and Republican foreign policy of the United States. They are, in my opinion, they have been for 15 years. As long as J Street's existed, it is part of the problem. And the Democratic Party needs to shift and make sure that it's understood its support for the state and the people of Israel.
This is the UGG level of modern day debate.
Is real, but it cannot be in the form
you said
of a blank check and providing immunity.
So, Mehdi, on Positive America this week, I argued in favor of cutting off military aid to Israel. Someone I really respect and who's been a tough critic of Israeli policy and of U.S. policy said he felt like even that was going too far. This person argued that military aid has been critical in helping the U.S. broker peace deals in the past, like the Camp David Accords, and will likely be part of peace deals in the future, and that we should be more nuanced, and instead the U.S. should be for conditioning aid and enforcing laws already on the books, like the Leahy Law, which says the U.S. cannot train or equip military units that commit gross human rights violations.
Please donate some things for my friend's empty shelf.
That law has never been enforced against Israel. What do you think about that? Do you think that reproach would be easier for Democrats politically?
It's kind of like when Adam Mockler moved to his new place and he had absolutely nothing on that giant bookshelf wall that he had.
But also sort of get us where we want to be.
I think that debate is done. I think the conditioning of aid was something people forget. 2020, you had mainstream centrist candidates like Pete Buttigieg saying.
I'll just say, speaking of donations, I'm trying to reach the goal. We're getting very, very close to the hair braiding on stream goal. He was
willing to consider conditioning aid. This is well before the current genocide, but post, obviously, the various Israeli attacks on Gaza over the years. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders.
He's a minimalist.
In 2020, they were talking about conditioning aid.
I'm not.
People like me like, wow,
at
that's
the J Street
topic.
Forum that I was at with Jeremy, me and Ben Rhodes.
And I was thinking to myself, that's a new topic for me to hear about. But we're way past that now. Fundamentally, right now, the United States is complicit in a genocide. It's complicit in one of the worst crimes of
I couldn't even finish my spiel. Many's doing
our
too well.
lifetimes. And therefore, the only question is, do we want to be complicit or not? It's a moral question. It's a legal question. The politics has to come later. Morally and legally, we should not be arming and funding a military that is being investigated both by the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, and is using our weaponry to kill innocent civilians. Yes, we're in violation of the Leahy Law. Leahy himself says we're in violation of the law he wrote. He said that a year ago. So that's just a no-brainer, but I think we have to go past that now. We have billions of dollars that we've given over the last year or two. I think $20 billion under Biden alone. I think Trump came along with another 5-10 billion. Can't even keep track. What's a few billion between friends? But a lot of money in military aid and hardware has been given to Israel just since October the 7th, separate to our annual $3 billion going back, several decades. So I think the debate about conditioning aid, that's all over. Israeli generals said after October the 7th, that without American bombs and bullets, we can't do what we're doing. And that's why people like me, I wrote in The Guardian, I think over a year ago, that if Biden made a phone call like Ronald Reagan did to Begin in 1982, he could stop this in 20 minutes because of the leverage that we have. He didn't do it. We're way past all of that now. Right now, we are in the midst of a genocide. We're in the midst of a famine. What on earth are we doing having any ties with this rogue government, this rogue regime?
So, Jeremy, a few days ago, AOC's, Congressman Ocasio-Cortez's office in the Bronx was vandalized. A group of protesters splashed red paint on the building. They left a sign that said AOC funds genocide in Gaza. And that happened right after she voted against an amendment to a military spending bill that would have cut $500 million from funding for Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system. And so that vote from AOC, it kicked up a bigger debate about whether lawmakers should make a distinction between offensive and defensive weapon systems. Like missile defense systems are considered defensive weapon systems. Obviously, a bomb would be an offensive system. Crystal Ball pressed Senator Alyssa Slotkin on this question during an excellent interview on her show Breaking Points. Let's listen to a clip.
Will you cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a country from incoming missiles versus other type. Offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not going to cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon that comes through. No.
So, Jeremy, I mean, where do you land on this distinction between offensive and defensive systems and whether Democrats should be voting?
I have to say, this is actually a really, really good debate. Like, in not even debate necessarily. Like, this is nice. They're not shouting and, oh my God, like it's an actual intellectual conversation.
Yeah, you probably won't be surprised to know.
It's not like this fucking rage-baity Piers Morgan bullshit.
I land where Alyssa Slotkin lands on this. I actually think Iron Dome is one of the most important pro-peace systems that exist, because every time a missile gets intercepted in the air and it doesn't land on a school or on a bus or on kids or whatever, we are doing something right. And I think that the systems that are trying to keep
Crazy that Lisa Slotkin did that interview. I want to give her props for going on, but her answers were terrible. I can't go that far.
Down the level of damage.
I don't think that she understood what she like. I think that she might have even thought that Sagar might have stepped in to try and save her, and like it was one of those things where she was going to be sold by Sagar to the right, even
and tamp down the violence.
It ended up making her look bad to both.
Are part of
everybody just saw that she is legitimately like the corporate shill politician that everybody accuses the Democrats of being.
An important equation. And so I think a sledgehammer approach that just says absolutely nothing, nowhere, ever for Israel is a mistake. I think Israel does actually have real security threats, and it can be under a different government.
He's doing the thing, guys.
An ally.
Wonder what he's dreaming about.
Of the United States, and we can be rowing in the same direction on things. We need to use the leverage we have, and if we stop with any aid, any funding, if we decide we're just going to end the relationship, then we no longer have any leverage. We're not using the leverage. I'm not arguing that. I want us to be using the leverage, but it seems a little bit counterintuitive to sort of take away all of that leverage and say we should give them nothing, and then nobody will listen to us or talk to us at that point. So I land where Senator Slotkin lands.
Mehdi, what do you think?
Yeah, I have to disagree with Jeremy. Three quick things. Number one, as I say, I take Jeremy's point on the leverage, but I think we're way past that. If this was November, December 2023, then sure. I think we're way in a different place. 21 months of nonstop killing. This is not about leverage. This is about stopping the killing. And if that means stopping US arms, sure. And again, moral complicity, which is important to me. I would say I'm a great admirer of AOC. I'm one of her biggest admirers. I don't agree with her on Iron Dome. I think the ridiculous vandalism of her office and accusing her of being pro-Israel is nonsense. I just happen to disagree with her and Jeremy on this issue about kind of the defensive nature of Iron Dome. The problem is that Israel doesn't simply use Iron Dome in a defensive capacity. It uses Iron Dome to project force abroad. It's because it has Iron Dome that it acts so recklessly, because it knows it has impunity. It's because it has American support that it can do what it does. I can think of no other country on
the fact, like, see, I love watching this guy, like, oh man,
planet Earth.
He's actually entertaining the idea. He's like, yeah, okay, well said.
That has attacked
this is fucking
5
weird.
different countries.
Okay, I'm not used to this type of discourse online. This is kind of crazy.
Yemen, and of course West Bank and Gaza, constant bombing of both of those places, and Lebanon. Right, so 4 countries plus occupied Palestinian territories. Part of the reason it's able to do that is because it says, well, I'm the bully in the neighborhood. I'm the big boy. I've got the superpower behind me. I've got Iron Dome. Come get me. And I think that's a fundamental part of its strategic thinking, is that we can act aggressively, recklessly, unilaterally, preemptively, if that's the phrase they want to use, because we have this support from Big Brother United States in the form of Iron Dome, and not just Iron Dome. You remember last year when Iran and Israel first exchanged missiles. This
is what I live for. I can't spend all day consuming hate content. Nice.
The American Air Force. It was the Jordanian.
Yeah, I try to make my stream also like a fun place to be. Like, there's another content creator, Angry Ginger, that I have to quote here, where he's like, I'm all about balance. And that's what I try to do as well, where I want to, if I have some, intense debates and there's, an argument and there's like debates in chat and just everything, or if I have a debate that gets heated, I like to kind of bring it down, chill out, bring us back to some like an equal level, and just go, let's just agree to disagree, move on, and watch something funny, or just hang out and have a different conversation. I love that kind of stuff.
Iranians, the Saudis, all came.
My favorite person ever. That's kind of who inspired me to do the show. So
to Israel's defense to block some of those Iranian drones and missiles. So I think as long as look, my sorry to use a crude analogy,
his kind to people, ruthless with systems approach was very, very applicable to how I approach doing content.
My analogy has always been Israel reminds me of the child
best communicator of my lifetime for sure. Yep.
In the playground that goes around picking fights with everyone, knowing that his big brother will come along and sort everything out if things go wrong. And big brother has to say to little brother, I'm not there for you anymore. Fight your own battles. See how that goes. And maybe then little brother will stop going around picking fights with everyone.
I think that that's a very selective read of this. I understand, Mehdi, and I hear in your voice, and I know in my voice, and in many of us, anybody with a conscience is exceedingly beyond, the words angry, and we want to do something to take out our anger. But it's really, I think, important to take a wider lens here and understand that Hamas, Hezbollah, other factions have, over the course of the last 20 years, consistently fired missiles at Israeli civilian centers, and they have consistently caused casualties and deaths with no strategic aim other than terror. Iron Dome has played an important role over the course of those 20 years and making sure that a lot of those missiles didn't land. Nobody wants more than me to find the points of leverage to say to Netanyahu and to the extremists in this government who I despise. With every
if he's making the conversation about not like causing less civilian death, that should also be addressed.
Every fiber of my being, as a Jew who cares about Israel, I think this,
because I don't like the blanket where it's just like, yeah, but we don't want to like do protections. It's just like, oh,
government is doing everything in its power to undermine.
If it was fair for everybody, now that'd be the perfect world.
The future of the state of Israel, and I want them gone. But
Trump wants the Golden Dome.
I don't think.
Why would he do that? Because, when has America been threatened since 9/11 like that? And again, it wasn't exactly in the way that, traditionally like that.
I think that taking away a missile.
You ever think about like what he's preparing for? Like why these billionaires are buying all the like this real estate and they're doing some weird compound bullshit with it? Like, I try not to get too conspiratorial on this page, but for real, there's like this trend of the rich separating themselves even further from us that is kind of alarming to me.
Defense program that over the course of decades,
on top of the fact that they're defunding education, they're defunding climate awareness, they're defunding anything that keeps us healthy. Fucking A, there is something going on.
It has saved lives and prevented.
And if it's just Republican cruelty that's causing it all, that should show everybody, like, this should be the end of supporting these types of policies, especially under the fucking onus that you're doing this for your fucking children.
Wars at the times that it was used.
John Galt. I do feel like I've heard that name, but that's one of the ones that, I don't know where.
One is, I totally take on board everything you said.
I'll be honest, it sounds like, he's the leader of a band called
but do you disagree with
Private Estate or some shit like that?
With what I said, that having all this American armament,
heard the new song by Private Estate? John Galt he shredded it.
And defense allows Israel to bomb, in violation of the UN Charter, sovereign neighbors like Lebanon, like Iran, like Yemen, like Syria. They have no legal right to be bombing Syria right now. Certainly the attack on Iran was there's no legal basis for that. You surely accept that they're doing that because they know that they are untouchable at home. And my other quick question is, you keep mentioning this current government. I mean, the next government of Lapid, Gantz,
oh yeah,
whoever it is would be doing very similar things. Let's not pretend this is all.
That was the Atlas Shrugged guy, right?
Just about Netanyahu.
So on both points, we probably don't agree. I mean, I do think that the United States has absolutely, as I said before, through the provision of essentially a get out of jail free card, through the provision of diplomatic immunity in international forums, and through the extension of its military and security umbrella, without any questions, a blank check. It has extended that impunity, and your playground analogy, I would agree with. That still doesn't change to me the benefit of the specific missile defense programs that do defend against terrorists. And I hope you would agree with me that, you know, the things that Hamas and Hezbollah have done over the course of decades, I am first in line to say Palestinians need their freedom. They need self-determination. They don't need a terrorist group like Hamas that is firing missiles at civilian centers, kibbutzes, moshavim, doing what they do. I think Iron Dome is important, and I make the distinction. And I do agree with you that the part of the reason why
it's kind of weird to be in
Israel
the
with impunity is
in
because
between here, because what he's saying is kind of fair.
But the United States will always have its back, and we need to make clear we're only going to have its back when it does things that are justified and legal. I have to disagree on the question of whether or not the
using it as a leverage point is not a bad idea.
next Israeli government
I will say
be
that
different.
much.
I think this is a qualitatively different government. I may still disagree with Naftali Bennett, Yair Lapid, Benny Gantz, but they are not racist ethno-nationalists who are...
Naftali Bennett is a racist, Jeremy. Come on.
Well,
he said,
you know,
he's referred to Arabs climbing on trees. Come on.
I grant you that to a government, though, which would have a Yair Golan, which would have a Yair Lapid in it, would be categorically different in character than this government. So I just take a different approach on the difference between this government and a future government.
You know, I think the fact that this provision that AOC voted against, I think, only got 6 votes. So this is something that is, you know, very few folks are for cutting off Iron Dome funding at the moment. But I do think we should sort of put a pin in this one.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This is an important
That's what I
conversation
mean.
going
And that's
forward.
what he's saying you can't do. Yeah. And that's where I disagree with that. Saying that you can't do that is a little,
I think people understandably don't want.
But that's also where I can also say I agree with like the whole, I don't want more civilians to die because, you know, if they frame it like that, then it's just like a blanket no.
Civilians in Israel or anywhere else.
Especially after seeing like how many protesters there were in Tel Aviv that were active, like literally protesting the starvation of the people in Gaza. And it wasn't just like a couple hundred, man. There were thousands of people at that protest. There's a reason that they sent out a security force to deal with it.
Hurt by rocket fire, but also I think
it's also kind of, I hate to say it's kind of karmatic for Israel, where these are the things that we're finally starting to see because the media has been stationed in Tel Aviv, so they were there to witness all of this.
I think they know money is.
You had CNN, Al Jazeera, you had almost every giant publication, Associated Press. They were all down there seeing this happen.
And if you're not spending $500 million on Iron
Smoking
Dome, you
them
can
also.
spend it on offensive weapons. And also, I do think there's an argument to be made that missile defense systems incentivize or enable more aggressive military action. But Jeremy, I want to shift gears a little bit and ask you about AIPAC. AIPAC, for those who don't know, it's the American Israel Public Affairs Group. It describes itself as America's pro-Israel lobby. They work to build, quote, bipartisan support for the U.S.-Israel relationship. That includes lobbying for the U.S. to provide security assistance to Israel, countering Iran, a bunch of other issues. A lot of people argue that AIPAC is lobbying for Israel and that they should have to register as a foreign lobbying group under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA. Do you think AIPAC should have to register under FARA?
Well, that's been investigated. I mean, the stance of AIPAC has always been that we should back up whatever the Israel government supports, right or wrong. The reason we started JSTRD is because that's the wrong way to be pro-Israel. Disagreeing with the government of Israel and actually trying to chart a different path for the United States and for Israel is pro-Israel. And so we disagree 100% with them. But their stated approach to everything is we're just going to support and back whatever it is that the government of Israel does. And so, whether or not they're doing it at the explicit behest of and, are actually acting as an agent, or they're just simply doing it, we'll let the courts decide. But that they state it themselves. That's their mission. That's the way that they approach their advocacy. And, you don't need a court case to just know that that's who they are.
Yeah, I mean, Mehdi, same question to you, but also with the twist, because in 2020, the Department of Justice ordered AJ Plus, the U.S. affiliate of Al Jazeera, to register under FARA. And I believe they're still fighting that order. But DOJ said, well, AJ Plus's activities are controlled by the Qatari government. You worked at Al Jazeera back in the day. Do you think that's a fair characterization? And what do you make of the disparity between the treatment of AIPAC and AJ Plus by the Justice Department?
I mean, I worked at Al Jazeera, and if anyone's seen my interview with the Qatari foreign minister, I think it's fair to say that the Qataris were not telling me what to say or what to do. And if they were, I wasn't listening. No, and I still do a show for Al Jazeera called Head to Head, and no one interferes in the editorial line of that. And you can see it for yourself on YouTube. I think it's an absurd analogy that Republicans might make to try and defend it, Republicans in particular right now, because of course AIPAC has become so partisan. It's interesting that Alyssa Slotkin interview you mentioned on Breaking Point, she was asked about registering, and I was surprised to see her kind of go, well, maybe, I'm not sure, which was surprising to hear from a leading Democrat. I think it is shifting. I mean, look, AJ Plus is a media organization. Al Jazeera is a media organization. There are many media organizations either owned or funded by foreign governments. That doesn't make them foreign lobbying operations. Al Jazeera English, when it covers whatever it is, the conflict in South Sudan, is not lobbying for Qatar. Right. AIPAC, as Jeremy just pointed out, is very brazen about what it does. If memory serves me correctly, the predecessor organization to AIPAC was investigated by RFK, the good RFK, not the evil one we currently have, back when he was AG in the 60s. So this has been a long-running conversation. I think Senator William Galbraith, the famous chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, had asked for AIPAC to be investigated as a foreign agent. And clearly, look, there's been cases in the past where people have been accused of spying, indicted, et cetera, et cetera. Clearly, there needs to be at minimum an investigation into what's going on here. But, if you try and ask these questions, people say anti-Semitism and try and shut you down. As I say, Alyssa Slotkin actually being open to it shows the ground is moving. Of course, Tucker Carlson infamously asked Ted Cruz about AIPAC in that takedown interview. And, someone would have to point out to where has the AIPAC ever taken
I might go on Caleb Hammer's show. No shit.
a different...
Let me on Caleb Hammer's show. Finally replied, just apply. They hardened my most recent... Yeah, I mean,
stance
you gotta...
from the Israeli government. Yeah. Has it ever taken a different stance from the Israeli government? And that is a question.
Be careful, because the thing is, you could also turn off the producers. If you're too ambitious to go on, they won't want to deal with you, because they'll see or they'll think that there's ulterior motives for you getting on there.
Question worth asking.
Yeah, agreed.
The answer is clear. That's their whole raison d'etre. I mean, this isn't a hide the ball, right? They're not.
But definitely apply, dude.
Saying, "Oh no, we're very different." This is what they say. This is what they do. The interesting thing is, of course, that the hundreds of millions of dollars that they are
just do not harass his producers
funded with is not coming from Israel. It's coming from Republican billionaires.
Just chill. The thing is, they're probably booked up for the next few months with content. They will get a hold of you if they need somebody, and more than likely they will.
Right? I mean, it's important to actually call out specifically, whereas other foreign agents are getting back channel funding, perhaps from foreign governments. This is an advocacy organization where you do see publicly, its finance records for its super PAC, and it's just one Republican billionaire after another.
Yeah. And then they use that money to interfere in Democratic primaries.
Right, exactly.
And they did it to take down Jamal Bowman. They did it to take down Cori Bush. They were quite open and proud about that. What's interesting is, and this goes back to the heart of this discussion, in the ads they ran in those primary campaigns, they did not mention Israel. Right. They talked about the infrastructure bill and how Corey and Jamal were not pro-Biden enough. They didn't mention Israel because they know that Israel is a hugely unpopular issue. And that is where we are right now as a country. Americans are not happy with Israel. I think Pew found for the first time ever, a majority of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel. Surprise, surprise. A majority of Americans want restrictions on arms sales. I don't know if you guys saw the Data for Progress poll that came out this week. Astonishing numbers from New York primary Democratic voters. 79% say the U.S. should restrict arms to Israel. 78% say Israel's committing a genocide. 86% say the $30 billion paid to Israel since October the 7th will be better spent at home here in the U.S. These are Democratic primary voters who are not being represented in Congress. There's no representation of those views in Congress. Not at all.
I mean, I would say that the majority of Jewish Americans also have an unfavorable view of what Israel is doing. The majority of Jewish Americans do not want...
But Congress doesn't, Jeremy. That's the point.
But
the Democratic Party does not.
But you're seeing a very, very significant shift.
The AIPAC don't, it was all... the ones that took AIPAC money.
Coming out of the Senate that are condemning what is going on. You are seeing increasing calls for restrictions on aid. I mean, you are seeing...
Which... does this now become a referendum on that? Like anybody that starts taking AIPAC money will not, and like it'll have the opposite effect of like what happened just this last election term?
No, Jeremy, come on. We're sitting on a day where there's going to be a vote for Bernie Sanders' arms bill. That is not going to get a majority of Democrats, let alone a majority of members of Congress. That is the tragedy we're in. You can sign all the letters you want, but as long as they keep voting for arms and money, they are complicit in the genocide, and they are not representing the party base. I have not seen such a disconnect on any issue from the Democratic Party, where you've got 80-90% of Democrats saying one thing, and in Congress, it's 80-90% the other direction.
Yeah.
That's a crisis of democracy at this point.
Yeah.
But I will say, I mean, just to give the Democrats in the Senate, I mean, I do think that it is very possible you will get a majority of the Democrats voting for this joint resolution of disapproval today. All of us have been around this for a very long time. We are working on this one senator at a time, one state at a time, and there has been a sea change. And if you had introduced this kind of a resolution a few years back, you would have maybe gotten Bernie.
Trump is flailing because he needs time to alter the Epstein files. He's only put 1,000 agents on it.
And
it kind of like that makes sense why now is the day that he moved Ghislaine to fucking Texas, and that like they're kind of gearing up their base to be okay with the fact that it's like, yeah, we got to pardon her, because then she's going to come out with the real villains.
Yes, vote.
Legit. We're watching the biggest cover up in the history of the United States literally just unfold in front of us, and you still have a large contingent of people that are just like, nothing to see here.
And I believe we're at the point now where you're going to get a majority of the Democrats in the Senate. And I think it's a sea change, Mehdi. I think, change doesn't happen.
I hope you're right, but, it took 22 months of 60,000 people dead and 17,000 children dead and a man-made famine for them to even come out and vote on some resolutions and sign some letters. So, look, I'm all for welcoming people. Tommy was having this debate on Twitter the other day. I'm all for welcoming people who change their minds. I'm all for Angus King coming out strongly against Israel. But that doesn't change the fact that for the last 2 years nearly, these people, Democrats in Congress, were A, not representing the American public, and B, supporting a genocide, arming a genocide, funding war crimes, funding Israeli snipers shooting kids in the testicles, funding torture in Israeli gulags, funding, the blocking of infant formula going into Gaza. That happened on a Democratic president's watch. That happened on a Democratic senator's watch. And that, I think we really have to have a reckoning about that.
We have to have a reckoning, but I also think
the cover-ups makes Watergate seem like child's play.
Really
it really does.
To have a balanced reckoning. And I think that one of the reasons why it has taken 22 months is because what did this begin on October 7th with? It began with what was a horrific, a day that is beyond description of what was done. And I think that it takes a little bit of perspective on the fact that there is a deep problem on both sides here. And it isn't, to only go one point after another about Israel does make the conversation.
Oh, yeah. Very well said. Very, very few people can I say just speak for me. And man, MEHDI leaves nothing unsaid. I would feel very comfortable going to sleep knowing he is getting the whole picture.
What do you mean by both sides, Jeremy? Who are you talking about?
That was, great point, man.
What I'm saying is that Hamas is an evil terror organization.
But we don't fund or arm Hamas, so it's not relevant to the conversation.
No, but it's exceedingly important if you're going to have a rational conversation and reach people across an aisle that there be some acknowledgement that there was a crime committed and there are terrorists on the other side.
There isn't a question of that. You have so many people that have already capitulated that. The thing is, that doesn't change what needs to happen now, and this doesn't change any of the contents of the conversation up until that point.
And their worldview.
Honestly, this is why we get so frustrated. Because guys like Piers Morgan are the ones that always do this shit, where it's just like, they'll be like, we need to let aid into Gaza. We need to take point on this, and then simultaneously we'll do the thing with the right person and go, but we do also need to make sure that we have just a ton of acknowledgement for October 7th, where it's like we have.
But that's all we've acknowledged, Jeremy. But that's all we've acknowledged for 22 months. Every American member of Congress only talks about Hamas and hostages, doesn't talk about Palestinian deaths, and hasn't voted against arms restrictions or leverage. To go back to where we started, forget ending arms sales. You said you support conditioning aid. You support using arms as leverage. That has not been the case in the Democratic Party in government. Joe Biden barely paused one set of 2,000-pound bombs. That's it. Otherwise, he gave Netanyahu everything he wanted. So the Democrats, I take your point. It was look, October 7th was a horrific day, but every day since October the 7th has been a horrific day for people in Gaza. I know that you know, there was no good part of this war. I know J Street came out for a ceasefire in about January, but that doesn't mean October, November, December were not horrific months for Gazans who were being bombed with US bombs. Thousands of people died in those first few months after October the 7th.
Right, and October 7th happened, and for those of us in the Jewish community, those of us who have friends and family who died on that day, those of us who are really, really deeply committed to finding a peaceful resolution to this conflict, that first few months was a very, very difficult period, and it remains a very difficult period for the people whose families are still in tunnels underneath Gaza. I mean, it is important. Again, I think it is a one-sided presentation of this that makes it difficult to come to a positive place for American policy, for communal dialogue. There is a terrorist group holding people hostage. If tomorrow they decided to release the hostages, all of this would end too, right?
Jeremy, you don't believe that. You don't believe that. No, you don't. Come on.
Do.
That you're J Street, you're not AIPAC. That's an AIPAC talking point. That if you release the hostages, this all ends. The Israeli government made it very clear that is not the case. The Israeli government made it very clear they're staying in Gaza. Israeli ministers, the settlements...
I have to make a correction. I thought J Street used the AIPAC talking points. I said that earlier in before the interview. I want to say that I was wrong.
I said it just last week. It's not about...
This guy's been very fair.
The hostage. Smotrich has said it. Netanyahu has said it. They've all said that this is not just about the hostages. Come on. They could release every hostage tomorrow. They've made it very clear. The ethnic cleansing of Gaza is happening in front of our eyes. It's happening with a Trump green light. Netanyahu has not hidden it. Smotrich has not hidden it. Ben Gvir has not hidden it. In fact, opposition politicians who you've praised have not hidden it. So please, let's not fall back into that trap that if the hostages were released, this would all be over tomorrow. It's just not. It just defies what we've seen for 22 months.
Anybody on any side of any argument who is making the case that it is a 100-0 situation where the entirety of the blame, the entirety of the problem lies on one side, I have a problem with that. And, I just don't think it is true.
He's trying to chime in.
It depends what we're talking about, guys, Jeremy, right? I agree with you. 100% of the problems in the Middle East are not on one side. Agreed. But when we're talking about what's happened in Gaza, yes, 100% of the responsibility for the killing and starving of Gazan civilians is on Israel. That's undeniable. Just as the civilians who were killed on October the 7th, that's on Hamas.
Right. But if October 7th had not happened, then this wouldn't have happened.
But that doesn't justify it, Jeremy. Are you justifying 60,000 dead because of what happened on October 7th?
I'm just saying it's a matter of fact. And if you don't admit that, then you're going to lose a very large portion of the community.
Hold on. I'm admitting that what happened in Gaza came about as a result of October the 7th. I'm saying it doesn't justify it. And I would argue nothing justifies October the 7th. But October the 7th doesn't justify what happened in Gaza. And that's what my position is. Your position is up until January, it was justified to do that. And then you came out for a ceasefire. I'm saying when they bombed the Jabalia refugee camp at the end of October and killed 100 people to get one Hamas commander, that was a war crime. And that should be investigated as a war crime. And the people behind that should go to prison. And the American politicians who provided the bombs that dropped on Jabalia refugee camp should be held to account.
Benny, let me ask you about sort of the sentiment I'm taking away from what Jeremy is saying and what I've heard from some people in my life, people I love, politicians I know, activists. I mean, on Pod Save America Monday, I talked about some positions I'd like to see the Democratic Party take. That meant, my list was like not funding the Israeli military, recognize Palestine as a state, don't take money from AIPAC, some other stuff. And I got a message from a friend, a good progressive Democrat who was genuinely hurt. And he said to me, "You are making the Democratic Party tent feel smaller to me." He said, there's room in your new Democratic Party for Zohran Mamdani and, sort of anti-Zionist views. But me, a liberal Zionist, I'm no longer welcome in the Democratic Party as you described it, because I think the U.S. should support Israel. And I guess I'm wondering, what would you say to a liberal Zionist who feels that way, who feels like they're no longer welcome in the kind of party I'm outlining?
So your friend may be a progressive, but he's what's called a PEP, right? He's a progressive except Palestine, because there is this carve out when it comes to liberals and the approach to the Middle East.
What did you just say?
We want equality, human rights, progressive values, except on this one conflict. And
he said, there's room in your new Democratic Party for Zohran Mamdani and, sort of anti-Zionist views.
I just need to know if he actually said that, then I might need this clipped.
A liberal Zionist, I'm no longer welcome in the Democratic Party as you described it, because I think...
Although, the fact that it means something horrible.
I think the U.S. should support Israel. And I guess I'm wondering, what would you say to a liberal Zionist who feels that way, who feels like they're no longer welcome in the kind of party I'm outlining?
So your friend may be a progressive, but he's what's called a PEP, right? He's
Damn it.
Progressive except Palestine, because there is this carve out when it comes to liberals and the approach to the Middle East that we want equality, human rights, progressive values, except on this one conflict. And I would say, spare me the self-victimization. I just mentioned earlier to Jeremy, the entire Democratic Party in Congress.
Well, at least I got that little bit of him saying pep.
Does not support Palestine. It still supports Israel, even while
Don't
8%
have to AI
of
that
Democrats
shit.
told Gallup this month that they support Israel's actions in Gaza. In Congress, it's about 88% of Democrats. So the actual Democratic Party, the organized party, the leadership, the establishment, the presidential candidates, the senators, the donors, or organizers, the DNC, they are all hardcore still pro-Israel. They are not pro-Palestine. The idea that your friend would say this is a party that welcomes Zohran Mamdani, are you kidding me? Zohran Mamdani has still not been endorsed by Chuck Schumer, has still not been endorsed by Hakeem Jeffries, had Islamophobic abuse thrown at him by Kirsten Gillibrand. Give me a break. If anything, it's the other way around. You have a pro-Palestine candidate, a Muslim immigrant, as the Democratic mayoral nominee, and the party can't even get behind him. Why? Not because of his freeze the rent policies, but because of his Palestine position. So I would say that this kind of wanting to be the victim is great, but it's not true at all. And Israel behaves in the same way. Oh, we're oppressed by everyone. No, you're a nuclear power in the Middle East that just bombed 4 of your neighbors.
Snap new Slim Jim.
And has kept millions of people under apartheid and
It's not
occupation
Slim
for
Jim.
decades and thumbs its
Snap
nose at
into
international
a
law, the Geneva
healthy
Conventions, the
alternative to a Slim
ICC, and the
Jim.
ICJ. So this whole self-victimization stuff, it's all a distraction from the fact that babies are being starved to death in Gaza right now. And if that's not what we're talking about, then sorry, forgive me if I don't accept your progressive credentials.
Well, I just think that it's just too simplistic, Mehdi, and I really respect you, but, you are just simply making this into a black and white issue and not hearing.
Genocide is a black and white issue, Jeremy. Forgive me.
Right, but if you make this into you either are pro-Israel or you are pro-Palestine, we are condemning these people to forever war, and we're condemning people to have more generations of genocide and famine and bloodshed and horror because you have to pick a winner and you have to pick one side. And I think where I fall, I believe it is where the majority of the Democratic Party fall, where I know Tommy's friend, the liberal Zionist probably falls, is we are looking for a win-win out of this. We are looking for a way in which the Jewish people can feel that they do, in fact, have a state, that they have a right to have a national home in, and that the Palestinian people, too, can have the same exact state and freedom and rights. And I know we are a long way from that, and I know what the problems are, and I've articulated them, what the problems are with American foreign policy, with Democratic policy, Republican policy. The United States has been a failed mediator, and those who have carried out, with all due respect to Tommy, those who have carried out the foreign policy of the United States over the course of the last 30 and 40 years on this conflict have failed miserably. But it doesn't change the fact that there isn't only one good guy in this, and everything that is evil is on one side and everything that is good is on the other side. Both sides have a history of trauma. Both sides have committed crimes. Both sides have been victims. Both sides have legitimate rights and needs and claims. And the only way forward is not to put this as 8% are pro-Israel and 92% are pro-Palestine, so we win. No, and 100% should be pro-Israel and pro-Palestine, and we should be looking for a way that both peoples can have a future.
Jeremy, with respect, a couple of things. One is, it wasn't about winning. It was about pointing out there's a huge democratic dysfunction in this country where the party doesn't represent its voters. Put that to one side for a moment. I don't want to get into a long history argument about both sides and who's been oppressed more or less. Save that for another day. My position is one side is an occupier, one side is occupied. They're not equal sides. But on the specific point about how you solve this and evil, look, I'm not someone who throws around the word evil. Maybe I'm wrong. Check my Twitter account going back years. I try not to throw around the word evil. It's not helpful when you're doing geopolitical analysis. But what we have seen, especially in recent months, there is no other word for it. other than evil. When you have Nick Maynard, a surgeon from the UK, saying he saw Israeli soldiers treating Palestinians as target practice.
About Hamas and what they did on October 7th.
Yes, yes.
Okay. As long
But what's interesting is in American political discourse, we only use it for Hamas. We don't use it for Israel. So it's in fact the reverse again of your both sides point. In fact, if you read Western media coverage, it's always the brutal October the 7th attack, the horrific October 7th attack, and then it's like Israel defended itself and killed some civilians by accident. So the discourse is completely one-sided. And in terms of evil, let me just finish my point. Nick Maynard, a British surgeon, came back from Gaza and said he saw Palestinians being shot for target practice by Israeli snipers. He said he saw patterns of...
When he said, let me finish my point, somebody on the PodSave side was telling him, wrap it up.
Injury, one day legs, one day hearts and abdomens, one day 4 kids in the testicles, right? There is no other word for that.
It's kind of funny that he just responded to a producer that you don't see that very often.
But evil. And when you say, we can't pick a side, look, the Balkans had a genocide, and we all agreed that the Serbs were the bad guys. No one went around saying we need to be pro-Serb and pro-Bosnian. We accepted that the Milosevic and the Serbian state was a pariah state, had broken international law, had carried out a genocide, had to be punished. Now, we could get into debates about military action in the Balkans, that's for another day. But the reaction is the world did not go around saying we need to be pro both sides. And I think this is the fundamental problem here. Whatever happened pre-October 7th, whatever debates we want to have about two-state solution, one-state solution, liberals are... That's all irrelevant to me right now. I just see a daily genocide on my screens. I see people being killed by Israel every day, sometimes in the hundreds per day. And I think to myself, no, I can't be pro that. How can you be pro that? How can any moral person be pro that? And I think that's where the American public is now shifting with global public opinion. And that's why Israel is so isolated now. And that's not me saying, rah, 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 win. I don't care about winning or losing. I'm just pointing out people of good conscience, as you pointed out, Jewish Americans, absolutely disgusted by what is being done in their name by the Jewish state. And I think we have to call that out.
As am I. I just want to make it really clear. I have been saying for months that this is a moral abomination. And I've said this is a moral stain, not just on the state of Israel.
So why should we be pro the people doing the moral abomination?
But this is what the question, isn't, are we pro the people doing this? The question is, are we pro the peoples? Are we pro the Jewish peoples and the Palestinian peoples? There are 15
That's a different argument. That's a different argument. Of course, we're pro the peoples. We're talking about the state and the government. When I talk about Israel, I'm talking about the government and the state. I'm not going to be pro a rogue nation that is carrying out a genocide, that has a prime minister.
State. I mean, again, I think that you're over. You're
all right. How do you talk about Iran, Jeremy? I'm sure. Come on, you're being a little bit disingenuous, Jeremy. We all talk about Iran and Libya and Iraq as when we're talking about the bad states. We don't like North Korea. We don't talk about the people. We know what we're talking about here. I'm not talking about Jewish people or Israelis. By the way, Israelis as a whole, if you want to get into that debate, Israelis as a whole, the polling shows they hold some ridiculously genocidal views right now. So that's another problem that we need to think about. We talk about common values. I mean, I wrote it down before I came here. 82% of Israelis support expelling Palestinians from Gaza.
No, but you know 47% on the Palestinian side about Jews. So the level of anti-Semitism on the Palestinian side is about as high as the racist feeling on the...
I'm sorry, watching the dude from PodSave get a little bit like
Israeli side.
60.
This has happened twice now.
4% of Israelis said there are no innocent people in Gaza.
There is no shortage.
He did say he just wanted to let him go
on both sides of this conflict, and the answer.
But we're only arming and funding one. I know you keep doing this both sides, right. But I'm an American citizen,
and I'm agreeing
so I don't want my money going towards genocidal Israelis.
So towards a government, and again, I draw that there are hundreds of thousands of Israelis in the streets who are protesting this war, who are protesting this government. We at J Street, at least, and Tommy's liberal Zionist friend, we are on the side of the people of the state of Israel who want this to end. The people whose kids, my cousins, who are being sent into Gaza and who are dying for no reason whatsoever, and are coming home with PTSD and bringing home the horror of having been in the midst of what you are saying right now. This is going to leave scars on both sides of this conflict for generations to come. This is
Jeremy, with respect, I have great respect for you. I've known you for many years. Please do not say that this is going to leave the same trauma on both sides. What has been done to Gaza? What has been done to Gaza is incomparable to any other war zone in our lifetimes. I don't need to run through the statistics. You know them. It is horrific what has been done to Gaza. There is no comparison on the Israeli side.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want this is part of the problem with the whole conflict is the need to try to compare trauma. right? I don't want
With
to go
respect,
down...
it was you who said both sides. I'm just saying that's
Well, I am
offensive
saying
to
that
people who are
both-
going through a genocide. I'm sure the Serbs said that they went through some trauma as well in the Balkans conflict. A lot of Serbs died. Nobody thinks that they were equal victims with the Bosnians and the Croats.
And I'm not saying equal. I am just saying that there is a lot for hundreds of thousands of Israelis who were displaced from their homes because of October 7th in the north and the south, and who are still not at home, and whose villages and communities I know well and have been destroyed, and for hundreds of thousands of their neighbors who are not going to be able to return home, and then for the hundreds of thousands of families whose kids have been forced by their government into this unjust war that they are in right now, and they are witnessing horrible crimes. It is going to leave a trauma. I'm not saying it is the same as the trauma of a family who has lost 38 family members. I'm not saying that. But okay. I think it is wrong to say that there's only trauma on one side.
Let me just ask. I mean, look, I think we can all agree that every day since October 7th has been a nightmare, and we are not equating the two, but it's been awful. But just in the little time we have left, I mean, Jeremy, the media. I want to pick up on a point MEHDI made about sort of how Israel has acted in the region recently, but really over the last decade. I mean, you all, like, it is stated as fact all the time that Israel is America's closest ally in the Middle East, but in the last decade or so, there have been some very serious breaches between the U.S. and Israel, right? Like Obama and Netanyahu had a huge disagreement over Iran policy and the JCPOA. Biden and Netanyahu fought over Gaza, although only privately, never publicly, which drove me insane. And then recently, a Trump White House official told Axios, quote, "Bibi acted like a madman. He bombs everything all the time. This could undermine what Trump is trying to do." This was with regards to Israel bombing Syria. At what point do you think does an alliance go from strained to broken?
Well, you know, I want to really make it clear that the overwhelming majority of Jewish Americans don't like an unquestioning support from any president of any party for the government of Israel when it's doing things that are not in our interest or in alignment with our values. And you won't get any disagreement from the majority of American Jews about that. And we do not want a relationship that isn't grounded in a belief in the core values that we hold both as American citizens and as Jews, right? I mean, we have a certain set of values, and it used to be that both countries at least paid lip service to the same set of values, and that was what united the countries. Now we have governments in both of these places that are completely disconnected from either the democratic or the Jewish values on which I was raised, and we need to work together with those in Israel and with those in Palestinian society and with those across the world who are looking to stand up for the values that we share. The relationship is broken when it isn't grounded on anything other than simply, do what you will, blank check, right or wrong support. That's a broken relationship. It has to be an alignment of interests and values. And right now, I would say, and I think MEHDI and I would agree, the relationship between the United States and Israel neither serves the interests of the United States nor is in alignment with our values. Yes. And I would argue the same would be true for Israel, for the majority of Israelis, that this government of Israel doesn't represent its best interests or values.
Yeah. MEHDI, I mean, I want to pick up on something you said earlier about this silly Twitter fight I had over the weekend, but it's a question about, activism and language around these issues and how to make political change. Zohran Mamdani in his New York mayoral campaign got a lot of criticism for refusing to condemn the phrase "globalize the Intifada," and then ultimately he said he would urge people not to use that slogan after saying he didn't want to kind of play language police. Whenever I refer to the war in Gaza, there are people who get mad at me and say I should be saying genocide. We were joking earlier how I did an event with Zateo in Los Angeles. I mentioned the war in Gaza, and there were people in the audience who were like, say genocide. And it was, it's well-meaning catcalling, and it was a great event, by the way. But it's coming from a profound place of pain and hurt, right? And wanting to feel heard and seen for what's happening. And that brings me to a clip of Senator Bernie Sanders on CNN, I think today, where he is asked whether he believes a genocide is happening. Let's listen.
Are you at the point yet where you would call what's happening in Gaza a genocide?
You can use whatever word you want.
But Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that she's the first Republican to go there.
I'm sorry.
What is? Yeah. Why? Why do we have to do the disappointing thing now? Fucking Christ!
Look, genocide is a legal term. What is going on now, clearly, is absolutely horrific.
The fuck are you mincing words over, Bernie? This is just such an L take.
60,000 people dead and 140,000 who have been wounded. But the important point is not what you call it. It is horror. And I think the whole world knows that.
Great.
The answer is, what the hell do we do about it? Should the United States taxpayer, should your taxpayer dollars go to support a government that is doing it? That is the most important issue.
So, Mehdi, if the International Court of Justice determines that Israel has committed genocide, that will have enormous legal implications, both for Israeli officials and in the United States as well. I think for when,
what the fuck, bro? Like,
people like us,
stubborn old man take,
us choose which words we use. I mean, I think in some sense, obviously there's no legal meaning to what you and I say, but there is a moral takeaway and an urgency from when you use a word like genocide that is different than saying the word war like I did earlier. But I also think about, how do the words I use impact, let's say, a 60-year-old progressive Jewish woman who lives in New York, who has supported Israel her whole life, but is horrified by what's happening, but doesn't want to feel like, like the word genocide is painful for her given the legacy of the Holocaust. How do you think about the language you use, how that impacts our ability to build the biggest, most inclusive coalition to big political change?
It's a great question. Bernie Sanders, classic Bernie there. He says the right thing and the wrong thing at the same time. I mean, he's right that we need to focus on the crimes and the language isn't the priority. On the other hand, kind of dismissing it as just a legal term is just not true. We know that we use genocide all the time in contexts where there hasn't been a legal determination. The United States government has recognized the Rohingya genocide, has recognized the genocide in Xinjiang of the Uyghurs. We did not wait for the international...
I haven't had to think of it this way. But never liked his Israel takes. Even if Bernie had become president, I fear he wouldn't have been that different from Biden, or different enough from Biden. Yeah.
Court of Justice on either of those.
Yeah, I haven't really reconciled with that, but you might be right about that.
Those issues. And by the way, by the time the ICC,
especially after seeing that, and like we had already kind of known this, and he was already tiptoeing around it. But like, dude, when MTG beats you to the fucking to the
CJ rules on this. It'll be too late for the Palestinians of Gaza because it tends to take several years for the ICJ to make a ruling on genocide. What they did do, by the way, last year, just while we're on the ICJ, is they put out a series of protective measures that needed to be followed by Israel. Israel violated all of them, like end bombing, keep track of civilians, end incitement. They violated every single one of those ICJ measures from a year ago. But on the specific question of language and building a coalition, look, I'm in favor of building coalitions. I want the violence to stop. I don't care about two-state, one-state solution. I don't care about any of that. I want the violence to stop. That is my only priority right now as a journalist and as a human being and as an American citizen. And if that means building a coalition, accepting people who have come late to the party, fine. I do also think there needs to be a reckoning and accountability at some point for the people in power, right? There's a difference between a politician who has sent money and arms to Israel, who suddenly has a change late in the day because they want to win a primary, versus, well-meaning citizens or activists who, finally came around to realize I can't defend what Israel's doing anymore. So that's one thing. In terms of the language, look, I recognize that Jews are the victims of the worst genocide in modern history, the Holocaust. Therefore, when we talk about genocide...
Yeah, I mean, she's coming at it from the anti-Semitism angle. Yes. But the fact that she, like no mincing words, she beat him to the punch of calling it genocide, which is just embarrassing.
In relation to anything to do with the Jewish people, we have to be careful. I'm the person who says we need to recognize the danger of anti-Semitic tropes. We need to recognize how sensitive this issue is. Having said that, and somebody asked me this question at an event, like, what would you say to a Jewish person who says this hurts me? And I would say, what about the Palestinian right to be able to say their truth? What about the Palestinians' right to have their reality be recognized? And I think that's quite important here. I do think there are ways you can do it in a way that is sensitive. For example, when I talk about genocide, I make the point to the 60-year-old progressive Jewish grandmother who has memories of the Holocaust. I would say, listen to Israeli historians of the Holocaust. Listen to Omar Bartov of Brown University. Listen to Amos Goldberg of Hebrew University, who we've just published today on the subject of genocide. Listen to Raz Siegel. Listen to Shmuel Liederman. Listen to Daniel Blattman, Israeli historians of the Holocaust. They're saying This isn't exactly like the Holocaust, of course, but this is a genocide. Listen to, for example, Michael Ben-Yair, former Attorney General of Israel, from a much more left-wing period in Israeli history, as Jeremy will remember, from the 90s. He just tweeted this week, "We Jews endured a genocide, now we're doing a genocide to another people." So that is what I would say to open-minded, good faith, Jewish, liberal Zionist friends, colleagues, fellow progressives who say this language of genocide is offensive. I would say, listen to the Holocaust historians, listen to the genocide scholars, listen to the former AG of Israel, and listen to Palestinians who have a right to tell their truth, who shouldn't have to be the victims of a genocide, but also victims of a genocide who have to then be silent about the genocide they're enduring.
Yeah. Jeremy, how do you think about this question of language?
Or don't call it,
the
you know,
term
what it is.
genocide, coalition building?
I mean, look, I think that it is absolutely possible, the way that Bernie Sanders just did, and much of what MEHDI has said and you have said, it is absolutely possible to talk about the absolute moral horror of this, and to talk about just how wrong this is, how we can't live with it, how this has got to stop. You can do all of that without having to apply that label. And I just can't quite grasp, it does feel like a gotcha game, that it is trying to force people into using a single word when I'm willing to, describe this in any way and admit in any way that this is an absolutely inhuman, awful situation that I want nothing to do with.
Yeah.
But I don't want to use that term to describe it.
Why?
Right? And
that's
to me, I'm
makes no
a little
sense.
older than the 60-year-old grandmother. I object to your 60-year-old grandmother thing. It is very,
semantical.
very painful for my family, who lost many people in the Holocaust. The Holocaust is the origin story of the law of genocide. It is very painful. And it is very painful for Palestinians what is happening. And we can talk about the pain of what is happening and the horror of what is happening to the Palestinian people without forcing people like me and my younger sister in Queens to use the word. And if we refuse to use the word, to somehow say, well, then clearly you don't have morals, then clearly you are not welcome in our space. This notion that somebody who may support the right of the Jewish people to have a state of their own isn't welcome in progressive spaces. This notion that somehow, the Zionists are not welcome, people who don't use the word genocide aren't welcome, we're going to be booed if we don't use that word. I just ask people who are looking to actually save lives, who are looking to make peace, who are looking to find solutions, to realize that we can be stronger together if we are not forcing each other to use these words.
Just to be clear, neither me nor Tommy have said any of those things. You're talking about someone else.
No, I'm talking in general.
We've not said any of that stuff. I've not said any of that. I would never force you to use a word.
That it does happen in progressive.
It does happen, but it does happen. But
we know who he's calling out here.
Point is not that. My point is about truth. Like I think language.
Someone read his YouTube comments.
Should be truthful. It shouldn't just be about whether you offend or not offend people. And I think, just to go back to your point, you said about forcing you to use a word. I would never want to force you to use a word, and I hope vice versa. But it works both ways. When you say that somebody says to you to force you to do a genocide and you don't want to, fine. But the people who do use the word genocide are accused of doing blood libels. They're accused of being anti-Semites. You would accept, would you not?
Right, of course.
But exactly. But you would accept that when I say Israel is committing a genocide, you don't agree with me.
I phrase both sides, but I know you'll get mad at me. But both sides do that.
But
yes,
look, on this, both sides is appropriate. But my point being, you do recognize that there is a huge pressure now.
Absolutely.
And I would ask you this: you said the word gotcha. It's not a gotcha, because I don't get as many chances to have these conversations. So I appreciate Tommy and Crooked for having this conversation.
This is a really good one.
But Jeremy, I genuinely want to ask you in good faith, when you hear Omar Bartov and all these Holocaust historians, Jews, Israelis, saying we studied the Holocaust and we think Gaza is a genocide, what do you genuinely think about that? Does that make you think again? I'm just wondering.
I feel absolutely no need to get to the point where I'm comfortable with that word. God bless the scholars who really look into this, the lawyers who understand the ins and the outs. This word was only invented 70 years ago. There have been plenty of mass killings and horrors throughout human history.
Sure,
right?
but if I said the Nazis didn't do a genocide, you would rightly call me a Holocaust denier. So you do put value in the word in certain places.
As a million.
Yes, and that's where you need to really recognize that. You can't say like, oh, it's just the word I don't want to say.
Killed by the Turks.
but then also simultaneously acknowledge how powerful it is.
Nobody was, arguing over, do we need to call it a genocide?
But now we have this term.
Yeah, the thing is that, again, what is the harm in just acknowledging it?
Jeremy, come on.
Right, but
it's almost like from my point of view, it really does kind of seem like the whole, well, if we say that, then it's going to somehow denigrate what we went through with World War II. And God, we wouldn't want that.
But this, like, the issue isn't what we call it. And there's no need to force people into that place. If one
well, actually, there's a legal argument. But yes, put that to one side.
Right. So leave it to the courts. Leave it to ultimately there will be a legal decision. Ultimately, there will be that call made, and people will have to face.
What do you call Gaza out of interest? Do you call it crime against humanity, war crime?
A moral abomination. It violates every sense of who I am. Jewish people should not be doing to other people what was done.
But in terms of accountability,
what is he getting out of denial though? Just so he can sleep at night for supporting it,
right? People should be held to account.
What is happening to starve another people, to deny food, to deny medical aid, to destroy 90% of the housing. I mean, this is a crime, what is happening, and there needs to be accountability. I'm completely there on that. But for me, I am not comfortable using that term, and I think that in the interest of trying to keep some form of
How about ethnic cleansing then?
Coalition built.
Does that fit your bill?
Across lines that bring together.
I mean, honestly, it really is like this conversation has gone so well, and then this right here, it's like this weird mental block.
They're Jewish Americans and Muslim Americans and Arab Americans, Palestinian Americans, progressive Americans. It is really important to understand why it is so hard and painful for us to use that word to describe this, and we are willing to admit how horrible it is and to work across lines to try to solve it, but feel cornered on the issue of the word.
One thing I would say is that according to the polls, last year, a year ago, 1 in 3 American Jews thought it was a genocide in Gaza. So it's not like it's a universal position in the Jewish. I would argue that number's probably higher now if you poll them again.
There's no universal positions in the Jewish community. If we can at least take one
or in
away
the Muslim community, or in the Muslim community.
Well, listen, I want to thank you both so much for this conversation. I know damn well how challenging it can be to talk publicly about all the things we covered today. There's a cottage industry of people on both sides who look for ways to take you out of context and slap the shit out of you. Hi, Jonathan Greenblatt. Good to see you again.
Samantha Stevens, I just finished watching this debate. I was so annoyed with this guy.
So thank you both for talking with me, for the work you're doing, and I just really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tommy.
Thanks for making the space for this, Tommy. And Mehdi, I respect you deeply, and I really appreciate it. We may disagree on things, but I have the highest respect for you.
Right back at you, Jeremy. Thank you.
That right there, gotta say, wow. That might be one of my favorite debates that I've seen in a long time, possibly ever. I mean, holy shit. That was very, very respectable and at the same time, yes, annoying, but God, can I just say the demeanor of the debate was fucking appreciated because, like I said, being online as much as I am, seeing all these debates, you don't get to watch a lot of them in that regard. All right, so we're getting close to the 420 fun half, which we'll just do. We'll just start watching this and we'll just kind of go into it. So just for anybody that isn't familiar, at the 420 mark on my show, take a little pause. We all do a little cheers and then just kind of vibe after that. But we've been vibing all stream, so this is it's not gonna be too different. And it's Casual Friday. Fuck it, we'll keep it casual. It was absolutely a very refreshing, respectable dynamic between the two. It was. No, I gotta say, for real. I watch a lot of modern day debate and just seeing all again, going back to even the Destiny debates from just years over and just the online leftist debates and just all of it. God damn, that was refreshing. This guy's an old school approach. Well, and that's where, that's how I was trained to debate. And it also kind of seems like Mehdi and Jeremy genuinely wanted to know where each other were coming from, and that's debate right there. So now we go into MEHDI HASAN. He actually he debated Mick Mulvaney. This one was dropped on the 31st. Did not get to see this at all, so.
And so is Donald Trump. And like last time, he's ushered in chaos, confusion, and controversy.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane.
The confusion where he's looking at the kid. Did that little shit just wipe a booger on my desk?
I wish it did.
The news cycle is moving at dizzying speed as Trump enacts mass deportations, a regressive economic agenda, and an unpredictable foreign policy. My guest tonight is a former Republican congressman who was both budget director and chief of staff to President Trump during his first term. The one-time White House insider has a unique understanding of Republican politics, and especially Trump and how he operates. I'm MEHDI HASAN, and tonight I'll be going head-to-head with Mick Mulvaney in London's historic Conway Hall. I'll challenge him on President Trump's immigration policies, whether Trump is mentally stable, and why he still supports the president after once vowing to never vote for him again. Tonight,
I would have loved to attend this.
I'll also be joined by a panel of experts.
Is that George Conway?
George
Ew.
Conway, a lawyer, former Republican and co-founder of the Lincoln Project. Christina Greer, associate professor of political science at Fordham University. And Greg Swenson, chairman of Republicans Overseas UK.
I think debating the right is stupid nowadays. Leftists should only debate liberals.
Mick Mulvaney, thank you for joining me on Head to Head tonight here in London.
Eddie, I'm looking forward.
Did I ever see Norm Finkelstein debating Benny Morris and Destiny? No, I did not.
So let's start with your own journey on Donald Trump, who you know well. I think it's fair to say you've been on quite a flip-flopping journey when it comes to President Trump. You once called him a terrible human being. Then you became his White House chief of staff.
Yes.
Then after January 6th, you resigned from the government and you said you wouldn't vote for him again. Then you did vote for him again last year. A man you know incited an insurrection against the US government. Why?
Fair enough. By the way, I'm not the only person to have varying opinions on Donald Trump. In fact, I think his vice president currently has said some interesting things about him. The part about the horrible
It's a 5-hour debate.
Very
Whoa, maybe that's why I haven't seen it.
vividly, because he would remind me of it on a regular basis. I was running for Congress at the time, and
I mean, if let's put it this way. If I need to do a stream where I don't have anything prepared, I might do that one.
I had a debate that evening.
Do a
Access
reaction to that
Hollywood
one.
tape came out.
Yes.
This is the one where he said you grab women by the privates and so forth. I gave a candid answer to it. And he never let me forget it. By the way, the man's capacity for forgiveness is infinite. His capacity for forgetfulness is absolutely non-existent. I can tell you this, is I worked with him for 3 years. I never saw any misogyny. I never saw any racial disparity, racism. I never saw the things that people accuse him of doing.
We'll come back to that.
Is he a perfect guy? No.
But you said you wouldn't vote for
No,
him
but
again
it's
because of
actually
the
like
insurrection.
it's in his policy. It's in his actions.
And a lot of folks did.
But you chose to put a man
Things.
back
Some of
in
the
the
shit that he does isn't directly racist. I'll say that. It's not like he's going out and just being like, "All right, you know what? You know what I don't like? The Mexicans."
Office, who you said, let me just quote you. You said that he lit the fuse for the insurrection and attempted coup in 2021. You said we needed a president that day. We didn't have one.
Yeah, and a lot, listen, I think Bill Barr said something very similar. Bill actually testified against him at the January 6th committee and said, look, general elections are binary choices in my country. They really are. We don't have a third party. It's this or that. And you have to say, okay, do I take this person with all of their warts and all their difficulties, or this person?
I mean, an insurrection against the U.S. government is not a wart. It should be disqualifying, should it not?
I quit over it. I quit over it for a different reason.
You also said, I do not think you can be a reasonable person and say that Donald Trump should be president again.
Yeah, I think
so. You're not a reasonable person.
Look, American politics is a nasty business.
Are you saying basically you're happy to shift your views because that's how politics works?
Well, no, and that's where everybody just kind of like, again, this is where we, as the common folk, solidify our opinions that these people are not to be trusted. This is why everybody has such abysmal polling numbers.
You're saying you get the man wrong because you also, I just got to remind people here before we move on, just before the 2020 election, you wrote in a Wall Street Journal op-ed.
Honestly, nothing's more like pathetic than a bunch of people who are getting fucked by their Republican constituency and supporting them just because they want to support Trump.
That, quote,
like, that's fucked up.
If he loses, Trump will concede gracefully. He'll fight hard to make sure the results are fair, and in the end, he'll accept the result, whatever it is. How did that work out?
That's the easiest question I'll get tonight, because people misunderstand this. That was not a prediction. That was
their debate, unks.
Advice.
It was a prediction.
It absolutely was not, and here's why. I know how Donald Trump works. By this time, after the election, I had been shut out and wasn't able to talk to the folks on the team. I believe that the RNC was lying to people like myself who were trying to encourage a discussion about the election and so forth. People stopped taking my phone calls, and I knew how Donald Trump takes information. And one of the things he reads religiously is the op-ed pages of the Wall Street Journal. I wrote that piece for an audience of one.
So you didn't believe he was going to hand over power? You said you didn't just write an op-ed. You went on CNBC and said, I recommend that he accept a peaceful transition of power, which I think he would do absolutely. That sounds like a prediction, which was wrong.
I was, again, advising the gentleman, and he did not take my advice.
He hasn't taken your advice on a lot of major issues. I think you were one of those people, including his vice president,
weak answer,
who said, don't pardon the violent criminals from January the 6th.
I thought that
he
was
came in and pardoned nearly 1,600 people, many of whom attacked police officers, many of whom were prosecuted for having deadly weapons, many of whom had other convictions or pending charges for manslaughter, drug trafficking, rape, sexual assault of minors. Trump pardoned them all against the advice of his own people. What kind of person does that?
I thought it was a bad decision. I don't know why he did it. If you're not in the room with him when he's making the decisions, it's hard to understand exactly why he's doing it. By the way, his vice president said the same thing. Right? A week beforehand.
So he threw them all under the bus and just did this thing.
And he should have pardoned
and then you all just fell in line. The party always falls in line no matter what he does.
He is the leader of the party. There's no question about that.
So just blind support from the Republicans.
Blind support. No,
I mean, this is a pretty big issue.
You can criticize, you can disagree, and then still support.
Well, nobody resigned over this. I mean, you're not in the administration, but none of these people resigned. It's a pretty big deal, right? To pardon insurrectionists who assaulted police officers.
I don't think it's the worst decision he's made. I think the worst decision he made was to take security away from various members of his first administration, Mike Pompeo, John Bolton, and I don't like John Bolton very much, but I thought there've been some.
It's a horrible thing to do. He's a vindictive man. You say he's forgiving.
Oh, so your friends got their security details revoked, and that's what you're all, focused on?
The insurrectionists, but goes after his critics.
I have to say, that's kind of,
I think he's done a fine job as president.
That tracks.
There's a lot of decisions.
But hold on, how can he have done a fine job as president?
Right now.
Well, he did. January 20th was his presidency. He began his presidency by pardoning insurrectionists. How do you just ignore that is what I'm wondering.
It was literally like day 1 or 2. What are you talking about, Mick?
You don't ignore it.
You literally are. You're saying he's done a fine job. By definition, you're ignoring.
You have to take all of the. I don't think anybody who's president does 100% of the stuff that.
Hey, welcome in, everybody. If you're new to the show, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
Anybody wants. Other than the president.
But there have to be some red lines. There are no red lines.
You have to take a look at the totality of the circumstances, don't you? I mean, aren't there politicians you like that you haven't agreed with 100% of the time?
Yes, I think for a lot of people, for example, voting for Joe Biden on the Democratic side, he supported what happened in Gaza. That was a red line. But for Republicans with Trump, there never seems to be a red line. Whatever he does, all is forgiven. You have called Trump's critics deranged for saying Trump would behave in an authoritarian, even fascistic way, that he would use the government in his second term to go after his critics. And yet, since he's taken office, Trump has cracked down on the press, he's ignored multiple court rulings, he's deported American citizens, he's threatened a Democratic New York Muslim mayoral candidate with deportation, he's arrested a Democratic mayor and a liberal judge, he's indicted a Democratic congresswoman. Unlike your predictions about Trump, the predictions of his critics have been vindicated.
Let's pick one.
They've been vindicated.
Let's just pick one.
Go.
Let's pick the indicting the Democrat congresswoman. Just because you're in Congress doesn't mean you get a get-out-of-jail-free card for whatever you do. They indicted her for attacking or assaulting a federal officer. Just because you're in Congress doesn't mean you can get away with that kind of stuff.
He didn't just indict her. Alina Habba, his ridiculous U.S. attorney in New Jersey, also arrested Ras Baraka, the mayor of Newark. He then had to be released, and a judge said that was a ridiculously hasty arrest. You are targeting political opponents.
Adam Schiff is a Democrat senator, used to be in the House, was a leading critic of Trump. Trump tweeted something today about, oh my goodness, it looks like Adam Schiff may have committed mortgage fraud over the course of the last couple of years. The point is, it's mortgage fraud, or at least it's an allegation of mortgage fraud. And my point is this, is it? It's just because you're a senator and a Democrat senator and an opponent of Donald Trump, does that mean that you're sort of protected against any sort
of course not.
Okay,
the totality.
No, but then you could also say, like, then, all right, fine. This is the bitch about you being a rich, out-of-touch asshole, is go ahead, throw them all under the bus, dude. Let us all know who's insider trading, who's doing the same thing with the mortgage fraud. I mean, why don't we open the books for every senator, Republican and Democrat, Mick? Come on now.
That was everything on the list.
Okay, the New York.
This is the same shit that he was doing with the fucking, well, Nancy Pelosi. Okay, so Nancy Pelosi insider traded. Great. Awesome. Are you going to stop it? Well, you know what? I got to make sure that I can do it first.
Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah.
He says he may be here illegally. We may have to look at deporting him. That's insane.
Is he?
No, he's an American citizen.
How did he get here?
So we're going to question every American citizen now? You think that's normal? I'm an American citizen. You're going to question my citizenship as well. If I say
Are you above the law? I don't understand. What's the equal
Hold on. I just want to clarify where we stand here. You're saying it's okay for Donald Trump to cast aspersions on every American citizen who he doesn't like and suggest that they're illegally here.
Is casting aspersions fascism?
You don't think threatening a mayoral candidate?
How did he threaten him?
He said we're going to have to look at that, whether he's here illegally.
Is that a threat, or is that just...
Hold on.
But
Do you think that's normal?
Where was this defense, Mehdi? Where was this defense when Donald...
Hold on. If this was, like, if you said this against fucking Biden, how would you mean that?
Trump was charged criminally for paying
FBI redacts Trump's name in Epstein files, Ghislaine transferred. Yep.
back a loan early at his business.
That's your description. That's your description.
My description is
of what multiple grand juries and prosecutors disagree with you on.
Is no more one-sided.
Sorry, Fred. I kind of already covered that at the start of the show.
Than your list.
But what's interesting is during that period, we were told that the Democrats were weaponizing government against Trump.
By the way, we are 2 minutes away from the show's 420 point. If you guys want to join the circle here and, kind of, if you got a Benjamin or something, we'll all cheers and then continue.
Saying to you, that was projection. That is exactly what Trump is doing now. He is tasking the government to go after his opponents. That is what
I had Democrat friends of mine reach out to me and say, the thing about charging Trump criminally for financial stuff in his business, that stuff worried them the most because it was setting a precedent that they were worried would come back and be used against them, which is exactly what appears to be happening with Mr. Schiff.
So you're admitting it's revenge?
What is the difference between revenge and applying the same standard to others that have been applied to you?
It's not the same standard because Donald Trump wrapped up all the other trials against him. We'll never see the trial for January 6th, which even you objected to.
You charge a man.
Multiple trials were shut down.
Put somebody in jail for saying something wrong on a loan application. In jail. By the way, no one's ever gone to jail in my country.
Hold on. Mick, you know very well the other charges, which he'll never see a courtroom for, were much more serious. You know this. Even Bill Barr said he could be prosecuted for what he did with national security documents in Florida. But let me ask you a broader question, since we're not going to agree on this.
Right.
We are living in a country, you and I wonder whether we'll agree here, in which masked ICE agents with no badges, no ID numbers, no uniforms, can just grab people off the street, including American citizens, and just disappear.
Yo, tragic.
If we saw this in a foreign country, wouldn't we call it authoritarianism?
Yeah, I don't like this one. There's a bunch of Republicans who have talked about this, that generally speaking, we like to perceive law enforcement as a force for good in the country. And I don't like this idea of having law enforcement cover their faces. If you knocked on my door in the middle of the night with a mask on, I'm probably going to shoot you. And we don't want to be that place.
But we are that place now. It's expanding. Multiple police forces are borrowing. If you live in a country where...
Oh, happy 420. Cheers.
Masked goons, armed goons from the federal government can grab people off the street. I'll take back the goon.
There you go.
Masked agents from ICE.
Yeah.
Violently, we've all seen the videos, it's all on tape, violently grabbing people off the street. Gardeners, dishwashers, hairdressers, American citizens, kids, elementary school children. That is not fascistic authoritarianism. That doesn't concern you.
The part that I don't like is the mask part. The rest of the stuff I'm okay with.
You're okay with disappearing American citizens?
That's I have no difficulty with enforcing the law.
George Retters is a 25-year-old security guard in California, a disabled Army veteran.
Yeah.
He was taken by ICE last week. He's a U.S. citizen.
That would be wrong. Okay, I happen to think that they also deported, or at least they detained the father of 3 U.S. Marines.
They violently assaulted him on camera.
I thought that was wrong as well. Look, being a conservative with a small c, I want to believe in the institutions. I want to believe that things can move up through the courts. And I want to believe that the President of the United States, at the end of the day, will accept the court decisions.
You're telling me that you're okay right now with this alligator Alcatraz in Florida where there are 35 people to a cage, they're sleeping on the floors, there's maggots in their sandwiches, they're not getting showers or food. You're okay with that, torturing these people, many of whom have no criminal records, by the way, Mick, none whatsoever. They are law-abiding American residents.
I'm not okay with torture. If you let me answer this one, I'm not okay with torture. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is not a reliable source for me.
That's not my reliable source.
That's what I've
No,
seen.
that's not my reliable source. My reliable source is the Associated Press, who interviewed detainees, families of detainees, and lawyers.
By the way, at times, I don't trust the Associated Press. You asked me about folks who I thought were deranged when it comes to Trump. Listen, there's a lot of folks in my country who believe that when it comes to Donald Trump, the ends justify the means. Anything against him is okay, as long as it prevents him.
You guys are new here and you are over on Twitch. You guys can also join the chat over on Twitch. And we are one follower away from being at 420.
They're reporting on what detainees have told them about the conditions. El Salvador, the CICOT, don't even get me started on the conditions there, where Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man who was brought back, he says he was kept on his knees. I gotta go let my dog out. I'll be right back. Couldn't sit down. That's torture.
I have seen the press lie about Donald Trump firsthand.
He was tortured, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, thanks to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and this administration. Do you support that?
I do not support torture. I do not know that happened.
But that's the allegation.
It was reported by, yes, it was reported by folks.
The detainee said it in court documents, and this is a guy who says this is what happened to me. Multiple detainees, they're not all lying about the conditions in these places. Collective conspiracy from everyone in detention. Okay, that's a convenient get out. We mentioned Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Yeah.
He was the man sent illegally to El Salvador by the Trump administration. They tried to justify his deportation by saying he was an MS-13 gang leader. Trump put out a picture, he held up a picture of his knuckles showing MS-13 were photoshopped onto his hand.
Yeah.
Terry Moran of ABC News then did an interview with Donald Trump. Remarkable moment, one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen in my life as a TV journalist. Trump held up this picture.
And the picture was doctored.
The picture's doctored, right? Yeah. Trump insisted this was real. He insisted 7 times it was real. You were his chief of staff. How do you deal with that insanity?
It's not. I don't consider it to be insanity.
What do you consider it to be?
Here's what I consider to be bad staff work. Absolutely, someone brought that picture into the President of the United States and said, "Mr. President, here's the information." Part of my job, by the way.
Joking?
No, absolutely. Let's talk seriously about what the role of chief of staff is. Is to make sure that the information that gets to the President of the United States is good information, because there's a lot of crap information out there. And you cannot let that stuff get into the President of the United States. Someone gave him this and said, "Mr. President, look at this guy's knuckles." But a good staff work would prevent that type of information from getting in front of the President of the States.
So I agree with you. A good staffer would prevent this from getting to him. They wouldn't have doctored the photo to begin with. Let's not even get into the dishonesty of this administration. But a sane human being would look at that and say, "Don't be silly, that's not a real picture." A 4-year-old child could tell you that that is a photoshopped image. The reporter tried to tell him it was a photoshopped image. He shouted at the reporter. He insisted 7 times that this was not photoshopped.
If the head of the Department of National Intelligence brought me that photograph and said, "This is a picture of the guy," who am I? I would probably believe that.
And after humiliating himself on national TV, would you not fire that person for giving you fake information? The White House just doubled down on the lie, which is what the White House does.
If I found out the information was false, there would be repercussions, yes.
If you were chief of staff at that moment?
I don't like bad information getting in front of the President.
But the current chief of staff doubled down on this. They've never apologized for this lie he told on national television 7 times.
A difference of opinion in how to handle the White House.
But it was a lie he told 7 times.
Based upon what you're showing me, I believe that to be the case. I've never seen the man's knuckles, but yeah.
Hold on. Everyone here heard you say about 90 seconds ago, it's a doctored image. You and I agreed it was a doctored image.
It does look to me like it's doctored.
It is a doctored image. Everyone knows it's a doctored image, except Donald Trump. See, I'm the guy who normally calls Trump a liar, so he lies a lot. But it's worse than lying. I think he actually believed this, which makes me worry about his mental health.
We can talk about his mental health if you want.
We will shortly, but I just want to deal with should heads roll for this?
I can't defend that, and there would certainly be conversations in my White House over how to handle that.
I'm glad you're not defending it, but you've defended a lot of other stuff. So let's bring in our patient panel of experts. Let me begin with George Conway, lawyer, co-founder of the anti-Trump Lincoln Project. George, you were a lifelong Republican. You're now a very well-known, outspoken critic, I think it's fair to say, of the president. Mick thinks it's unfair to talk about fascism, authoritarianism. He didn't accept any of the examples I gave. Why do you think Trump is an authoritarian?
Because of the very things that Mick wrote about in 2020. He thought it was possible that Donald Trump would ignore the results of the 2020 election. That's a fascist. That's authoritarian. He's also a pathological liar because he continued after people told him, people who came into the White House and told him, "You lost." And he didn't want to believe them. He brought in other people. No staff person could prevent him from doing that. He wanted somebody to justify his lies. He is a pathological liar with no moral conscience, no decency, no honor. And that is the problem. And all of those people end up being fascists. You were right after January 6th, and I think it's a disgrace that you now sit here and try to defend him when basically he's done nothing but get worse.
I know the information he was getting at the time. And if you were in the White House and every single person who walked in and said, you won, you won, you won, you won, what would you believe?
The evidence was to the contrary. They didn't say he won. His own lawyers told him he won. The Justice Department people told him they would resign if they tried to make him.
As George points out, the DOJ were telling him he lost. Bill Barr was telling him he lost. The guy's telling me he won was the My Pillow guy. Maybe he shouldn't have been inviting the My Pillow guy into the White House.
And
maybe that's disqualifying.
I don't like the fact that My Pillow guy was a senior advisor to the president.
Whose fault was that? Whose fault was that?
Donald Trump is ultimately responsible for his advisors. There's no
why
question.
give him a pass then?
Because I understand how the presidency works. It's one of the most isolated.
There's never been a president like this. You know this.
That's fine, but that doesn't mean it's fascist.
No, but it does make it fucking ridiculous. Like, the thing is, dude, for everybody that has the criticisms of the Democrats and the way that they do shit, they don't put fucking My Pillow fucking executives and people who have no business being in government. Well, okay, that's arguable. But I mean, legitimately, some of the dumbest fucking salesmen and influencers in a position of power just because they like them and what they say about them.
Presidents are different. Yes, he is his own thing, and I get that.
Isn't the problem, though, Mick, twice now tonight you've said he got bad information on the photo, he got bad information on the election. Maybe the President of the United States should be someone who's smart enough to reject bad information.
Again, in fact, it's an easy rhetorical point. It doesn't make you.
Leaders should be smart.
It doesn't make you a fascist authoritarian if you don't do what you just said.
Put that to one side. Face it. You accept that leaders should be smart and not dumb.
Yes, I would prefer people to be smart and not dumb.
And yet tonight you've told the audience that Donald Trump was dumb on 2 occasions. He listened to a My Pillow guy and he listened to an unnamed aide who gave him a clearly doctored image.
My difficulty with the Trump decision-making was allowing those people to be advisors to the president in the first place.
Okay, let me bring in Greg. Greg Swenson, do you believe that Donald Trump won the 2020 election?
I'm really not sure, but I think what's important here is one of the reasons he won in 2024 is because of the pressure from the press, pressure from critics, not only calling him a fascist and a racist, but also they start accusing you. How could you vote for a guy who's a misogynist, even though he's not? It's one of the reasons he won, is that the people, got a little bit offended by this sort of judgment and this virtue signaling.
Somebody just sent me one of the funniest fucking videos. I need to play this.
He's done a lot of things really well. No one's perfect.
I'll play this after.
He's doing so
Sorry, I'll play this afterwards.
much good, Greg, for the people that voted for him, especially the working class people in America.
I apologize, Greg, I didn't introduce you to the audience. Greg is the chairman of Republicans Overseas UK, which is why I asked you about Trump and the election. Christina Greer is here, Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham University, been waiting very patiently. Christina, is this just about liberals being upset about the way Trump speaks, or is it something more than that in your view?
I find that the defenders of Trump like to sort of talk about semantics and sort of get tied up in words. What we are looking at is public servants. You have served this country diligently. We know your CV. But you know better, yet you refuse to do better. I think that's the piece that is so frustrating with liberals or people on the left, where you were in Congress, you understand the separation of powers, you understand checks and balances, and what you're looking at right now in Trump 2.0, where he's steamrolling Congress, where he's ignoring the courts, where he's absolutely no respect for the Constitution, and in the litany of things that you listed, George, the one thing that you forgot was shame. We are dealing with a man who has zero shame. Yeah. And what's even worse is that we're looking at people who were serving in Congress, who were Republicans, who actually know that this man is actually eroding our constitutional rights. And he's only able to do it because there are good-meaning Republicans who've just forgotten that they are here to serve the American people and not writing op-eds for one man and not serving one man.
I get the part that you don't like the fact that he has any shame. I get that. Is he the ideal person for president of the United States? No, but I'm okay with him being the president. I'm especially okay with him being the president over the other choice, because that's what we had. We had a binary choice. You don't get a chance to sit back.
Well, why? Why are you okay with capitulating to like all these morals, but then like why? What is it? What's the main thing about like what's the big scary Democrats that what are they gonna do over him with the no shame? Like you just admitted it, dude.
It's one of the reasons
like,
I was
what
critical
the
of him in
fuck?
the Republican primary. Primaries are when we get a chance to go and say, you know what?
Okay.
I get to vote for the very best person I want. In a general, it's a binary choice.
Can I just ask, what did Kamala Harris do? You obviously disagree with her politically. She's a Democrat, you're a Republican.
Yeah.
But what did she do that was worse than lighting the fuse of an insurrection?
Listen, it was the...
I'm having a knot.
I put it to you this way. You were worried, we all should be worried about a deterioration in democracy. There's no question about that. I happen to feel that the policies that she represented would be just as deteriorating. By the way, why did Donald Trump do so well in 2024? Because he got a message. He was struggling going into the primaries. Ron DeSantis, if you remember, was doing very well. And then he got charged in New York with this criminal charge for this financial thing. And it gave him this message. Look what they're doing to me. I'm rich, I'm famous, I'm white. If they can do it to me, imagine what they can do to you. That's a very powerful message because that is what the Democrats were doing.
That's not my point. You didn't answer my question.
I am answering your question, which is that a lot of us sat back
charging Donald Trump for crimes that he clearly committed is worse than an insurrection.
So,
I mean, I'm quoting Bill Barr. Bill Barr said he committed a crime in Florida.
My point is, if you're worried about the long-term health of the democracy, you could look very critically at Kamala Harris.
Okay, let me ask you this. Last year, you said the Jeffrey Epstein scandal would have no political impact at all on Trump's election chances. And you were right about that. It didn't. But it's certainly impacting his presidency. It's probably the biggest story in America right now. It's divided the MAGA base. Many conservatives are furious with him and his administration. Trump, of course, is a former close friend of Epstein's. They're furious at him for not releasing the Epstein files as he promised he would. Is it because, as Elon Musk has said, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
No, absolutely not. He's in the files. A lot of people in the files. This is if there was something in the files that was particularly damning about Donald Trump, the files would have been released by the Biden administration.
No, not if it was damning about Bill Clinton as well. Not if it was damning about.
Can I please just okay? If it was really damning about Donald Trump, they would have released at least that part. My guess is, and it's an educated guess, is that it's particularly damning of very important people on both sides of the political aisle, which is why Trump doesn't want to release it and why Biden didn't release it either. If it was just about Trump, it would have come out.
You were the chief of staff when Epstein apparently died by suicide in prison. You were. Yeah, we checked.
So.
Trump at the time
we checked.
baselessly suggested that Bill Clinton might have killed him.
Yeah, we checked.
As he does.
Baselessly?
Okay. You think Bill Clinton might have killed him? Okay. Just checking. I don't know how.
Is Bill Clinton on the list?
I mean, you were chief of staff at the time. You didn't come out and correct him, so maybe you do share that insane view.
Not my job.
That literally is your job as chief of staff.
No.
You just said earlier, the chief of staff controls information coming to Donald Trump. Who told him that Bill Clinton killed him?
It's not the job of the chief of staff to correct the president of the United States. And as between who knows the job of the chief of staff, you know a lot about a lot. You don't know a lot about.
But you just told me the definition was to protect Donald Trump. So you failed.
The job of the president of the United States is to make sure he gets good information.
And he failed because someone told him that Bill Clinton killed Jeffrey Epstein, and you didn't protect him from that.
Did they tell him?
Yeah, he retweeted a post saying that Bill Clinton could have killed him.
So again,
I mean,
you mean they actually made a point to counter my...
You told me that was a job description. Last thing on Epstein. You were the chief of staff. Trump does make this claim in 2019.
Your job.
The DOJ now says, the Trump DOJ, it was definitely a suicide. No cover-up. There's no files. And yet they've released a tape from prison, which is missing a minute of footage, and which it now turns out seems to have been edited. You were the chief of staff. Did you see the full footage at the time? Is this the full unedited footage from the prison cell that night?
I have no idea, and I never saw the original film, but I did read about...
What did you see?
I didn't see anything.
So for 6 months after his death, you're chief of staff, you don't see anything about Epstein?
No.
You don't think that's strange?
No, I don't think it was strange at all.
Why?
Because it's not the type of thing that rises up to the level of the President of the United States on an ordinary basis. It's not. No, I
mean, it literally is right now.
It was literally like, what are you talking about?
That's dealing with the disclosure of the files, which are in the control of federal government. No, it would not have been the type of thing that we all sit around in the Situation Room and look at the video of of the Epstein thing. And by the way, the minute, I was reading about the minute gap, you may have read the same thing, is that apparently the video resets
That's what they said every night, apparently.
At midnight. So it's a
But there's a
minute
trust
gone
deficit
every-
right now with this
Yeah,
administration. But I got to ask you again, you're saying you didn't see any of the video stuff, you weren't involved, this doesn't rise to the level of chief of staff or the White House, and yet you're confidently saying that Elon Musk is wrong and his name's not in the files. How do you know?
I did. No, I absolutely didn't. In fact, I think if you go back and look at the tape, I said, I imagine that Donald Trump's name is in the file someplace. There's photographs of them together. Okay. So if there's a file someplace, which I assume there is.
Trump says his name is not in anything. So he's lying.
I could imagine. Why? There'd be photographs of him.
But he said it's not him.
I no idea. I have to imagine his name is on the list someplace. He was a member at Mar-a-Lago. By the way, Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for being too weird. True story.
I mean, he also said he's a terrific guy who likes younger women. So.
And no, it wasn't for being weird.
Mick Mulvaney, thank you for being here. We've got more to go.
True story, huh?
Talk to our very patient audience here at London's Conway Hall. We're going to go back to our panel of experts. We've got much.
I don't like usually doing this, but I think that George Conway might be.
Much more to talk to Mick Mulvaney, former White House Chief of Staff to Donald Trump. After a very short break, don't go anywhere.
Live your truth, man. Just live your truth.
Welcome back to Head to Head on Al Jazeera English. I'm joined today by former acting White House Chief of Staff for Donald Trump, Mick Mulvaney. Mick, we've been talking about Trump's style of government since coming back into office, how authoritarian he is. We did touch on his mindset, and you've advertised yourself online. We checked your speaker bureau.
Oh, wow.
You say one of your skills is explaining how Trump thinks, how he works, and how he processes information.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that anyone, including Trump himself, knows how he thinks. But let's put your explaining skills to the test.
Right.
When Trump posts in May, has anyone noticed that since I said I hate Taylor Swift, she's no longer hot? What was he thinking?
May I see it? And I'm looking for the timestamp on this, because the general rule of thumb is if it's between 11 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock at night, it's him at work with the team. This is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which means this was run by a group of people. If you get a tweet from him at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's him by himself. What's he thinking there? I have no idea. There was a conversation for some reason in the Oval Office about Taylor Swift's impact.
And that set something off.
And that set something off.
When he says...
Okay, that was an interesting little insight.
Shares to his 10 million followers on Truth Social.
Yeah.
He shared a post earlier this year saying, there is no Joe Biden. He was executed in 2020. He was replaced by a cloned double. What's he thinking there, Mick?
I have no idea what he's thinking there.
Does he think that Joe Biden is a clone?
No, I don't think so.
Why share that?
Keep in mind, a good bit of what he does is trolling the left. Let's take something serious, more serious than a Biden clone. The running again in 2028. He was talking about...
The thing is, I've been saying this. This is why, like, you sometimes just need to laugh a lot of this shit off.
For a long time. Maybe I will, maybe I won't.
You don't think he's serious at all?
I don't think he's going to run again.
Nah, like, come on, dude. There are so many things, and the thing is, it's save the outrage for when it happens, because, like, you're essentially feeding the beast when you do that, right? It's just like, see, look, I did it. I did it. They're all mad. They're talking about me. Any press is good press. The left gives me free press. They're so dumb.
And I do think some people will talk about him running again because it suits their agendas.
Well, he hasn't shot it down, which is, again, why
he did.
people worry about
No,
authority.
on a Sunday program one time, he said, I'm not running again. And I believe that.
And on another show, he said, I'm not joking, I'm seriously considering it. I mean, this is Trump.
But a lot of that, he does like to troll the left. There's no question about that.
This is more than just trolling. Two chiefs of staff under Trump 1 bought books about mental illness to help them understand and deal with Donald Trump. One was John Kelly, the other was Mick Mulvaney.
Yeah. It's a fascinating story about how every president is different. The book was about Roosevelt, Kennedy, and to a certain extent, I used that to try and teach the people in the White House.
Napoleon and Hitler were also chapters.
Yeah, I don't remember those, right? Because again, they weren't presidents of the United States. And if you talk to other chiefs of staff, one of the things that we all share, every president is different from each other. Donald Trump is probably more similar to Bill Clinton than anything else. And Barack Obama is probably more similar to President Nixon. That's the personality that we're talking about. I do not think he's mentally
John
ill.
Kelly, who was your predecessor as chief of staff, you mentioned other chiefs. He bought a book
called The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump, written by a bunch of psychiatrists, to try and understand the president's psychosis. He took it back to the White House, which he called Crazy Town.
So I do not believe, nor did I believe at that time, that Donald Trump was mentally ill. I was very clear in the book. I said, look, I'm talking about different conditions, not mental illness. John Kelly hated the president. Listen, I used to have a lot of respect for John Kelly, but you can't sit in the Oval Office and curse under your breath about what a horrible person you're working for. If that's the case, then you need to leave. And John Kelly just really, really, really despises Donald Trump. And
but not based on the crazy stuff Trump's done?
No, I think
Trump never does anything? He's just no agency?
The Donald Trump that John Kelly saw and the Donald Trump that I saw were the same Donald Trump.
Yes.
The difference is that I came up through the political wing of the party. I understand politics a little bit. John Kelly was a 40-year Marine. And if you are a military man or woman and you spend 40 years in the Marines, Donald Trump is going to make no sense to you.
It's not a military thing. Most people struggle with the nonsense he says. He says a lot of... I just want to be serious. If you walked out of Conway Hall tonight, you walked down and got on the London Underground, and somebody got onto that carriage, and they started ranting and raving about immigrants eating cats and dogs, Hannibal Lecter, Frank Sinatra, shower pressure, toilet flushes, windmills, shark attacks, you would get up and move to another seat. You would not make him your president. You would not give him the nuclear codes. You know that, and I know that.
When I took that book that you mentioned about mental illness, and I took that book and I read a passage to the men and women. We had a morale problem in the West Wing when John Kelly left, and I took the entire senior team up to Camp David for the weekend, and I read them a passage from the book, okay, about an interaction with the President of the United States, and it's very similar to what you just talked about, all over the place, this and this. And I said, now what do you think about this? And somebody said, has that book come out yet? I didn't think that had been written. I'm like, that is a passage about FDR. Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt did not give speeches ranting about whether it's better to be killed by a shark or be electrocuted.
He didn't.
Donald Trump has.
So
you don't think Donald Trump says crazy stuff, even the examples I gave?
Listen, is it unusual? Yeah. Do I think it disqualifies you from office? No. And again,
all right, what about someone in between?
Apparently he's not the first person to be like that in office.
It's not someone we've ever seen.
Oh my God, dude. But do you understand what the Republican Party did in response to that? Like, this whole clutching of pearls from the Republican Party from the Clinton era all the way through the Bush era. And here you are just being like, you know what, guy's dick sucked. He's just a crass dude. Locker room talk, blurty blurty.
That's because you never saw FDR. Go read the passage.
No one who worked with FDR wrote books about how crazy he was.
Yeah.
They didn't.
Go read it.
When you were chief of staff, Trump tweeted that Democratic Congress...
He keeps doing that thing where he like, and then double blinks whenever he's just like, go read it. Oh, what the hell just happened?
From an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and Ayanna Pressley should go back and fix the crime-infested places from which they came. How is that not an inherently racist statement to tell a bunch of non-white American women, 3 of whom were born in the US, to go back to where they came from? And did you not call him out at the time, either privately, publicly, as his chief of staff?
I'll tell you a story. When Charlottesville happened, I was in the Office of Management and Budget, and I had many number of people threatened to quit. I was doing a Sunday talk show someplace. I was in Maine, and we had to do it remote. And Charlottesville had just come out. This is where he was allegedly said there was good people on both sides. I'm walking out by myself, and a very imposing-looking African-American man followed me down the hallway by myself. And I'm like, what is going to happen? He's like, hey, Mulvaney, are you going to see the president later on? I'm like, yeah, I am. I think why? He goes, you tell him Ronaldo said hello. He's the best boss I ever had. I'm like, what is that? He goes, I was the cameraman on The Apprentice for 10 years. The best boss I've ever had. I've seen him interact with folks of all races.
No, if you have a black friend, it doesn't mean you...
It doesn't. It doesn't. It absolutely, no, it doesn't. But that's not...
When he tells non-white women to go back to where they came from, is that not racist?
Who knows better about whether or not somebody's a racist? You or the person that might have interacted with him for 10 years who is a minority?
Well, all the 4 women who got the racist abuse said he was a racist.
And you don't think politics has anything to do with that?
All right, how about all the black and brown people watching who have been told since they were kids, go back to where you came from playground onwards? It is the most racist insult known to black and brown people.
I can't speak to that.
You were chief of staff.
I can speak to Donald Trump, not a racist.
Hold on, you've told me earlier you know the job of chief staff. I don't, so I'm asking. Yes. Is the job of chief staff to say something when the boss puts out a racist tweet?
Publicly, no, never.
Privately, did you call him out and say you
I don't talk about what
I
said to the president privately.
You do.
No chiefs of staff do.
You do.
Very rarely.
It's funny, you can tell us a story about Ronaldo and you went and told the president and you've told us what the
Today's been a MEHDI heavy day.
President said.
Yeah.
But when it comes to what he said to you when you apparently may or may not have called him out for racism.
I did not, let's be perfectly clear. I did not call him out for racism on this because I don't believe it to be racist.
Why not?
Because I know those people.
Okay, what country is Ayanna Pressley from?
I have no idea.
She's from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay.
So what country is she from?
She's American.
So why did you say to tell her to go back to the country from which she came?
Because this is how Donald Trump communicates.
Genuinely, explain to me how telling a black woman born and raised in the United States
By the way,
to go back to the country she came from
until you
is
told
not
me the
racist.
story, I didn't even know she was a black woman. I don't know who she is.
You should probably work in politics more. You don't know who members of Congress are, senators are. All right, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I can pick her out of a lineup.
Where is she from?
Is she Puerto Rican?
She's born in New York City.
Okay.
And Puerto Rico is part of?
Puerto Rico is protected in the United States, and you are citizens.
So which country should AOC go back to?
She's American.
So why did Trump tell her to go back to the country?
I think maybe he should get her hell out of Washington, D.C.
That's not what he said, though. Let me read
No.
to you. They originally come from countries whose governments are a complete catastrophe.
Look,
what is he talking about?
Betty, if you're trying to convince me that Donald Trump is a racist...
I'm not trying to convince you of anything.
No, he's just reading off everything racist that Donald Trump has said publicly. Weird.
This is where you're going to watching to explain
Kind
to
of
me in
weird
good
when you
faith,
have this
what
much
did Donald Trump mean when he told
documentation of it, but okay.
them up.
By making racist remarks.
I don't consider them to be racist.
Why?
You do.
And I'm asking
Because
why.
I know these people, and I do not believe
That's
that
not
was
how it works,
racially
Mick.
made up. No.
You know someone doesn't mean a statement's not racist.
Sure, absolutely.
That's not how it works.
No, because
the statement
no, it does.
is
Because,
racist.
no. The racism is a state of mind. Okay?
No, it's
it
not.
It absolutely is.
No, it's not.
Well,
an act, a word, a statement can be racist. This is a racist statement.
I do not consider Donald Trump to be racist.
I didn't ask that question. That's a very good politician evasion. I asked you about this statement, and you're not able to defend it.
Right.
Let's go to our panel who've been waiting patiently. George Conway, lawyer, former Republican, co-founder of the Lincoln Project. George, in 2019, you wrote in a very famous piece in the Atlantic magazine that you don't need to be a mental health professional to see that something's...
Mehdi, Dad, stop, he's already dead.
So it's the off with Trump. You questioned his mental stability in connection with reality.
Dude, for real, he is getting...
Mick says he's no different to FDR.
How long is
response?
this? Oh my God, dude.
I've never heard of any prior
I mean, this is like a slow smoker.
president's
Holy
chief of staff
fuck.
bringing in a book about mental health written by a bunch of mental health professionals saying that the man is unfit for office. All you have to do is look at the criteria for narcissistic personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder. He's clearly a narcissist. Now let's go through the characteristics of antisocial personality disorder. Tell me which one of these that he doesn't meet. Is he a pathological
George,
liar?
so
Is he a liar? Does it matter when the president of the United States is a pathological liar?
Why are we having a psychological conversation about Donald Trump?
Because he's the president of the United States, and you're the one who says that you're trying to tell people how he behaves.
What is it
And
gonna
I'm
change?
telling you how he behaves. You can explain it all because of his mental illnesses. If you go through, the very clear criteria for these very severe personality disorders, a man with no remorse, a man with no conscience, a man who violates rules, laws, and norms, he's a criminal. If you go through all of
Yeah, but remember, Mick Mulvaney's also the guy that's just like, that believed all the Biden smearing where
those elements, it doesn't even matter whether you give a diagnosis. Do you want
keep the 80-year-old orange man happy? Don't criticize anything ever.
somebody like that to be president of the
What up,
United
Matt?
States? And all you do is pretend, oh, well, a lot of people are like that. It's not true. And it's not true. People like you turn into liars because that's what you have to do to stay in good shape.
I'm not going to deal with the ad hominem attacks. I knew that was coming from George. That's fine. Let's say you convince everybody that you're right, including everybody in Washington, D.C. Towards what end? Towards impeaching Donald Trump and removing from office? Is that what this is really about? Or do you just want everybody to agree with you?
We're talking about whether or not he's an authoritarian or a fascist. Those kinds of leaders have particular personality characteristics. And if you go through them, they are exactly the same characteristics that are shown in these serious personality disorders that are defined by psychiatrists and psychologists. In other words, we know exactly, if you want to understand Donald Trump, don't talk to Mick Mulvaney. Read Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and you will understand Donald perfectly.
Let me bring in another one of our panelists who's here tonight. Greg Swenson is chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Isn't the problem here that dismissing discussions about Trump's clear weirdness, let's put it politely without any mental health diagnosis, isn't the problem for Republicans that you have no credibility to say why we're talking about this? You spent the last year talking about Joe Biden's apparent dementia. Isn't that the problem here? By the way, the Democrats in the end belatedly did force their candidate to step aside. You guys didn't.
you're going to be critical of your opponents. There's no doubt about that. So I think what we did with Biden was quite obvious, and the press and the Democrat Party did their best to defend him or convince the Americans to overlook it. It didn't work. Before the June 27th debate, 65% of Americans thought Joe Biden had cognitive issues. Now, with Trump, this is why he won in 2024. From all this banter and all this criticism about his personality, in 2016, in many respects, he won in spite of his personality. People voted for him because of his policies. He was saying things that they were thinking, but they said, oh, I don't like his personality, but I voted for him anyway. In 2024, a lot of people voted for him because of the personality.
Isn't that worrying?
They like the fighter. No, they like the guy. No, they like the guy who punches back.
Does Trump have cognitive issues?
No. And
why not?
No, he does. Well,
Biden does. Trump does.
It's apples and oranges. What I'm saying is one of the reasons he won in 24 was because of his abrasive, aggressive personality.
Let's bring in Christina Greer, who's Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham. Christina, I mentioned the racism of Donald Trump.
and Kelly divorced, yeah.
Greg and Mick have said he's not racist, he's not misogynist. The Republicans have stood with Trump, even as he's said and done things that Republicans in the past would have called racist. In fact, I believe Paul Ryan, your old boss in Congress, said textbook racism is how he described Donald Trump's attack on Hispanic judges. We're 10 years into the Trump phenomenon. What is going on here with people just denying what's in front of our eyes?
Well, you have people who have worked for Donald Trump who have said, well, he hasn't said it to me, right?
Yeah.
And so, of course, he can't be because he hasn't said anything racist to Nick.
Yeah.
We know that part of the reason why the Republicans voted for him in droves is because he said he would take things away from the immigrants, meaning Black people, Latinos, Asians, you name it. They're coming to attack you. They're coming to take away. He said this. He campaigned on it. It's very, well, let me finish. It is very attractive to people and always has been attractive to people because the history of the United States is predicated on anti-Black racism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism, which is Donald Trump in a proper nutshell. And he sells this past vision of making America great when it was never great for anyone except for great white men. And that's what he's selling to people. For some, they want to go back to those days, and for others, it's aspirational. This is textbook Donald Trump, and he does it, and he's successful because a lot of people also could not, would not bring themselves to vote for a Black woman as the leader of a free nation. And so they would ignore all of the other things. They'd ignore January 6th. They'd ignore grabbing women by their private parts. They'd ignore all of the facts that we have had.
Why did he do so well with minorities? He did historically well with the Black community, historically well with the Hispanic community. Are all of the Black people who voted for Donald Trump just wrong?
Why did he do so well with particular Black people? Now, keep in mind, Black women are immune to his nonsense. And the vast majority of Black men are as well. He got slightly better with Black men because he's selling this aspirational dream of, as Republicans cut the social safety net and rip all of the money and give it to their friends, that at one point, then they too can be part of it.
If you're going to play this game where you keep saying, well, he got these votes and he got this support, then you have to look at the other side. His support with Latino communities has crashed since January because he's doing racist things.
But in the election, he did extraordinarily well.
But since then, why has he crashed with Latino communities? Because he's doing racist things.
No, I think they don't like his immigration policies. You might be amongst the group who think people vote against their best interests.
Listen, I vote against my economic interests when I vote for the Democratic Party because I don't want to vote for people who believe in white nationalism. So yeah, I would rather pay a higher tax rate as a Democrat than have people deported and worry about my students.
It's a sign that they're waiting in a hot Conway Hall patiently to get their questions to Mick
How much does she fucking make?
Mulvaney. Okay, let's go to lady here in the front. We'll stick with the front row.
Ms. Mulvaney, in February of this year, Trump actually posted an AI-generated video that we've all seen that portrayed Gaza as a luxury resort, complete with the Trump Towers, with an image of Netanyahu sunbathing, which was incredibly grotesque. And you responded to this by saying, and I quote, that it wasn't Trump's language and that it sounded more like Jared Kushner rather than Trump. Jared Kushner has called the Israel-Palestine conflict nothing more than a real estate dispute. How can you continue to support Trump, whose vision for Gaza aligns with forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, and American-led redevelopment, literally over Palestinian bodies?
No, the comment was honest, and I still believe it to be the case. It sounded a lot like Jared. Jared brought a perspective on the Abraham Accords that he believed that economic development was going to be a key to sort of bringing stability back to the Middle East. One of the things you have to understand about Donald Trump is that he thinks out loud. I watched that press conference live. He said that, we're going to make it a resort, it's going to be fabulous, et cetera. And I could tell from his body language and his language that this was something he was sort of floating. And sometimes he'll float an idea and see how it goes over. And if I'm remembering this correctly, they walked it back before the end of the night.
No, but he's still, the Trump plan is still on the table of ethnically cleansing Gaza. He went on Fox and said people can't come back, they should go to other countries. That's ethnic cleansing.
I'm not familiar with that one.
You're against that?
Yes, I'm against ethnic cleansing. With Donald Trump, you have to recognize that sometimes an idea gets discussed publicly when it's not a final decision. And it doesn't surprise me they've been walking back that particular sort of perspective on turning it into a resort.
Okay, let's go back to the audience.
I'm curious as to your thoughts over the last, say, month or so within the Republican Party, MAGA almost turning on Trump. I think the biggest problem he has is that he's kind of going back on some of the promises he made, especially with regards to war, perhaps amnesty, maybe some extra spending. And how big of a problem do you think that is going forward for the midterms and indeed for 2028 for someone like J.D. Vance?
Yeah, what you just said is the type of thing that I think could actually change an outcome. This Epstein thing is
She's like RFK had like, and then Brooke Shields and
is bizarre.
Lori Loughlin,
Donald Trump
like
got asked a couple
all
weeks ago,
crammed together.
MAGA, and his answer was essentially whatever I say that it is. And now he's saying there's nothing to see here with Epstein, and that's not gone over thoroughly with the base. And it does raise an interesting question as to whether or not Donald Trump leads MAGA or MAGA pushes Donald Trump. And I'd be curious to see how this shakes out. So watch the internal discussions within the Republican base itself much more than watching the criticism from outside, because that's more likely to change an outcome than this is.
Okay. I'm not trying to change an outcome. No. I'm just trying to get to the truth.
Come on now.
I'm trying to get to the truth.
Yeah.
Let's go to this lady here. Let's take George in front, and then we'll go to the back.
Trump has been all over the map with Iran. He began by placing 12 restrictions on Iran demands when he withdrew from the nuclear deal in 2018. Then he's been negotiating through Steve Witkoff quite openly. However, brought that to an abrupt end by bombing Iran. How should they read this set of signals? And probably more importantly, how do you see Trump actually reaching a deal with Iran?
I remember sitting there one time talking with the president, with a group of people about our policy towards Taiwan. And the official name of our policy, we actually have a name for it. It's called strategic ambiguity. And Trump leaned back and said, that's fabulous. I love that. That's why you'll see him say one thing one day and the next thing the other day. He wants to keep in his negotiations, keep you guessing as to where he's going to be. But every now and then he said the same thing again and again. And on this particular topic, the one thing he's been consistent on is Iran can't have nuclear weapons. Okay?
But he hasn't been consistent on everything. He said he wouldn't start a new war in the Middle East, and he did.
I understand that, but no, in his mind, he did not. In his mind, he prevented them from having nuclear weapons. Everything else to that is secondary. Maybe you do a trade deal, maybe you don't. If it turns out they still do have some capability, then you can expect him to get engaged again.
Let's go to that lady there in the middle.
The White House says that USAID is dead. Medical sources like the Lancet Journal estimate that this puts 14 million lives at risk all around the world. At the same time, health and support services at home in the U.S. are being gutted. How does the administration justify this, knowing that they're contributing to human suffering while still claiming that their leadership is moral and strategic?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of bets with people as to whether or not American healthcare actually changes much at all because of the one big beautiful bill. Keep in mind, most of what the bill just did that passed slows the rate of growth. We call that a cut in spending in my country. We spent $100 last year on a program, healthcare, rural healthcare, and we spent $103 this year. We call that a cut because we wanted to spend $105. There won't be any noticeable decline in American health because of the bill. But she also, I deal with the second half of her question was healthcare in the United States. I wrote the same budget in 2017. We really don't like USAID. Some of us do believe in soft power, some of us don't. But we believe that it is wasteful.
Who's the we? Sorry, Mick.
A lot of conservative Republicans.
But a lot of Marco Rubio, Lindsey Graham, George W. Bush.
Yes, a lot of the neoconservatives of the party do. They believe more.
You don't like the fact that the U.S. funded 1,000 kitchens in Sudan last year to help.
Yeah, but then you'll simultaneously complain when China takes over when we're not picking up the slack. What are you fucking talking about?
Starving and now you're not. You don't like that.
I have no difficulty.
Or when China picks up the slack. Sorry. Wow.
Doing the good stuff that USAID
But you're not
did.
now. That's cancelled.
I don't like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. That being said, if we have to cut the spending back to zero before we get it right, we're absolutely going to do that.
And kids are dying.
Story.
And kids are dying. Kids can die.
Kids could die. Yeah. Okay. Listen.
It's a serious question.
No, it's not a serious question.
So hold on.
It really isn't. It really is.
If you are going to no.
No.
You don't get to dismiss this.
There's already reports out there that people are dying.
If you go to a soup kitchen in Sudan and that is closed because Elon Musk in his jaunt as a government advisor decided to shut it down.
There's already reports that people are dying, and not a single penny has changed. Yes, and not a single penny has changed yet.
That's not true. They pulled people out of countries in Africa.
We do some really good stuff overseas.
What you're saying is not true.
The amount of waste, fraud, and abuse in U.S. is stunning. No, it isn't. It's the same. Because Washington doesn't think like that. That's my point. You have to throw the baby out with the bathwater to get it right.
You can get rid of fraud without shutting down kitchens in Sudan.
Then you don't understand how Washington works. You don't.
One of Elon Musk's own Doge engineers came out and said, I was amazed at how little waste there is, less than in Silicon Valley. So we can argue about waste. The point is, USAID, they're now warning that millions of people might die. And let's say it's wrong. Let's say it's only thousands of people. That's still wrong. As we end tonight, it's very hard to just say, look, stop talking about this stuff. Focus on everything else. Trump himself sets off the fire alarms every other day. You know he went on Meet the Press, and he was asked by Kristen Welker, is it the job of the president to uphold the Constitution? And he said, I don't know.
Yeah. He said it.
That's not worrying to you as a believer?
It was. I thought it was a bad answer to the question, and here's why. I cannot help but watch him and think, what would I say today if I was there? Okay, if we were doing prep, which we always did with the president before he went on TV, we do practice questions. It's just good practice. Now, if you get this question, Mr. President, here's the answer. Yes. It is the job of the President of the United States to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Now, that being said, we have several cases going through the courts to try to establish the extent of executive authority, and I'm going to wait to see what happens with these things. That's the right answer.
But it was a worrying answer.
That's not the answer. That's not the way he gave the answer, and I didn't like it very much.
Let's end on a point of agreement. I didn't like it very much either. Mick Mulvaney, thank you for joining us on Head to Head today. Thank you to our panel of experts, to George, Christina, Greg. Thank you to our audience here in London's Conway Hall. Head to Head on Al Jazeera English will be back very soon with another episode. For now, from me, good night.
Oh, that was really good. That was very good. Now we can kind of relax and enjoy the back end of the stream here. Very good, very good. No, that was... You know what? I appreciate the MEHDI HASAN stuff that we did tonight, because honestly, that made my job easy. Jeff, the dad jokes are what keep me going. The look on people's faces, cringe is priceless. You are quite good at it, my friend. I will say that. Also, if you don't notice the El Pupo up in the corner there, look at he's so cute. Just so you guys know, if you guys get a membership over on this channel by hitting that super thanks button, it is only $3.99. You guys can give the pupper. I did it. I used the millennial term. You guys can give my my awesome dog a treat. We got some milk bones. We've got some marrow snacks. You know, one healthy, one. Well, actually, no. Even the milk bones have gotten healthier. Also, yeah, you can also just do a $2 dono to give him a single treat too. Also, if you guys notice this little bar down here, trying to reach the goal to do a hair braiding on stream, and when I say hair braiding, it's gonna be like a Viking hair braid. I'm going to Ren Fair, so but it's also to get my wife to make her stream debut, where she will just she'll be doing my hair. We'll be watching some videos, having a good time. Ruh-roh. Bad to the bone. Oh, you heard that, didn't you?
Triplugin Jiden $5. He was bad to the bone.
All right. Actually, here. I'll give him 3 for that. Aim slow. was choked on the last one. Not sure if you have a dog like that. Or he's just like, my lab is like that. Good boy. Thank you, Try plugging it in for the $5 dono, and also the fan appreciates that too. He has a name. I should call him by his name. Man, that's coming up. Whoa, not 36. Crap. Oh, I went to September. That was my bad. Here. There we go. There's the monster, and I know what I hate. Oh, Candid Lithograph. I'm sorry that I wasn't really responding much during that video. It was... Oh, you son of a bitch. Just expediting the process.
$56. Just expediting the process.
You're lucky, because I just realized that, yeah, I put in the wrong number. Well, I guess that did it. That was 944. Son of a bitch. Wait, right? God damn it. Oh, I hate having ADHD. Wait. Oh, shit. CoffeeZilla put out a new video, too? Yeah, no, it was 9:30. That's my bad. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. We did it! Well, I'll still put the goal date up there. Okay. Well, well, here now I have to shoot a text message to make sure that all right. Yay! No, we talked about it. We're all good. I just let her know that we did it. We did it. Look at that. Oh, thank you guys for Kirk and Try plugging it in, and anybody that got yourself a membership or renewed your membership. You were also included in the final tallies here. That took some math. I really appreciate that. It was over 1,000? Shit. Oh. It's over 1,000! Yeah, I think it was over 1,000. Because let's see. As I said, it was at 844, and then he don't know. Oh no, I think we got it. Yeah, no, we got it right on it. All right, cool. Well, yeah, you've all been included. Cool. As I said, doing the math on the memberships. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well, number one, the important part. He gets one treat. It should be 1,000. Yep. Here we go. It sucks that I have to do this manually. For some reason, Streamlabs is just like, yeah. Right, so... Alright, well, you know what? Since we did it, fuck it. Back end of stream. Let's do this. Let me bring up my, we go. Let's see. I have to float over here for a minute. Stanley up here. Damn it. There we go. Go small. All right. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think I'm going to make the executive decision. I don't like this one, personally. Now I'm looking at it, so we're going to go 10. If I can, let's leave it blank. What do you guys think? Between all of these, number 2? If I can do number 2, that is sick, right? Number 2 is sick. How do you get a pick of me? Jeff. All right. Yeah, I'm going to consult with Unimoogle on number 2 there. Because I do like number 2. I'm assuming that the other side's going to be the exact same. 4? Okay. Or 8? Oh, wait. No. 8's right here. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, nope. I was right. Alternative number 4. Yeah, number 4 is cool. You can't... So, the one thing that I'll do differently for number 4 is I have my metal pieces that I can have braided into my hair. So, it's going to look something like this because I also have some rings like that I can do. 4 is very is super Scandinavian. Well, that's what I'm going for. Going back to my roots. Hey, I'm legit. Like, that was when we were looking at my lineage. That is the farthest back that it goes is to a Dutch. It was on the Dutch-German border. A very specific Scandinavian colony. So, if you couldn't tell, Scandinavian and pretty much Eastern European. Gotta love my lineage. European mutt. 9 and 10 is a no-no. Yeah, okay. So 9 and 10. Delete. Delete. All right. This is why I did this. I'm glad that I did this. If you guys are new here, also feel free to chime in. We hit the goal. So you guys want to give your 2 cents on what you think my hair should look like by the end of the braiding stream, then feel free to give me your 2 cents. I do like this one. This one's cool. I think this one right here is really cool. I liked this one, but I think that I don't know if it just looks that cool because of the color. But yeah, I don't have these clasps either. I would have to order some of those. Whereas the rings I do have. Number 12 is probably the best, but 4 and 2. 12? What? Number 2, you mean? Yeah, no, number 2 is probably the best, but 4 and 2 are also great. Wait. I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind this one. Six. I like 6. Personally. 3 is a no. 3. All right, 3 is a no. How much for coloring? Oh, that's another grand right there, bro. And I'm not even, the thing is, that's not even me setting like a streaming price. That's me. Oh, yeah, I just realized I gave myself a little block. that's not even me setting a streaming price. That's me setting the price of how much that would cost to have her do that. I mean, we pretty much did that with the braiding too. Like she's the real deal. Yeah. Yeah. And for coloring, I mean, I'll do this one where it's like add another fucking 500 if you guys want it to be like that. Because holy shit, that's like multiple treatments. Jeez, I'm really thinking about it. Oh, don't you fucking dare. I am not going full Trunks color. Although that could be cool for a little bit. But man, that's a commitment. Holy shit. I'm not sure if I'm ready to do that. Can't imagine Pep with one color for the hair, then a different color for the goatee. I would do that with like the, what do you call it? Like the, not warrior chalk. Oh, shit. What the fuck am I thinking of? Yeah, no, I mean, I'm going to be doing the face paint too. Yellow, orange to red. No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, I don't know. Oh my god, yellow, orange to red. Christ. Can't even do something cool like, you know, I don't know, purple or some shit like that. No, you gotta go yellow, orange, like, yeah, make me look like fucking, like, I would just wear my my hair in like a giant man bun, but like a unkempt one, so I look like Ghost Rider. Yeah, spicy pepper, there you go. I'm gonna try and keep the braids in for as long as I can after they're in. Because she already gave me like one of these cool little hat things that will save all of my braids. So that's cool. Pink, purple, and blue. I'll just do the trans flag. There aren't any purple peppers. You are right about that. There are not any purple peppers. Let's go bright red. With a little... go bright red with like a little tuft of green right in the center. I don't know. I actually kind of like this is not natural highlight, but I kind of like that, like the sun-dyed look. Just accentuate what I already have. Because there's a treatment that I already get that does that occasionally. Like keratin does that, where it brings out like the pigmentation, where it just like all of this will go pretty much like blonde, like right here. Not gonna lie, number one's kind of cool. Like, if I just want to do this for fun. Like, that's like a Jedi. Dude, wait. Let's see. Hold on. What is that? Way back. Alright, let's see. How long is it? Okay. Yeah, no, I got plenty. Okay, done deal. White and black checkered pattern. What's up, Nika? How you doing? There are purple peppers. Guys, if there are, see, purple, there you go. Purple peppers. So then I can just go full Trunks. And then I can also, yeah, there we go. I can cosplay future Trunks. I just gotta then go hit the gym. Oh shit, it is 420, my bad. Also, Nika, what up? How you doing? Had fun chatting yesterday. It's gonna be 421 before I do this. Whatever, it's a pep talks moment. If you don't know what's going on, Nika, I reached the goal for the hair braid. So we are choosing which braid is going to be done. I think number 2 is the one we're gonna try for. I'm not sure if I have enough, because that might require extensions. guy plugging it in with the 20 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Woo! Oh, that's sick. Thank you, man. Anna, Distracting, Starman, Aylin, TK, Fred, Big James, Unknown Variable, Jan, Kirk, you, wait, are interrupting. Dude, I thought for, like, I was like, how did you get a double membership? Double membership, whoa! Double rainbow. It's a double rainbow. Wow. Jehu, Jan Morgan, Joanne, and Morton. Morton! All right, so this is going to be kick it off for a minute here. So that's awesome. Double dose of membership. Nice. Dude, no, thank you for big 20 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Coming in with the full support for the channel. Dude, so humbled. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I was hoping Jan would get one. Damn. Yeah. I mean, I gotta say, this was a good... Charlie Martini also got one. Hell yeah. This was a good drop as far as not being able to choose who got them. Yeah. It does suck. I will say, that's one of the biggest things that sucks is the fact that you can't just go through the membership list and just kind of check who you want to get it. I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and I hope they change that. I did put that in a feedback, by the way, so we'll see. Yeah, sorry if the if the whole me smoking sound gets annoying, but yeah, yay for new members. Oh yeah, this is so this is awesome. I'm super humbled by this, and also you guys are getting some members only content for this, because this just made it to where, yeah, like the regs are now going to be able to pop on in, and yes, let's hopefully get jammed. Oh wait, Nika, I'm sure, do you have your ability to accept gifted memberships on? 10 more gifted memberships. Whoa, hold on, Tree, beer for you. Martin B. Panic. Uh-oh. Tanner House. Leftist Redneck Mom. That is an awesome name. Jam still didn't get one. God damn it. Because you're here. That's usually how it works. 30 gifted memberships. Holy shit, dude. YouTube's a... All of a sudden, the YouTube algorithm is just like, here. I might be dyeing my hair. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, dude. Alright, hold on. Because that would be 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Let me update this one more time. I think this is about right. Oh wait, I gotta wait. I just thought about that. 3. Okay, so the noise. It just keeps going. It's like you were just like, nah, I just want to hear that for the next 5 minutes. That's cool. Wait, hold on. I didn't calculate that right. So yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Oh my God, it's still going. It's just gonna keep going, isn't it? Jesus Christ. You did it 30 times, dude. Usually, I would probably, like, mute it, but nah. You paid for that. Extellanis. Alright, how far are we? Because, holy shit, dude. I think you just pretty much got, like, half the channel. Really, Panic Studio. So where is he at? I would color his hair if you wanted. I think I would make that happen. What? Bandit coming over on freaking, oh my God, on Twitch, and we're halfway to a hype train. Oh my God. Oh my God, King. Oh my God. He is gifted 10 technically memberships, it looks like. Oh no, gifted 5 tier 1 memberships. I am at 7 out of 10. Oh, that's what's going on. I don't know how to read this. Again, dude, thank you so much. Fun. And now I have to do more math. It's fucking Twitch math. Hold on. Fuck. Oh my God. All right. Thanks, dude. Thank you so much, man. Oh my God. Man, you really are the shit. All right. All right, so that is, hold on, and then I have to apply how much. All right, so that's another. You gotta love Twitch math. Well, again, dude, thank you so much for your generosity. This is holy shit. And also, I'm not sure if you saw that Unimoogle is saying that she wants to. She would do it. She would totally color my hair. I don't know how that one would work logistically as far as like doing it on stream, but. Holy shit. What up? Good night, y'all. You're sleep typing. Yeah, well, keep them coming. Again, we're halfway to a hype train. We're at a level 2 hype train right here. We already got the level 1, so that's sick. Poggers, you know. But I really am a boomer. Unimoogle. Depends on what kind of color we're talking. Most of it could be done on stream. I mean, he was talking like Sephiroth white at one point, but then he said black checkers. I'm like, no, I say no. I say no. Woot woot. Hey, Jam Tomb. Oh. If you're not already following here, Jam Tomb, you're about to become the 420th subscriber. That's wild. If you do it, that's wild, and I would be honored if you were. That's. Oh boy. Is it, unless you're. Are you already following? Because if you're already following, then it's not gonna work. But. Oh shit! Is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen? Oh my god! Pretty sure you followed here the other day. God damn it! I knew it! No, that's what I thought. I kind of remembered you already being in here, but you were, yeah, this is your first chat. I don't see it, though. Wait. I have it for the last few days, so... Oh, there you are, Jam Tomb. Yep, 3 days ago. But yes. Hey. If we get the 4... Then, yeah, alright, I might have to, do a little window action there. That sounded weird. It's the, yeah, there's a ghost. Uh-oh. Well, there's a big scary ghost. I need to, Oh! And it happened. It happened. It happened. 420 followers on Twitch has been met. 5 subs. We get a hyper chest and all the fun little goodies over Twitch. And holy shit, that's awesome. Holy shit. No, guys, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for doing this. I love you guys. You fucking rule. Wait, did we just actually like a cop? You did it. Also, you did the hype train. We're in hype train. Choo choo. God damn it. That's what you're supposed to do when there's a legitimate hype train, right? Big Buddha. What up, Big Buddha? How you doing, man? Welcome to the channel. I'm assuming that you're the awesome 420th follower. I just have to say thank you so much for doing that, and also welcome to the stream, welcome to the channel. You seriously just got like, I'm not sure if you understand, like that was you just met my goal. I didn't even go for like the thousands or anything. I was just like, fuck it, I'm going for 420. This is crazy cool. So I'm actually out of some herbs, so I need to run upstairs real quick. Well, that is a awesome partner you got there. Thank you, guys. Man, the support for this channel, I swear to God, man, it's fucking nuts. I love you guys. Every single follower, subscriber, and then yes, you guys are also, seriously, you are helping me out and living the dream, man. This is so fucking cool. Happy to help out. I'm speechless. So I'm gonna run upstairs. I gotta go grab this real quick. I'll leave the stand up here in the corner, and then we are going to choose which one we're doing, because Uni is in chat and she will be the one doing the hair. So if you guys have an opinion, consider it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Make your choice. Let me know which one you like. Number 2 is looking to be the most likely if that is not done with extensions. I don't think so, and honestly, I do have enough length, so I think I should be okay there. But it's about the thickness. I know that's a big thing here. Can't look right now very well driving. Oh, well, we don't want to do anything like that. But as I said, do have to go get the refill. I'll be right back. brother is ridiculous, dude. Cat just jumped out of nowhere and scared the shit out of me. All right. Let's see. Big Buddha has also been gifted a tier 1 sub. Oh my god, thank you. And also, earned. Very much earned. Oh, you know what? Hey, now that you have that, you get to use the awesome emotes that are there. I'm also going to be putting up some more channel points. Going to be doing some impression channel points. We're going to do some Macho Man. Yeah, I'm not sure if Winnie the Pooh should be on there, but I was thinking about it. We'll see. But we got a few coming up. You know, classic Trump, all that kind of fun stuff. The chair has incredible insights, and I relate greatly with it. Kiwiana. Oh shit. What? Why? Kiwiana. I can't fucking read. Also, to be honest, I can't actually see this on my screen because it's blue on blue. Why did it do that? I can barely read any of the blue. Oh shit, Bandit, you're a blue name. Just realized that. Can I change that? Shit. Oh, I can. Shit. Here we go. I'll do that later. Welcome to the welcome cat. Mike. He's the one that just scared the shit out of me, funny enough. But yeah, welcome to the members club, and I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Man, I'm still kind of blown away right now, I have to be honest. And the fact that I am now choosing these hairstyles, I'll be real. There was a moment where I was like, oh shit. All right. I mean, I like the funniest part is I'm looking at this blonde. I don't hate it, but I don't think I look good with it. Because you always see it on like the guy that's like better looking than you, and then you're just like, yeah, that looks good. But then it like you get the haircut, and then you're like, oh, I don't like this. It's the story of everybody getting a haircut. It's the story of every haircut that I ever got. That's why I don't cut my hair. Thank God this does not require me to actually cut my hair though. Yeah, thank you, Bandit. Like, seriously, thank you so much. And also, fucking... Did we actually reach the hype train? We are. We did. Holy crap. I think that's my first one. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we got to level 2. Holy shit. That's the first time that's ever happened. I mean, that happens all the time to me. Yeah. Happens on my stream all the time. I'm a very popular streamer. Augers. Not a haircut from me? Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to get the haircut. I mean, I might have you trim up the ends, but... I think my refrigerator might be too cold. Alright, my haircuts are the best. I have people who fly come have their hair done by me. Yeah, I know. Wow. Jeez. Okay. I guess I wasn't selling Unimoogle hard enough, so she was just like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll do it myself. Yes, she is a world-class hairstylist, so... It'll look cool no matter what. I'd like number 2 if we can do that. How much, like... don't think I have enough like top hair to even get that done. Hate to say. I mean, maybe. I feel like that's a hairpiece right there, though. No, it's definitely his hair. That is one of my favorite emotes. Yeah, you know what? Here. Since you are my 420th, I want to do this with you. In honor of Big Buddha being the 420th follower. We gonna smoke. Just off camera. All right. Number 2. You guys seem to like number 2 a lot. You guys, a lot of people seem to like number 2. Uh-oh. Well, we'll get the consultant. We'll get the consultant and have her tell us what is realistic with my hair too. Because I don't want to say that I might have jumped the gun, but specifically with number 2, I just want to make sure that the guy's not. I don't think those are extensions. I think that's natural, and it just looks thicker because of the way that it's like kind of puffed up. Number 4, you like number 4, huh? All right, yeah. You know what? There's been a lot of people that have said number 4. I kind of like number 4. Pick what you guys want, but I'm gonna need to actually feel your hair and stuff while looking at the pics, so I can tell what can be done. Okay, well, I mean, we'll do that after stream. I'll just have you come on down and we'll choose, and then we'll set up. Well, I mean, we'll set up when we're doing this. This is gonna be crazy. And yes, you guys get to meet Uni. 4. I like number 4. Oh, wait. You know, right here, I can get a nice hair tie that has like a nice little piece of jewelry on it. That would look cool right there. Have a little braiding extension hair in. The puffs are just a bubble braid. Oh, cool. So we could do that. That's what I thought it was. That's what I thought. Like, I thought that was... you see? This is something that you start catching when you're married to a hairstylist, is how things are done. And that's why I kept saying, I'm like, I think that's extensions. They all seem like they have an extension piece in. Except for number 1, definitely does not. 4, I don't think does. Yeah, 5 doesn't either. Actually, 6 might. 7, nah. I'd actually say yes on number 8 there. All right, but to celebrate our reaching the goal, I'm going to step on off camera. You guys see that ghost? There's like this ghost in that general area that was seemed like he was drinking like something large, you know? There's just like I don't know. All of them could. Extensions just look too healthy to be that long. Crappy extensions look attached. Well, I do know that. not gonna lie, I like number 3 the more I look at it, but because it's a mix of number 2 here. Although no, I like this. I like the free flowing pony. That's cool. These side pieces that seem like they're gonna be a little, like they're not gonna be as thick. Like no matter what, that's just not gonna be as thick right there. Whereas this and this, well, this one, I like this one. I'm between number 2 and 4 myself. All right, so I think that we're kind of narrowing it down then. All right, here. Let's see this. I need to renew, don't I? There we go. Oh shit. Hold on. There we go. All right. So we got 2 and 4. I can almost mix the styles. Usually it's better when you customize it anyway. Ooh, that could be cool. I like that. Huh. Yeah, let's see, because... No, because the whole part of number 4 here that I like is the fact... You listened to Crack Amico before? I just discovered his new Trump song. No, I've never... his new diss song. No, I've never heard of it. I'll check it out. That's cool. 3 looks like a character from the card game Magic. What's wrong with that? Seriously, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. I may have just gotten pretty hard into Magic. I was avoiding it because I'm already into so many damn hobbies, but Final Fantasy crossed with Magic and became like completely, you know, playable and legal in all forms, so... Did you know that Gundam has a card game too? Ugh. They're fun as shit, though. I will say that. There we go. All right. Well, now we have something to work with. It's going to be between these, I think, these two. Although, knowing her, she can get creative and do a mix. God, this one would be the easiest, I hate to say. Number 1. It's boring. I like number 6. Number 6 is overlooked, but well, hold on. What is... I don't think that's actually like a cut piece. I think that is... Oh my god. I just noticed that is an unnaturally fucking... Like, yeah, there's no way with that kind of stuff. Never mind. 6 AI. That looks like an AI head now that I'm looking at it. Where are you going? Well, the most important one, I have to say, would be to have the hairstylist look it over, like she said, do the whole, feel test to kind of get an idea of how much we have to work with and what we need. Because I think that, yeah, I'll need to do like a small extension piece, but it'll look cool. And then the most important thing is being able to upkeep it and not have it all messed up. Because, yeah, I'd like to have it for at least, the stream that we do it, and then have it on for the stream after I go to Ren Fair. I'm going to record a whole bunch of stuff at Ren Fair, though. That will not be live. I can tell you that right now, because Ren Fair is held in the biggest internet dead zone. I'd be surprised if Starlink could actually get there. Holy shit. It's insane how, like, little service there is there. You're going to sleep in a bonnet? I'm alright. I'm going to look cute. It's alright. Do they have, like, a Toad from Mario bonnet? Or can we just, like, I don't know. I'd be alright with that. Ah, man. I was not expecting this to happen. This is crazy. Alright. Also, shit. Look for a lightweight kit. Let's see. Lightweight traditional coat. There we go. I like it. $80? That's not that bad. This is gonna be my first time at Ren Fair, like, doing it up like this. Mostly I do kind of like the modern, maybe put in some hair jewelry kind of stuff, but yeah, I've never actually braided my hair for anything like this. Never really dressed up either. It's the first time that somebody was just like, oh yeah, dude, I got an idea for you. He's like, yeah, you should just look like you're, Bravehearting out. I'm like, oh shit. But I'm not like that. I'm gonna actually do it like based more on the there's this Viking oh my god. There's this tribe that the way that they would mark was just, they would do like intricate designs on their face. It was pretty cool. So, gotta do some face paint too. Yeah, this is gonna be a good time. Shit. Alrighty, well, we figured out what we're doing. Crazy. The pup, he's gone. Oh, right. This is also what I wanted to do. Toy with the chat box a little bit. I hate to say, I kind of like it up here more. Alrighty. I actually got through everything I wanted to do today, which is pretty awesome. I gotta say, what a hell of a way to close out the week. Had a bunch of MEHDI HASAN, got 30 new members over on YouTube. that were not members before. That's awesome. Okay, so yeah, that's what's gonna happen then. My Ren Fair stuff, I'll make it members only. It'll be special for you guys. Also, I'll put something together for you guys this weekend. I always got some ideas. I've been toying. I gotta clean this up. No, I'm not gonna do my cribs yet. Well, my cribs. I'm gonna show you around the studio. And maybe out there, I'll give the members a nice little look, like what's behind that window, where it's just like, ooh. Until then, the mystery prevails. Oh man, and then Tuesday I've got my show over on this space, which I am looking forward to when we are able to do a 5-day a week on this space. That will be so cool. But we gotta start small. Don't get overly ambitious, The mystery behind the window. Yeah. What's behind there? What is in the window? Who knows? Ooh, we don't know. Legit, you guys don't. It's kind of funny. But that's also where I'm like, ooh, the mystery. That the members will get to see. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, crap. I just realized that there's a few things down here that I cannot show you. Specifically because, there is a little horticulture TOS situation there. God, that's so weird. I hate the fact that, YouTube's like that. Twitch is just like, yeah, if it's legal in your state, we don't give a shit. Gotta say, that's good TOS. This idea where it's just like, well, we don't want you doing any funny business on our platform, even though you have it it's not, my stuff's not age restricted, but it is, it's for adults. I'm registered as a channel that's for 18 and above, so, which, again, how the fuck they don't call that age restricted, I don't know. What shenanigans are they running over there? Alrighty, well, we are getting to the closeout of stream, because I am going to go spend some time with Uni. We're actually going to, she's probably going to just end up coming down here, and we're going to work out how this is going to go. You're hitting that vape, told you. Nice, mango. Nice. You know what? I can do that. I got some Maui. Wowie. No, I am not. I'm going to smoke a mini J. Oh, well, I want to do that with you. Wait. Way to invite me, dick. Jeez. I see how it is. There is something about enjoying a your own personal J on your date, getting off of a long day, smoking yourself a J. Sounds pretty good. I was not. Now I am not. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh, guys. I think I'm in trouble. Righty. As I was saying, though, look out for some members-only content tomorrow. Do I have anything else that I need to cover before I start heading on out? Because as I said, I wouldn't mind catching me one of them little J's. Those are nice. Kind of want one. Oh, also, if you guys just became a member, if you guys have like a request for games and you guys want to like game with me, you are now able to do that. So yeah, shoot me suggestions if there's anything you want me to play on stream. I also do Switch games, so right now I do also have the Switch 2. You know, not even a flex. It's literally Mario Kart and Donkey Kong. You know, those are options that I enjoy very, very much. I was gone for 14 hours. Me, Needy Smokey. Yeah, you Needy Smokey. For sure. 14, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I think those are the... Shit, what flavor did we get? Did we get... If we got the watermelon ones, I'm coming up. I mean, I'm coming up regardless. I gotta call stream. Get that smoke move. No, my favorite part is she's just gonna. So I've been here keeping viewer numbers up, but I've not been here. Oh well, thanks, Bryant. I appreciate that. What's up, brother? How you doing? Sorry, that was kind of funny. I was like, wait, I mean, then I hope you've enjoyed the show. I appreciate you, brother. Gonna smoke a little and chill. Yeah, no, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to go upstairs and smoke with the wife and chill for the rest of the evening. Just went AFK with the... Wait, what? AFK with the show up? Uh-oh. Acronym? If you guys don't know, I'm not great with acronyms. It has to be kind of like away from keyboard. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not great with those. I don't know all the online lingo, but on top of it, like it's I've always had like a problem with that, with this having my dyslexic moments. It's just called being dyslexic. And yes, I have challenges. That's one that gets me because like the letters tend to shift on me and then I can't figure out like what it means, and yeah. Gotta love it. It's a WoW term too. Oh, yeah, see, I didn't play WoW. So that explains it. I didn't play WoW not because I'm not into it. I actually played World of Warcraft 3. It's because MMORPGs are too addicting, and I knew that I would never do any work. I would never do anything. I would just want to play that, and that's all I would think about. So I made the executive decision to not play that game. So I don't, yeah. It's the same with, oh my god. I almost said Elden Ring. Elder Scrolls. Oblivion. Holy shit. Can't think. Yeah, pretty much any, like, open world MMO. Yeah. Final Fantasy. I played Final Fantasy 14 for a hot minute, and when I say hot minute, like I jumped out as quickly as I could because I saw the potential of me again just not doing anything else. So I'm just kind of like, fuck. It's a personal thing that I just know. I just know me. So I stick to, open world. I'll still play any open world game, mostly not online. I like to play long games. It's just I have to play on my terms, and again, just oh my god, I can't even think of how much time I would have put into that fucking game. Specifically, 14. Because I got friends that did it where I was just like, and do not think for a minute that I was not jealous. I was jealous every time they talked about it. Fuck. Every time. I was just like, damn, I want to be part of this, but I know I can't. It's like when people talk about like hard drugs, that's when, funny enough, that's where I'm like, oh, I guess is it the same? No, it's not the same, but it's the same, right? I love 12 so... 12 is a great game. 12 is epic. It's just Star Wars. I mean, you're literally playing Final Fantasy Star Wars. If you do not understand that, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, even down to the ending, it was kind of funny. I remember looking at my buddy. We finished the game together, and I'm just like, I'm your father. You motherfucker. I like it. Especially Zodiac. I have that one. That's the one I play. PS2. Steelbook edition of Zodiac Age is the one that I have. Or is it? Wait. Oh shit, that might be the PS3 one. No, it's PS3. My bad. I was wrong. Final Fantasy 13 was okay. 13-2 was like the redemption, but yeah, 13 was... I just remember not being happy with the story as much. 15 was a lot. I still have to finish that game. I never finished that game. So... God damn it. And I have to finish that game because I kind of have a thing about finishing Final Fantasy games. So, and Final Fantasy Tactics, oh my god, they did the remaster. It's coming out soon. I just finished Intermission. So I can finally play Rebirth, which is also going to take up a lot of my time. I might just bring the PS5 down for this one and just play with you guys. Do a thing where I just set up after stream and just play. Kind of when I do it anyway. Alrighty. We're talking Final Fantasy, so immediately I was just like, I'm gonna let this one play out because it's one of my favorite games of all time, if you can't tell. Man, I can barely breathe down here. All right. Well, I think that is going to do it for stream for the week. I'm very, very, again, humbled by the generosity of the community, and shout out Kirk and Bandit otherwise, and try plugging it in. I appreciate the generosity. I appreciate you guys looking out for the community the way that you do, and holy shit, anybody who is gifted a membership, please say thank you. And yeah, it's kind of crazy that we did it. We hit the goal and then some. I think that somebody was trying to get me to color my hair, which that might be the carryover now, where you guys do not get to choose the color. That's the one stipulation I will say. I will, if you want that, then that's a whole different thing. That's like a fucking, you guys got to raise some, you know, that's a $5,000 fucking mark right there. If you guys choose what color my hair is going to be. That's a big one. Gotta say. No, I have to make that like 10K because I got to make it like the whole point is to make that unobtainable because I do not want to. Oh, man. All right. I should get going. Amazing. Woot, 420. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, I'm like, do I want to stick around for the 420 with y'all? I can stick around for another. Oh shit, it's 8 minutes, guys. Hey, fuck it. I'll bullshit with you guys for that much. All right, so I want to know if any distracting. Actually, you might be a good one to ask this. I know Bryant, you are too. What was your first exposure to Gundam as a franchise, and do you? Number one, are you guys necessarily fans of it, or do you have fond memories of it? If you do not, I'm actually like, can you explain like why, and or if you just never heard of it? The diamond infused pre-rolls are my tie. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. I did get a new one. Reason I bring up Gundam is because, yeah, I plan on building one of those this weekend to kind of calm my brain and not think about politics. So, I'll just say, mine was Gundam Wing, Toonami. Toonami. I saw it on Toonami. Never got around to watching it as a kid. Aw, that's a shame. Yeah, I was very much into like Gundam Wing, but then I watched the original and I loved how it is a no holds barred take on war, where number one, no character, like you want to talk like some George R.R. Martin must love Gundam because like seriously, that's where he must have gotten the inspiration for just murking characters randomly, because I guess the guy who created Gundam was like, he had been a veteran, and he was just like, listen, there is no, fantasy to war. He's like, so you, like, this is literally the reality. Characters are people, and then you fall in love with people, and then these people, will just end up gone in the chaos of war. And it's just like, holy shit. Like, and people were like, that's a kid show. I'm like, no, it is not. No, it is not. The original Gundam, the very first, I think it's like the first 5 minutes, there is a scene where the Principality of Zeon goes and crashes one of the stations of the Earth Federation, and the Earth Federation at that time was so dwindled down that they had to resort to like having their kids go fight on the front lines. And you literally see something like crazy happen where you're just like, oh my God, was that what? Oh, and like, yeah, it's just the chaos and the darkness and just everything about the war. But then you do have the big, cool looking robots that add to it, but also somehow weirdly realistic, like at that point, because there's so many like tokusatsu, type of properties that were, big giant robot, and just like, you'd have even like the Power Ranger type, or like Sentai Warrior, teams that like power these robots and all this shit, where I really appreciated the fact that it was kind of, a little different, for Gundam, where it felt more realistic. Where, yeah, I don't know. I always liked those ones a little bit more, where it always felt like it could happen. That's why I freaked out when I saw the giant Gundam that was like in Japan, where I was like, oh, they did it. They actually did it. Yeah, I still like me some big. I don't know. I know how to just tune out and just enjoy some big giant robot action. Pacific Rim was one of those movies where when that came out, it was really funny. My roommate was like, dude, this looks awesome. And I'm just like, yeah. And he had no idea when we went to go see it. There was the first scene in, God, they show it in like the first 5 minutes of the movie. But when there's legitimately a giant robot that fights a giant kaiju, I just had that moment where I'm just like, this is fucking incredible. It's like what I'm like, you don't get it, man. Like, I've been waiting for this my entire life. It's a random property. That's what kind of like, honestly, I don't know what I was expecting. Like, what was I expecting? Power Rangers versus Godzilla, which would be awesome. But yeah, what the fuck was I really expecting? Now, Pacific Rim as a property is, I will just say this, it's okay. It's okay. There are people that love it. I am just kind of on the, it's okay. Especially because, like, the second movie was not great, and then most of the other properties that, like, came around, and I'm just like, I can't really care. I can't wait for the new Godzilla. Oh, God. They just showed the teasers for -2. I cannot wait. And then on top of that, they just showed some footage from the new ride that is going to be coming to the Mall of America of all places. And I was just like, might need to make a trip. That's only like 8 hours away from me. I mean, something to do. I loved it. Wife's just like, you want to go to fucking Minnesota? When I think of anime robots, I always think of the robot guy from Samurai 7. Good pull. Ronin Warriors is making a comeback. I just saw that at Comic-Con. They were just like, random test footage or whatever. Not test footage. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like a trailer. It was awesome. I loved Ronin Warriors. They were some of the better toys because they were like made with the Power Rangers quality. It was also cool because you put the armor together on them, so I loved those. Those figures were so fucking awesome. And yes, whatever, dude. As an adult, I have tried to think about, yes, the consumerist part of this, but there's also the whole having a show and having the toys, even as a kid, like, some of it is just let people have fun. Just let people have fun. Let the kids enjoy their shit. You know, there was nothing I liked more than having my Transformers and just sitting there watching the Transformers with my fucking actually literally that Optimus Prime and my Soundwave back there. God, that Optimus Prime has rust on him. Cheers. He's still in pretty good shape. Yeah, he's got like rust right around here. kind of funny when you hold a toy that like you grew up with. You're just like, oh, I don't know this guy. He was one of my guys. You know, like when your mom. I'm not sure if your mom did what my mom did, but she would call them my guys, like my wrestling guys. So like, if we were going on a trip. Well, a trip. We were like going to the bank or some shit. I would be trying to, you know, bring all my wrestling like figures. I would try to, you know, an entire backpack full. And my mom's just like, you can bring like a few of your guys. I'm just like, oh. And then, of course, I would get into more properties. Oh, dude, the Turtles. I remember when the Ninja Turtles was a big one. Because she started putting like the number on them, and at one point she's like, you can bring 3 of your guys. I'm just like, but I can't even bring all the turtles. It was always Donatello. I'm sorry, Donatello was always the odd man out. You know, sucks to admit. He was always hanging with my Casey Jones figure. Occasionally Casey would make an appearance where instead I would just bring, you know, Mikey, Raph, Casey, and then leave Leo. Leave the do-gooders. Let the party animals run wild. You know, you'd have your mixtures. God, I remember when the Jurassic Park toys. Oh my God. I had Ian Malcolm was one of my favorite ones. So I literally had like a little Jeff Goldblum figure when I was like 6, and it was one of my favorite ones that I had. Good night, like the stream. Good night, Robin. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna be signing off at 6:30, but I figured, you know, I'm vibing. I enjoy talking about my having some action figures. A few favorite animes would be Musashi, Speed Grapher, One Piece, Darker Than Black, and Hell Girl. Hell yeah, Hell Girls. All right. Let's see. Favorite animes. Mine aren't like obscure-ish. Mine are. Top ones are between Trigun and Cowboy Bebop. Figure that one out. Samurai Champloo. Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, not even Shippuden. Like Naruto is just so solid. Wish it would have come to more of an end on its own. It really, because like they used it to lead into Shippuden a little too hard. So I feel like I never got like a proper cutoff point where I could have just been like, all right. All that other shit could exist separately. Let's see. What else? Fuck, man. I don't know why I'm having a mind fart. Oh, Gundam. Duh. Although, like, random anime, Escaflowne is a underrated one. Magical Shopping Arcade, Amanabashi. That's one of my wife's favorites. That one's really funny. I don't know. I just got really, really ripped. I don't know. I can't think. Yeah, I could probably just like look out there. Let's see. What's a random... actually, let's see. Little experiment. Let's look out here and see one that I missed. And go. Oh, guess I really didn't miss any. Shit. Because I covered Gundam. I covered Cowboy Bebop. I tried watching Naruto without skipping filler. Wouldn't recommend. So much filler. Yeah, well, that's one. I've heard that about One Piece, and it's the same with Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Kai was one of the coolest things to ever come out. Or Dragon Ball Z Kai, because, yeah, You don't need all that bullshit, and the fact that it really does flow better when you just get rid of that, you know, and you don't have to have all this just, oh my god. Filler! Why? I heard like One Piece is at like 1,000 episodes. Like, god damn, dude. That's why I haven't really gotten into it. It's kind of fucking intimidating. I gotta be real. Although I am very curious what the Four Emperors thing is all about, because my buddies play the card game and they were playing the Four Emperors, and I was like, what is this? Like, Emperor Luffy looked badass. I was impressed with One Piece lack of filler, actually. There's 1,000 episodes! How the fuck did not have filler? God, that's insane. Alright, well, color me... I'm sorry, I'm wrong and also surprised. Wow. It's so much. I hope they, like, I heard that they are doing One Piece Kai, where they're essentially gonna do the first, or like, the 1,000 episodes in like 300 or some shit like that, so. Much easier to, oh, compare their filler percentage. No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, that's why I like shows that don't have filler, like Trigun and Cowboy Bebop. Like, Cowboy Bebop's filler episode is arguably one of the best ones, is Mushroom Samba. Which, I love Mushroom Samba. Mushroom Samba is one of the best anime episodes of all time. Every time they hiccup, you're just like, oh no. Dude, I want to watch that. I might watch that tonight. Actually, yeah. Quick and dirty, Excuse me. Got all you. Oh no. Where is that? Oh no. That's hilarious. Oh shit. Alright, I'm sorry, that is very funny. Alright guys, well, it is now at the 6 hour and 30 minute mark. I have given, I've done 30 minutes extra just because, yeah, we were having fun talking some anime and video games, which, that's how you get me. That's how you get me. So, I do have to go, though. I gotta go and get some dinner and hang out. And also, we gotta decide how we're gonna do the hair. But again, thank you everybody who has supported the stream. Thank you everybody who hung out this weekend or this week and also checked out this space. I really appreciate you guys supporting the stream. I appreciate you guys supporting this space. And yeah, have a good night. Thank you. I will. You guys have a good night and have a good weekend. I will catch you guys on Monday. Also, as I said, look out for the members only content. I will be dropping this weekend, so. Bonus Sunday chink. Oh, you want that? Sunday? Okay. Yeah, I mean, you did kind of like meet the goal, so shit. You didn't even let me switch to it. It's kind of fucked up, I have to say. Kind of, you preemptively made the goal. Let's see. No need just asking. No, I want to watch it. So here. Oh. Check my schedule. I don't think I have anything going on Sunday. I might be able to, might be able to do that tomorrow, actually. I might be able to hop on for an hour or two. Stoner Combat Vet. Hell yeah, man. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Hells yeah. Oh, dude, are we almost to 1,400 over here, too? New to the channel. Just liked and subscribed. I really appreciate that, man. You just put me at $13.99 for the going into the weekend here. We just hit 420 over on Twitch, man. This is cool. As they're putting me in a very good mood. Also, welcome, Stoner Combat Vet. You are in a very, very good place. If you couldn't already tell by the my subscription noise, which I'm sorry for anybody that was like by the 30th one, was just like, okay, we get it, bro. But just think of it this way: we all took a hit together. That's how it's supposed to be. Maybe I should do. Oh, actually, that might not be a bad idea to just do like a different noise for the memberships where it's just and just like the pass. Oh, that works. Might have to put that together. I'm also putting together some impression redeems over on Twitch. I was actually trying to do that live, but it was a little bit harder than I thought it would be. But yes, enjoy your weekend, guy. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, keep your notifications on, because fuck, I want to do this jank thing. But it might have to be next week. I'll let you guys know. Either way, I will catch you guys later. Good night. Oh shit, that is way off.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good night, Angela.